Section 0 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Translator's Preface. This book is a translation of a series of papers on the results of the association method applied to normal and abnormal persons, which appeared in the Journal für Psychologie und Neurologie, volumes 3 through 16, and were afterwards collected into 2 volumes. The experiments were carried out at the instance and under the guidance of Dr. Jung. The work which Drs. Jung and Ricklin published in 1904 gave an entirely new direction to association experiments. The principle of mental association is, of course, of reputable antiquity. Quote, "Do you not know, then, that lovers, when they see a lyre or a garment, or anything else which their favorite is accustomed to use, are thus affected? They both recognize the lyre and receive in their minds the form of the person to whom the lyre belonged." Unquote. Its experimental phase begins with Galton's work in 1879 and Wundt's in 1880. The new departure, which we owe to Dr. Jung, is the application of the association method to unconscious mental processes. The theory of unconscious complexes was developed by these experiments. The results obtained by Freud's psychoanalytic technique were confirmed by the use of a very different method. This confirmation by experimental methods compelled many who had hitherto looked askance at the psychoanalytic theory of the unconscious to investigate the phenomena for themselves. These studies in word association have now acquired a permanent place in the historical development of this theory. Every serious student of psychology, every educationist, everyone who wishes to engage in the study or treatment of morbid mental processes will find in these studies a storehouse of facts which will serve not only as a solid basis for his own studies, but also as a starting point for further research. It was a most arduous and delicate task to establish objective criteria by which unconscious complexes could be recognized. Much thought and great ingenuity went to the discovery of these complex indicators, as they are called, and the resulting theses, as elaborated in this work by Dr. Jung and his collaborators, have all been found to be reliable. Since the beginning of this work in 1904, it has been extremely productive in many different directions and is still reaping a rich harvest. Its application to education has been made quite recently. Here we may hope to establish some standard tests for normal and abnormal children, which will be complementary to the intellectual tests standardized by Berenyi. In the investigation of nervous and mental disorders, the association method is still opening up new paths, as seen, for instance, in the remarkable investigations by Dr. Joseph Lang on familial associations in cases of schizophrenia. I cannot refrain from pointing out that the germ of some of the views recently developed by Dr. Jung can be found in these early studies. The work on association among normals had led to the establishment of psychological types. There are certain obvious relationships between the objective type, here described in Chapter 2, and his later introversion type. And again, there are certain resemblances between the egocentric type of the experiments and the extroversion type of the later view. Indeed, in Dr. Jung's most recently published work, Psychology of the Unconscious Processes in Analytical Psychology, 1917, a footnote, page 405, indicates that psychology is not limited to 2 types. Quote, "Other possibilities are known to us." Unquote. This is perhaps a return to the position of these experiments where 6 principal types are described. The extroverted and introverted types are, of course, not strictly comparable with the earlier types described in this work, but there are certain fundamental common qualities. Again, Dr. Jung's introduction of an energic viewpoint into the psychology of the unconscious, paper given before the 13th International Medical Congress in London, 1913, is foreshadowed in Chapter 7 on Psychoanalysis and Association Experiments, written in 1906, in which Jung ascribes a patient's obsessional ideas to the locking up of energy, whilst the strengthening of the will, transferring this energy to new channels, is regarded as the chief therapeutic aim. The results of the experiments on familial associations must, one imagines, have contributed to the formulation of Jung's conception of the composition of the persona and the composition of the collective psyche. I have endeavored, in the translation, to give the ideas of the different contributors as clearly and literally as possible. In a number of illustrative examples of word associations, when clang associations, assonances, alliterations, or rhymes occur impossible of literal translation, I have substituted reactions from my own experiments, or constructed reactions on the lines of the original model. This nowhere impairs the interpretation or understanding of the text, and it has not been considered necessary to note these substitutions. In a few cases, the German has been retained, a translation of the word being also given. As the series of words used in Zurich does not altogether suit English requirements, I subjoin a list of words modified from Dr. Jung's list, of which I have made considerable use. 1. Head. 2. Green. 3. Water. 4. Sing. 5. Dead. 6. Long. 7. Ship. 8. Make. 9. Woman. 10. Friendly. 11. Bake. 12. Ask. 13. Cold. 14. Stalk. 15. Dance. 16. Village. 17. Pond. 18. Sick. 19. Pride. 20. Bring. 21. Ink. 22. Angry. 23. Needle. 24. Swim. 25. Go. 26. Blue. 27. Lamp. 28. Carry. 29. Bread. 30. Rich. 31. Tree. 32. Jump. 33. Pity. 34. Yellow. 35. Street. 36. Berry. 37. Salt. 38. New. 39. Habit. 40. Pray. 41. Money. 42. Silly. 43. Book. 44. Despise. 45. Finger. 46. Jolly. 47. Bird. 48. Walk. 49. Paper. 50. Wicked. 51. Frog. 52. Try. 53. Hunger. 54. White. 55. Child. 56. Speak. 57. Pencil. 58. Sad. 59. Plum. 60. Marry. 61. Home. 62. Nasty. 63. Glass. 64. Fight. 65. Wool. 66. Big. 67. Carrot. 68. Give. 69. Doctor. 70. Frosty. 71. Flower. 72. Beat. 73. Box. 74. Old. 75. Family. 76. Weight. 77. Cow. 78. Name. 79. Luck. 80. Say. 81. Table. 82. Naughty. 83. Brother. 84. Afraid. 85. Love. 86. Chair. 87. Worry. 88. Kiss. 89. Bride. 90. Clean. 91. Bag. 92. Choice. 93. Bed. 94. Pleased. 95. Happy. 96. Shut. 97. Wound. 98. Evil. 99. Door. 100. Insult. Finally, the grateful thanks of all students of psychology are due to Mrs. Harold F. McCormick, whose generosity has enabled this translation to be produced. M.D. Eder. End of Section 0. Read by Larry Dahlke, Oak Park, Illinois, September 5, 2021.
Section 1 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Heather Eney. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Upon the Significance of Association Experiments by Professor Bleuler. Every psychical activity rests upon the interchange of the material derived from sensation and from memory traces, upon associations. Apart from the somewhat questionable capacity to perceive pain and pleasure, which is perhaps inherent in the smallest organism, even in the atom, any psychical activity without association is unthinkable. The investigation of association activity is, therefore, of fundamental importance for psychology in general, and peculiarly so for psychopathology in particular. The sensations chiefly studied up till now. Footnote: I omit naturally the many mere speculations about will, emotion, etc., which prove nothing. End footnote. Vary but little from individual to individual. Even in psychopathology, apart from gross analgesic disturbances, hallucinations, and illusions, they are of slight importance. Variations in emotions are, on the contrary, so great that there can be no agreement about what is normal. Is it not still debated whether the absence of moral feeling is to be regarded as a disease or not? Memory, so far as concerns the building up and the maintenance of its dynamic traces, is still entirely unapproachable, and the accessible part of the function, the capacity for recollection, rests chiefly upon the activity of association. Thus, an understanding of the anomalies of recollection can only be arrived at when the function of association is accurately known. The will, despite all attempts, seems almost to elude psychological investigation. A man's psyche can be fully described without making use of this vague concept. Psychopathology frequently ignores the will altogether. The facts, which lie behind the abstraction termed the will, can be traced back to the centrifugal tendencies which dwell within the elemental and complex psychical structures. According to this very plausible conception, the resultant of all these tendencies is the will. It has indeed been maintained that the will cannot possibly be the resultant of strivings supporting and opposing one another. For the resultant of the desire to skate and the desire to write an article is a something inconceivable, at any rate a something which could never lead to a choice. If I have one wish to go east and another to go south, I do not go southeast, but walk east or south. This conception of a psychical resultant is quite absurd. It is not a question of the resultant of diverse directions of the desires, but of the resultant of the desires themselves. As an illustration, a railway train comes to a station where many lines intercross, and thus its further course will be determined by the points. Suppose there are various persons whose interests would send it in different directions. It is to the interest of any one person to have his points open and all the others closed. The strongest achieves his aim. When the points are fixed, the train moves in the desired direction. The wishes of the other persons have become ineffective unless they make them good at a subsequent station. There can be no question of a resultant of these different directions. The resultant can only express itself positively, not negatively, in the choice of points. The opening of the points is analogous to the decision of the will. A compromise between the different strivings is only thinkable as resulting from some reciprocal influence acting directly or in such a way that both act upon a third, e.g., upon the ego complex, i.e., they associate with it. The will can be likewise explained by the activity of association. At any rate, at the moment of our investigation, association offers the most adequate explanation. In our observations on the psyche, we come across the process of association again and again. Everything else in these investigations is found to be subordinate to association. It is self-evident that a number of other mechanisms condition the play of our psyche. Dynamic differences in the individual presentations must play a great part. If the train in our illustration is very heavy or very rapid, it will become more difficult to turn it aside from its direction. The strength of the desires themselves can be conceived as dynamic qualities, but we are not compelled to make such an assumption. The number of factors which control the points, i.e., the number of associated individual presentations which form the presentation complex, can be just as well the determining condition as the dynamic relationship of the presentations. Thus, the entire psychic mechanism could be conceivably explained solely in terms of association. On the other hand, we have at present no fixed point from which to determine the relative strength of a presentation. What we usually regard as such is decomposed into the number of the associative elements and the strength of the accompanying feelings. The strength of the feelings themselves can only be recognized by their effects, inhibitory and stimulating, upon the associations. The function of the attention has usually received a dynamic explanation, but this is never convincing. What we really observe in alterations of attention are alterations in the number and direction of the associations. Association is a fundamental phenomenon of psychical activity. Perception, thinking, doing cease as soon as an association is impeded. This process may be conceived physiologically, quite as well as psychologically, and in both closely unites the psychical with the other neurophysiological functions. The passage of a sensory stimulus to the motor part of the reflex arc is, in principle, the same process as we must assume occurs in the physiological processes that run parallel with the psychical events. The analogy becomes much stronger if the effects of several simultaneous stimuli upon the reflex processes are considered. Simultaneous stimuli can, it is known, evoke reflexes which take their course quite independently of one another. These stimuli do not associate with one another. Others, even when they arrive at remote parts of the spinal cord, can produce a simultaneous reflex process inhibiting or affecting the path. Here the stimuli must in some way flow together or act upon one another by a process comparable with induction. They form interassociations. In psychical associations, current processes generally link up with memory traces, which are revivified by the association process. But there is no difference in principle from the reflex associations, for even here the after effects of previous experiences are demonstrable and may be compared with the function of memory. It is self-evident that associations lie at the foundation of sensation, so far as it is conscious, i.e., the connection of the inflowing nerve stimulus with processes which represent the psyche. If this connection is inhibited, whether reflexly in the lower centers or in the higher regions by distraction of the attention or by any kind of psychical anesthesia, no sensation occurs. Perception is always understood as association of the new sensation with memory traces of earlier experiences. At the sight of a man, of a house, we have color sensations in definite relationships and forms. We have had similar sensations in connection with a great number of other houses and men, which make up the concept man or house. These other elements are aroused by the new sensation, and so we interpret the sensation as the image of a man, of a house. We perceive the men, the house. That our laws of thought are but rules of association processes is, strangely enough, still contested. And yet law of thought and law of association must seem almost identical once it is realized that the law of association is not so simple as to be exhausted by a few shibboleths: association by similarity, contrast, simultaneity, relationship. Every association in real thinking is accompanied by an almost endless number of more or less distinct presentations. At first, those of the whole personality with its inner and outer past, so far as this can come into consideration. Next, a hierarchy of purposeful presentations insufficiently worked up for thought. First of all comes the general aim of our endeavor. Then the aim of our thought in the particular case, then all the aims which give the special direction of our thinking and doing, right down to the aim of the thought expressed or the movement undertaken at the moment. Earlier experiences also have their effect in the measure in which they were recently real for our psyche, and ceteris paribus can be more easily associated than others. This factor is termed a constellation. Of great importance also are the moods which supply adequate or inhibit contrary associations, and much else which it would be too lengthy and tedious to enumerate.
When, e.g., I am writing about associations, there is at work in the background, first of all, that portion of my personality interested in scientific research, then my whole scientific and especially my psychiatric past. In addition, the special call to this piece of work must always be present in condensed form. I must have before me not only the general aim of writing about associations, but at every moment some survey of all that preceded and all that is yet to come. It is self-evident that a mass of detail can be determined by the accidental experience of the immediate past. In the same way, it is equally clear that I am most inclined to think and to say those things which are colored in any way by some effect, some special interest, some polemic, etc. Physical feelings, fatigue, feeling fit, etc. also enter into this, since these induce me now to shorten, now to expand, and so on. The effects and physical feelings exert much greater influence upon the associations in all that concerns decision and action. Thus, in the activity of association, there is mirrored the whole psychical essence of the past and of the present, with all their experiences and desires. It thus becomes an index of all the psychical processes which we have but to decipher in order to understand the complete man. Footnote. In a certain sense, every psychical event, every movement, is only possible to that particular man with his particular past, in one definite way. Each single action represents the whole man. The endeavor to deduce the whole man from his handwriting, physiognomy, shape of the hand, his style, even the way he wears his shoes, is not altogether folly. More especially, there should be a future for graphology. End footnote. The evaluation of the associations becomes, however, extremely difficult amid the ordinary complicated relationships. Although we are often able to make the diagnosis of a specific mental disease from a letter, from the repetition of a story, and even place certain types among normals by such tests, yet for a methodological experimental study, such complicated series of associations are for the present but ill adapted. The simplest associations readily accessible for our study are to be found in perceptions, i.e., the union of a sensation with those memory images which render possible the interpretation of a sense impression. But like the sensations, the perceptions can have no marked degree of variation if the relationship to the outer world is not to be seriously damaged. They only occur in a few combinations. Does the same sensation ever condition the same perception? And by constant practice become so fixed that more marked deviations seldom occur within the normal. E.g., when the stimulus is too faint or too brief, or the effect too pronounced. Even in a series of severe mental disorders, the process of perception is but little disturbed as judged by our present methods of observation. In the present state of our knowledge, we must not expect the ripest harvest, even though Krappelin's experiments on perception have shown that much valuable knowledge is to be gained about the intoxications. Most is gained, as previous experiments have shown us, when the association is quite free, and directed thought is, as far as possible, excluded. A definite sensation of shades of red with a distinct form is always changed by association into the perception of a rose. The paths are here given, but if the completed percept, rose, all purpose being excluded is given, the associations are pretty free and the choice of the path of the association is, in the main, dependent upon relatively few factors. These can be determined by their effects. When a series of associations is demanded, and the subject is requested to produce all his associations without stopping, the intrusion of more or less conscious purposes cannot, as a rule, be prevented. A mass of valueless coordinations and coexistences occur. It is therefore well to demand only one association to the given percept, and at the same time to exclude the introduction of any directed thought by requesting as quick a reaction as possible. The most convenient way to bring up an idea to the subject is to call out a word to him, and so far this method has proved so fruitful that we have limited our experiments to it. We employ, therefore, a method which has already been introduced by Wundt and his pupils in psychology, and which has been successfully transferred by the Kraepelin school, especially by Aschaffenburg, to psychopathology. The uttering of the first word which occurs to the subject after hearing the stimulus word forms the reaction. It is self-evident that this word represents only a very small part of the complicated association complex that is set free. This will be further discussed by Dr. Jung. This method has proved most valuable. Under the direction of Dr. Jung, material was brought together which could be compared when large numbers were dealt with. This material serves not only for the presentation of psychological types among normal people, but also for the diagnosis and symptomatological understanding of a whole range of psychoses. From the associations, we are now in a position in many cases to diagnose dementia praecox, epilepsy, various forms of imbecility, certain forms of hysteria, not to speak of manic depression with its well-known flight of ideas. By the help of associations, we have also well-grounded hopes of classifying and grouping in a natural way diseases hitherto unsusceptible of classification, like some paranoid forms or those diseases vaguely grouped or differentiated under the names of hysteria, neurasthenia, psychasthenia. But this does not exhaust the results. By ingenious interpretations which can be readily proved correct, Jung and Ricklin have shown that the unconscious mechanisms are accessible to this method far more extensively than we dared hope. The word associations not only give us information about the course of psychic processes in the exposed layer of our conscious thinking. They also furnish us with selections of the unconscious working of the mind which throw an astonishing light upon normal and pathological phenomena. Perhaps the most important result of all is that by the help of association experiments, the mechanism of the stereotypes and vagaries of dementia praecox are laid bare in a way that we could formerly have scarcely dared expect. We hope that the work to which these words are introductory will open up to us new regions in psychology and psychopathology. The results reached in the course of the last 2 years deserve the greatest attention, and we have good grounds for the definite hope that intelligent and cautious investigations along the same paths will give us much further insight into the depth of the human psyche. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2. The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 1. By Dr. C. G. Jung, and Dr. F. Ricklin. For some time past, great attention has been paid in this clinic to the study of association. To obtain material scientifically comparable, my honored chief, Professor Bleuler, arranged a schedule of 156 stimulus words and made use of them in experiments upon psychoses of all kinds. A serious difficulty, however, soon arose. There was no means of differentiating with statistical precision the associations of the abnormal from the normal. There was no material from which to ascertain the variations in normal persons, or to express as definite laws the purely haphazard nature, as it seemed, of the associations. To remedy this want to some extent, thus paving the way for the investigation of pathological associations, I arranged to collect a considerable number of normal associations, studying at the same time their main determinants. I have carried out this work conjointly with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Ricklin. The general outline of our experiment is as follows. In the first place, we collected the associations of a large number of normal persons in order to ascertain, first, whether any kind of law was to be deduced, and, secondly, if any individual laws were present, i.e., if certain types of reactions could be discovered. With this investigation, we united another of a general psychological nature. The association process is an extremely transient and variable psychological process. It is influenced by innumerable psychical events which evade objective control. Among the psychical facts having a supreme influence upon the association process, attention is cardinal. It is attention which primarily directs and modifies the association process, and at the same time it is the psychical factor which most readily submits to experiment. Attention is also a delicate affective apparatus which immediately reacts to abnormal physical and mental conditions and thus modifies the work of association. Attention is that endlessly complicated mechanism which the association process, by innumerable threads, binds to all the other phenomena of psychical and physical origin represented in consciousness. If we knew the effects of attention upon the process of association, then we should know, at least in broad outline, the corresponding effects of every psychical event which is able to influence attention. These considerations induced us to investigate experimentally the influence of attention upon the association process, hoping thus to clear up the following questions in particular with some measure of certainty. 1. What are the laws of the variations of attention within the limit of the normal? 2. What are the direct effects of attention upon the association process? More especially, does the specific nature of the association decrease as the field of consciousness grows more distant? Our experiments have disclosed a series of facts which not only encourage us to pursue the quest into the pathological domain, but, we believe, also enable us to do so. C.G. Jung. Part 1. 1. General plan of the experiments. The experiments were carried out alternately by the two authors. Each one carried out alone the whole series of experiments upon the subject. Altogether, 38 persons took part in the experiments. 9 of the men and 14 of the women were highly educated persons. 7 of the men and 8 of the women were ill-educated. Their ages ranged from 20 to 50 years. Care was taken to select, as far as possible, quite normal individuals for the experiments. This, however, especially among the well-educated, gave rise to unexpected difficulties, for it is just at this level that the discrimination of what is an average normal becomes an extremely nice question. All we can hope is that in the selection of the individuals, we have not departed very far from the normal. We give the figures in detail, occasionally adding a very brief character sketch of the person which will facilitate the understanding of a few anomalies. Naturally, the two authors have carried out the experiments on one another. The association in every case were obtained by calling out the stimulus word. Altogether, we made use of 400 different stimulus words. Grammatically, they were composed of the following: nouns, 231. Adjectives, 69. Verbs, 82. Adverbs and numerals, 18. No attention was paid to the number of syllables. The stimulus words were 1 to 3 syllables. Nor were the stimulus words arranged in definite categories as in Summers' experiments. On the other hand, so far as possible, care was taken that stimulus words similar in form or sense did not follow one another, so as to prevent the subject settling down after 2 or 3 reactions to one circumscribed domain. By an unfortunate accident, it happened that among the first 100 stimulus words, there were about 30 to which there were ready associations in temporal and spatial coexistence, whilst in the second 100 there were only about 20, thus making a notable difference in the coexistence associations between the first and second 100. The want of stimulus words of that particular kind is made good by verbs. Stress was placed on excluding difficult and rare words in order to prevent mistakes or prolonged reactions through want of knowledge on the part of the subjects. The stimulus words were as far as possible taken from words in daily use. This consideration was the more essential for us because in most of our experiments we labored under abnormal conditions as to language. In German Switzerland, the German-Swiss dialect, or rather dialects, not only differ considerably from literary German, but contain also no slight differences among themselves, especially differences in sound. The child learns literary German at school almost as a foreign language. Later on, the educated acquire a fairly complete knowledge of, and practice in, the German tongue. The uneducated, however, unless he has lived for some time in Germany, retains at the most those German phrases which he has learnt in school, later adding little or nothing thereto. Literary German is not the less familiar to him in its written and printed form, and he understands it when spoken without being able himself to speak a fluent and faultless literary German. We, therefore, repeatedly tried to call out the stimulus words in their dialect form, but we soon noticed that the ill-educated did not understand the dialect words as well as the literary German, and that they generally took pains to react in literary German. This somewhat paradoxical occurrence is due to the fact that Swiss German is purely an acoustic motor speech, which is very rarely read or written. The Swiss is, therefore, not accustomed to sense his words as single items, but knows them only in acoustic motor association along with other words. If he has to say one word by itself without the article, he generally chooses the literary German form. We therefore gave up dialect stimulus words entirely in our experiments. In the great majority of cases, the reaction was the correct literary German. Likely reactions in Swiss dialect were accepted as valid. The reactions were written down as they were given. Persons who had never taken part in such an experiment were first of all informed as to its meaning and given practical demonstrations by examples as to how they had to react. Not a few amongst the uneducated believed it was a kind of question and answer game, in which the object was to find an appropriate completion of the stimulus word, e.g., house, housefly, wild, wildcat. The experiments were only begun when it was clear that the nature of the experiment was understood. A case of non-understanding, we would emphasize, never occurred. A lack of intelligence is far less disturbing than affect, namely, an emotional stupidity which was not infrequent. A certain significance attaches to the kind of schoolroom attitude in which many of the uneducated approached the work, putting on a somewhat formal and stiff air. We arranged our experiments in the following way. First, 200 reactions were made without further conditions. The reactions were timed by a 1/5 second stopwatch, the stop hand being released when the test word was uttered and stopped when the reaction word was spoken. Footnote. A report will be made later on about the time experiments. The time was not measured in all the persons experimented on. End footnote. Naturally, we do not imagine that we have measured any intricate psychological times by this simple procedure. We only wanted to obtain a general idea of the average and approximate reaction times, important in many cases, and more especially valuable in the classification of the associations. After 200 reactions, the reactions were as far as possible forthwith classified with the help of the subject. In the educated persons, this was always done. In the uneducated, who most rarely had any kind of capacity for introspection, this was, of course, not possible. It was there necessary to limit oneself to obtaining an explanation of the threads in the most striking associations. The result of the experiment was divided into a first and a second 100 and written down separately. During the experiment, the psychical state was controlled objectively and subjectively as far as possible. If, for any reason, there was any physiological fatigue, the experiment with the second 100 was deferred till the next day. Among the educated, one may say such fatigue never occurred, so that in most cases the second series could be concluded forthwith. The second series consisted of 100 reactions, which were carried out during a condition of inner distraction. The subjects were requested to concentrate their attention as far as possible upon what is called the A phenomenon, Cordes, and at the same time to react as quickly as possible, that is to say, as promptly as in the first experiment. By the A phenomenon, we understand with Cordes the sum of those psychological phenomena which are directly evoked by the perception of the acoustic stimulus. To control the compliance of the A phenomenon by the subjects, they had to describe directly after each reaction what they noted during the reaction. A further classification was made at the end of the experiment. Naturally, only educated persons could be used in these experiments, and these unfortunately required selecting, for a certain amount of psychological aptitude is required for the attentive consideration of one's own psychical phenomenon. The third experimental series was only carried out on the second day. It consisted of 100 reactions carried out during a condition of outer distraction. The distraction in these experiments was arranged as follows. To the beat of a metronome, the subject had to make pencil strokes about 1 centimeter in length. The beats for the first 50 reactions were 60 per minute. For the second 50 reactions, 100 per minute. The results of the first 50 reactions and of the second 50 were written down separately, and for easier comparison were calculated to 100. In some few of the subjects, the metronome was accelerated after each 25 reactions in order to exclude habit being too rapidly formed. The beats, in this case, were increased from 60 to 72 and from 100 to 108 per minute. Even so, the factor of habit unfortunately plays a great part in these experiments, as might be a priori expected. Many persons become very quickly accustomed to the purely mechanical activity which is in the second phase of the experiment only alters the beat. It is not easy to devise other distraction stimuli of similar continuity and regularity and without the additional factor of a verbal image. This is especially so in the case of the uneducated, upon whose intelligence and willpower too great demands must not be made. In seeking for some appropriate distraction stimulus, we were above all careful to exclude everything which could in any way arouse verbal presentations. In the arrangement of our experiments, we believe that we have excluded this kind of influence. With these experiments, 300 to 400 associations were, on the average, carried out with each person. We also tried to complete our material in some other directions, so as to obtain a kind of addendum to Aschaffenburg's results. With this object, we also carried out experiments with some of our subjects when in a state of obvious fatigue. We were able to do reactions of this kind with 6 persons. In one individual, associations were also carried out in a state of morning drowsiness after a good night's sleep, thus excluding the factor of fatigue. In one person, associations were carried out in a state of severe depression, irritation, without fatigue. In this way, we obtained, in round figures, 12,400 associations. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessica Martin. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2. The Associations of Normal Subjects. Part 2. Classification. Number 1. General. Everyone who does practical work in association has found the classification of the results the hardest and most tedious part. We are in general agreement with Cordes when he says that, in the earlier experiments, the erroneous assumption was made that the psychical phenomenon of departure corresponded to the stimulus word, and that the connection of stimulus words and reaction was an association. This conception, somewhat too simple, is at the same time somewhat too pretentious, for it maintains that the psychical connection, the association, is given in the connection of the two verbal signs. We need not say that we do not accept this view, for we regard the stimulus word merely as the stimulus, and the reaction merely as a symptom of psychical processes concerning whose nature we abstain from any immediate judgment. We do not, therefore, claim that the reactions which we describe are associations in the strict sense. We would indeed ask if it were not better to drop the word association altogether and to speak rather of verbal reaction. For the external connection between stimulus word and reaction is much too coarse to give any absolutely exact picture of the extraordinary intricate psychical processes i.e., of the real associations. Stimulus, word, and reaction only convey the psychical relationship in the most remote and incomplete manner. When we describe and classify the relationship expressed in speech, we do not classify all the real associations, but only their objective symptoms from which the psychical relationships must be reconstructed with due caution. It is only in psychologically trained persons that the reaction is what it really should be, the reproduction of the first idea that occurs. In all others, it is clearly only an attempt to construct something out of the reaction. In many cases, it ends by being the product of deliberation, hence a whole series of associations. In our association experiment, we tend to produce an exclusive excitation of the speech organism. The more exclusive this excitation is, the more strongly will verbal relations occur in the reaction. As we shall see, this is chiefly the case among the well-educated, among whom one may a priori expect the psychical mechanisms to be more finely differentiated, therefore with greater capacity for their isolated use. This must not lead to the sophism that the educated are generally prone to more outer combinations of ideas than the uneducated. The difference is a more psychological one, for among the uneducated there is greater participation by the other psychical regions than among the educated. In the second part of this work, we shall return to this difference. Whilst we know so little about the connections between mental experiences, we must give up all claim to evolve, from the inner psychical data, the principles for a classification of their external appearances. For these reasons, we have contented ourselves with a simple classification based upon logical principles. It was in our view safer thus to limit ourselves until we are in a position to deduce empirical laws from the mental associations. The logical principles of classification must also be adapted to the special conditions of the experiment, that is, to verbal reaction. In the classification of the associations, regard must therefore be paid not merely to the logical quality, but when possible, also to those outer factors which obtain by reason of the particular arrangement of the experiment. The employment of the speech-hearing cerebral mechanism is naturally not without influence upon the associations. The purely intrapsychical association cannot become the object of another's consciousness without translation into the current symbolism of speech. Thus, there intervenes quite a new factor in the pure association, which exercises an indefinably great influence upon it. The main determination that occurs in the direction of verbal facility, that is to say, James Mill's generally valid law of frequency, affects the reaction with a more marked power of selection in the direction of the accustomed. One of the fundamental principles of our classification will, therefore, be that of verbal facility. We have given the preference on the whole to the classification of the associations by the Kraepelin-Aschaffenburg scheme. We have preferred this system to others because, from our subjective view, it is heuristically the most valuable. Zien describes this classification as a failure, an expression much too strong. Nobody will pretend that Aschaffenburg's classification is exhaustive. Zien would not say that of his own classification. Zien's classification has certainly opened up extremely valuable points of view, but completely satisfactory it is not. The differentiation between leaping associations and judgment associations is most unsafe if this refers entirely to the absence or presence of the copula. Claparède also criticizes this adversely. The complete failure of the Aschaffenburg scheme should surely be first proved. As a matter of fact, that has not been done. On the contrary, the results obtained by this classification are most encouraging. We may for some time to come work profitably on these lines, not oblivious, however, of a certain one-sidedness, common in some form or other to this and all other classifications. There is no justification for the reproach that Aschaffenburg's scheme is purely logical, for it sufficiently considers not only the logical, but also the visual or other sensual interconnection and contiguity of things as well as the verbal factor. In dealing with reactions in the form of sentences, the scheme is certainly inefficient. In regard to this, it is to be remembered that sentences seldom occur with normal persons. It is of great practical importance to remember that a Schaffenberg scheme has been tried on a great mass of material, partly pathological, and has proved itself workable. Its conditio sine qua non is that the subject is not subsequently questioned about the reaction phenomenon, as in the schemes of Zien, Meyer and Orth, and Claparède. It therefore permits an approximately correct classification without the cooperation of the subject, and this is of a special value in psychopathological investigations. As we regarded our work as preparatory solely to psychopathological investigations, we did not hesitate to give the preference to a Schaffenberg scheme. The schemes of Münsterberg and Bourdon seemed to us too exclusively logical. Zien's objection does hold true of these, that they are unpsychological and that they pay no heed to the content. Claparède's very subtle and ingenious proposition certainly demands careful consideration, but its practical utility must be first tested on a greater mass of material. It should never be forgotten that in classification experiments or acoustic verbal associations, presentations are not investigated, only their verbal symbols. The investigation of associations is, therefore, peculiarly liable to indirect and fertile errors conditioned by the very complexity of the process itself. In our experiment, we investigate the resultants of a whole series of psychical processes: perception, apperception, intrapsychic association, verbal apprehension, and motor expression. Each of these processes leaves traces in the reaction. By virtue of the great psychical importance of motility, especially in the speech function, a chief part in the formation of a reaction must be granted to speech and practice in speaking. This is, therefore, a factor which will receive due consideration in the classification. It may be objected that this principle of classification introduces an extremely variable and indefinite quantum into the reckoning. We must grant that practice in speaking is a highly variable quantum, that in individual cases it makes for difficulties, and that even the logical character of the classification suffers no small loss. Something arbitrary thus enters into the classification, with which we would certainly prefer to dispense. But, faute de mieux, and on the grounds already stated, we selected this classification, taking as a guide certain empirical rules which we will discuss. With these limitations, and with all possible consideration for the subject's individuality, we hope to have practically avoided all that seems arbitrary in the employment of this principle. In the nomenclature subsequently employed, flight of ideas, association, etc., it must always be borne in mind that we are dealing with speech phenomena. It is from these that we deduce the conclusions as to the psychical experiences. We are fully aware that we are merely investigating a narrowly circumscribed psychical region, to wit, associations, chiefly displayed in the mechanism of speech. If we speak of flight of ideas, we understand by this the verbal phenomenon, that is, outer representatives of inner processes. As a matter of fact, the psychical occurrence need not be reacted in toto in the form of word associations, but is only expressed by these verbal signs when it affects the speech mechanism. The true thoughts in a state of flight of ideas would naturally present a very different picture if they could be directly objectivated. For instance, the flight of ideas, where the presentations are more predominantly visual, is a quite peculiar sphere which can hardly be satisfactorily made objective through speech. Hence, it is almost inadequately inaccessible to the external investigation. Again, as a rule, in maniacal patients, the verbal excitement that is present precludes investigation. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 3. 2. Special Classification. Capital A. Inner Association. Footnote 1. Ziehen, Leitfaden der physiologischen Psychology, page 141, in a polemic against inner association, quotes the following examples. Lust, Brust, Herz, Schmerz. English equivalents would be pain, brain, heart, part, translator. Remarking that the so-called inner association is purely outer, and limited almost entirely to auditory presentations of similar-sounding words. It is very easy to grant Ziehen this, for nobody would designate these as examples of inner association. For the rest, with Wundt, we conceive the associative affinity as the principle of inner, and practice as the principle of outer associations. Or, similarity equals inner association, contiguity equals outer association. End of footnote 1. Lowercase a. Coordination. Under this heading, we classify all associations which are in any way united by co-adjunction, subordination, supraordination, or contrast. The association experiments require the following special classification of coordinations. Alpha. Co-adjunction. The two terms are united by an essential similarity. That is to say, they are formulated upon some more general concept in which both are included. Examples. Word, lake. Reaction, sea. General concept, mass of water. Word, cherry. Reaction, apple. General concept, fruit. Word, long. Reaction, small. General concept, measurement. Word, unjust. Reaction, faithlessness. General concept, wrong or vicious. The association by co-adjunction need not always be a mere shifting of an obvious common superconcept, but can also result from a more or less vague similarity. The similarity can be so close as to be scarcely differentiated from identity, as, e.g., indulgence, forbearance, friendly, amiable, hair, thread. But the similarity can be very remote, so that what is common to the two presentations is not something essential, but a more or less accidental attribute of the stimulus presentation. In such cases, the reaction seems very loosely linked to the stimulus word, and is thus differentiated from the other coadjuncts. The distance of the association is to some extent a greater one. These coadjuncts can thus be separated to a certain degree from those already alluded to. Two categories can be differentiated amongst these loosely linked coadjuncts. 1. The stimulus presentation is linked to the reaction by means of an important but accidental attribute, e.g., father, anxiety about, sorrow, play, of the child, youth, war, League of Peace, Bertha versus Suttner, murderer, hang, gallows. Sentence, contains something, content. Star, romantic, night, romantic poetry. 2. The stimulus presentation is linked to the reaction by an unessential, external, quasi-coexistent attribute, e.g., pencil, long, length, heaven, blue, color, lake, deep, depth, table, peculiar form, style. These two modes of coadjunction can be termed coadjunction by inner or outer relationship. The first category includes far more important coadjuncts than the second, justifying to some extent the terms inner and outer. The coexistence of the attributes in the second category points to the origin of these coadjuncts from outer associations. As a final group of coordinations, we propose coadjuncts used as examples. This category contains reactions which present, in essence, nothing but the reverse of the two modes just described. Sorrow, father, vis of the father, for example. Contents, sentence, vis of the sentence, for example. Color, heaven, vis of heaven, for example. Trouble, old woman, for example, an old woman has trouble. There is a series of reactions to adjectives and verbs which do not stand grammatically in a coordinate relationship to the stimulus word, but are perhaps best included in the group of coadjuncts, more especially in that of coadjuncts as example. To surrender, peaceable. To pay attention, wiser. To despise, wickedness. Strange, emigrant. To pray, piety. To help, goodness. These associations can be regarded, if the expression be allowed, as analytical. They are concepts which are already quasi-implied in the stimulus word, to which they thus stand in a kind of relationship of sub- or supraordination. As it is, however, difficult, if not impossible, to determine this relationship in concrete cases with absolute certainty, and as, moreover, the concept of whole and part is inadmissible in the case of adjectives and verbs, we include these reactions also under the coadjuncts as example. Certain typical reactions will always occur among the possible substantives. The reactions are here extremely general and internally independent of the stimulus word. The special classification of the coadjuncts would thus be as follows. 1. By common superconcept. Example of 1. Father, uncle. 2. By similarity. Example of 2. Father, God. 3. By inner relationship. Example of 3. Father, sorrow. 4. By outer relationship. Example of 4. Father, our house. 5. As example. Example of 5. To pay attention, wiser. It is to be especially noted that this classification by no means exhausts the copious differences in the coadjuncts. In individuals who associate very largely by subjective constellations, there are possibilities of a series of coordinations which do not easily lend themselves to classification. In such cases, impotence must be frankly admitted, and one must rest content with the classification coordination. Consolation must be found in the fact that individual possibilities are incalculable, that no one scheme will ever be discovered by which all associations will be able to be classified typically and without a residue. But there are a number of coadjuncts which could without any extreme pressure be classified under different headings, i.e., they have no very distinctive character. The classification can here be left in suspense, or the reaction be finally placed under that type with which it has relatively most similarity. The designations set out are not to be regarded as absolutely compulsory categories, but merely as names for empirically discovered types, which can on occasion merge into one another without sharp demarcation. More is not to be expected in the present stage of the theory of association. Beta. Subordination. The reaction is thought of as a part or subconcept of the stimulus word, e.g., tree, beech tree. Here we include also all those reactions which specify the stimulus word, i.e., which demonstrate special cases of the universal stimulus presentations, e.g., house, the house in X Street; horse, Mr. X's horse; station, Derby. In some cases, doubt may exist whether the association is to be taken as subordination or as predicate, e.g., food, today's, abbreviation SC, period, food. Gamma. Supraordination. The reaction is thought of as the whole or as the generalized concept of the stimulus word, e.g., oven, town, cat, animal. Here, likewise, the separation from predicate is often difficult, e.g., 13, unlucky number, Is unlucky number, in this case, a general concept, and is 13 as such included in other unlucky numbers? According to our view, it is in this case a question of a predicate. On the other hand, we should classify Aschaffenburg's association, baptism, obsolete custom, among the supraordinations. Obsolete custom is a general concept, which includes many other subconcepts. Delta. Contrast. The idea of contrast is intelligible without further explanation. Disproportionately difficult, on the other hand, is the classification and valuation of contrast. As a rule, contrasts are not only closely connected presentations conceptually, but they are also connected visually, and above all, verbally. There are indeed languages in which there only exists one and the same word for typical contrasts. In the beginning of speech and conscious thinking, it was no inconsiderable effort to separate contrasts verbally and conceptually. At the present day, however, this effort of thought is ready-made for us in speech. It is imparted to us in our earliest youth with the first ideas of speech, with the first songs and reading lessons. We possess extreme verbal facility for these closely connected concepts, often strengthened by reminiscences of quotations and rhymes, e.g., sorrow, joy, pain, pleasure, good, bad, bitter, sweet, light, dark. Bittersweet is even a colloquialism. For these reasons, we have classified a large number of these usual contrasts among the outer associations. We include among contrasts only those associations habitually linked together verbally: friendly, angry, good, vicious, animal, plant, intelligence, stupidity, revenge, forgive. Despite this detailed classification of the coordinations, there are associations of this kind which cannot be classified in any subgroup. For these, there remains simply the universal term coordination, e.g., the association short silk. The stimulus word short has been taken in the sense of a proper name. The bearer of this name has a silk business, hence the reaction silk. This cannot be simple coexistence, rather the reaction is composed from a specific and a spatial coexistence, and hence is a somewhat complicated formation. As a last resource, it might be brought under the heading co-adjunction by external relationship, but without much justification. The more prudent way for the present is simply to regard such coordinations as incapable of any further explanation. The foregoing may be recapitulated in the following scheme. Alpha, coadjunction. 1. By a common superconcept. 2. By similarity. 3. By inner relationship. 4. By outer relationship. Beta, subordination. 1. True subordination. 2. Specific. Gamma, supraordination. Delta, contrast. Epsilon, coordination of undetermined quality. B. Predicate. With Aschaffenburg, we here include all judgments, attributes, and activities which in any way refer to the stimulus presentation as subject or object, summarized by Krieplein under the term predicate relationships. The first judgments which pertain here may, following Kant, be divided into analytic and synthetic. Footnote 2. Quote, in an analytic judgment, I do not go beyond the given conception in order to arrive at some decision respecting it. If the judgment is affirmative, I predicate of the conception only that which was already cogitated in it. If negative, I merely exclude from the conception its contrary. But in synthetical judgments, I must go beyond the given conception in order to cogitate, in relation with it, something quite different from that which was cogitated in it, etc. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Michael John's translation, page 117. End of footnote 2. This logical principle of classification is only of value for us insofar as in the analytic judgment a part of a concept, i.e., a predicate, is produced which was already necessarily represented in the concept. It, therefore, gives only that which was implicitly already present. In the synthetic judgment, something is added to the concept, which was not already necessarily included in the concept. In relation to associative work, therefore, synthetic judgment, if such an expression be allowed, stands above analytic judgment. Approaching the question practically, we find, insofar as this mode of classification can be used at all in practice, that in simple judgment reactions, the analytic judgment consists chiefly in the pointing out of a coexistent attribute perceptually evident, whilst the synthetic judgment is generally a judgment as to value, with more or less marked reference to the ego. We see here a relationship analogous to that of coadjunction by outer relationship to that of coadjunction by inner relationship. In the association pencil length, length is necessarily included in the idea, that is, it is coexistent, whilst in father sorrow, the concept sorrow adds something new, and thus effects a displacement of the concept. We should at once accept the classification of judgment reactions into analytic and synthetic were it not for a difficulty of practical importance. We do not know in individual cases whether the analytic predicate is or is not something necessarily included in the idea. The solution of this question can be only attempted when we are able to distinguish in individual cases between a concrete and a universal image. Zien opines that he is able to do this by direct questioning, even in children. We regard this method not only as extremely unsafe, but also, so far as the differentiation between a concrete and universal presentation is concerned, as extraordinarily difficult. What I name an inner presentation consists of condensations of many memory presentations. Whether their manner of appearance is more concrete than universal or vice versa depends upon minimal differences in perceptual vividness. In many cases, even psychologically educated persons would be at a loss if they were obliged to distinguish whether by house roof they had imaged a particular or a universal roof. Naturally, we are far from denying the existence of general images, but in concrete cases of acoustic verbal experiments, we cannot refrain from the suspicion that the so-called universal images are merely words. They only escape the individual content because they are, as a rule, much less universal concepts than verbal motor pictures, where the other senses participate with very slight intensity. To answer the question whether a judgment is analytic or synthetic, we should require exact information as to whether the idea was universal or concrete. For example, snake green is objectively entirely synthetic, for green is not a necessity of thought in regard to a snake. But when a particular snake is thought of, green must be already implicitly present, when it would then be an analytic judgment. Apart from these considerations, there are other practical difficulties which prevent this mode of classification. In order to obtain a special classification of the predicates, we must realize their different possibilities. 1. The stimulus word is a noun, the reaction an adjective. 2. The stimulus word is an adjective, the reaction a noun. We have no grounds for separating these two cases or the other forms of predicative relationship. 1. The stimulus word is subject, the reaction its active or passive functioning. 2. The stimulus word is the active or passive functioning of the reaction. Or 3. The stimulus word is object, the reaction the activity relating thereto. 4. The stimulus word is an activity, the reaction the object thereof. Consider the first forms, the predicative connection of noun and adjective. Two main possibilities may be differentiated. Alpha, the adjective denotes an essential attribute of the stimulus image of inner import. This kind of predicate may be termed inner. Without any particular forcing, these predicates can be divided into two groups. 1. Judgment of fact, e.g., snake green, glass brittle, mild spring, thirst violent, war bloody, grandmother old, winter raw. These predicates denote certain essential and important elements of the stimulus image. Their purely objective emphasis differentiates them from the second group. 2. Judgment of value, e.g., father, good, smell, unpleasant, ride, dangerous, mountain, beautiful, book, interesting, pupil, good, soldier, brave, wood, useful, murderer, common, water, refreshing. In these reactions, the personal element stands out more or less strongly. But where the reference to the ego stands out clearly in the shape of a wish or a defense in an entirely subjective form, we can speak directly of egocentric predicates. We should, however, prefer not to separate these reactions, as an independent group, from judgments of value, for reasons which we shall give later. We include among judgments of value reactions like iron, useful metal; water, one of the most interesting of chemical bodies; scoundrel, disgrace. Judgments of value which express themselves in the form of an activity, e.g., smoke smells, apple tastes good, are best included among the predicates. Reactions where a value is not expressed but is required are also included among judgments of value. Example: good, one should be; industrious, the pupil should be; threaten, one should not. These reactions are not very frequent among normals. We add them merely for the sake of completeness. Beta, the adjective, denotes an outer but slightly important attribute of the stimulus image, one coexistent and sensually evident. We prefer to designate this kind of predicate outer. Tooth, protruding; salt, granular; shirt, blue; tree, brown; water, surging, etc. We estimate the predicate relationship between the adjective as stimulus word and the substantive as reaction, according to the principles just illustrated. That is, we judge green field and field green to be practically equivalent in the classification. The interjections, which Aschaffenburg classifies with some reason among the predicates, we have placed elsewhere. See below. A further subgroup of predicates is composed of the relations between noun and verb. Alpha, the subject relation. The noun as stimulus word or reaction is the subject of a definite activity. Resin, sticks; hunter, shoots; to cook, mother. Beta, the object relation. Doors, open; throat, to stitch up; to recruit, soldiers; to polish, brass. If the attribute is a stimulus word, the predicates hitherto considered are often not easily to be separated from the previously mentioned co-adjuncts as example. As decisive of the latter, we regard the obvious endeavor of the subject to find a reaction word or noun as far as possible suitable to the stimulus word and of universal validity, as in to pray, pious; to indulge, peaceable; despise, wickedness. We adjudge polish brass to the object relation, but polish bright metals to the co-adjuncts as example. Associations denoting place, time, means, and purpose stand in somewhat close connection with the group of predicates. Rauschberg's association denoting purpose. Place, to go, into town; time, eat, noon; means, to hit, with the stick; purpose, wood, for burning. Occasionally, doubt arises in these reactions as to whether they are perhaps to be conceived as specific and belonging, therefore, to the subordination group. The differentiation is easy in the great majority of cases, and no gross error will arise. Definitions or explanations of the stimulus word, which on the whole occur very seldom, have a certain connection with the above groups. We have, therefore, included them among the predicative relationships. Examples: doors, noun; blue, adjective; star, heavenly constellation. Predicate relationships may be thus grouped as follows. Predicative relationships. 1. Noun and adjective. Alpha, inner predicate. 1. Judgment of fact. 2. Judgment of value. Beta, outer predicate. 2. Noun and verb. Alpha, subject relationship. Beta, object relationship. 3. Definition of time, place, means, and purpose. 4. Definition. C. Causal dependence. Münsterberg. Stimulus word and reaction are linked by a causal connection. Example: pain, tears. To cut, pain. End of Section 4. Read by Larry Dahlke, Oak Park, Illinois, September 24, 2021. Section 5 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 4. Capital B, Outer Associations. Lowercase a, Coexistence. The connection of the coexistence is one of contiguity or simultaneity. That is to say, the union of the two images is not solely affected by similarity or relationship, but by a union in time or immediate succession. Coexistence in space is included in contiguity in time, for spatial coexistence proceeds from successive sense impressions. Examples: ink, pen holder; copybook, knife; pipe, tobacco; hospital, nurse; pupil, teacher; table, chair; mother, child; handle, knife; lamp, family; Sunday, church. Reactions like ride, horse; eye, to see; ride, saddle; ear, to hear; pencil, paper, copybook, sing, add; to write, we likewise include here. The associations with write are school memory complexes, their connection being essentially conditioned by simultaneity. The remaining examples refer to reaction presentations, which are linked to the stimulus idea by essential coexistence. Lowercase b, identity. The reaction implies no alteration or further development of the meaning, but is a more or less synonymous expression for the stimulus word. Alpha. The synonymous expression arises from the same language as the stimulus word. Examples: splendid, magnificent; quarrel, dispute; take care, look out. Beta. The synonymous expression arises from a language other than the stimulus word. It is a translation, e.g., postage stamp, timbre; Sunday, dimanche. Lowercase c, verbal motor forms. Ziehen, current word couplings and associative word complements. Kräplein Aschaffenburg, verbal reminiscences. Trautschuld, word association. In this subgroup of outer associations are included all those connected presentations which have become more or less mechanical through constant association in speech, although they perhaps have logically and historically another significance, and for that reason might be grouped under one of the above types. In the contrasts, we have already mentioned a series of reactions which we regard as due to such verbal usage, i.e., as being mechanical. Alpha. Relationship by verbal usage. 1. Simple contrast. Examples: light, dark; bitter, sweet; white, black; like, unlike. 2. Current phrases. Examples: hunger, suffer; of age, to come; bat, shuttlecock; thanks, to give; night, gentle; grief, sorrow; water, blue; swim, to be able to; train, alight; cat, mouse; right, to be; come, go; time, space; assault, battery; bread, our daily; poor and needy; bed, board; walk, to go; fear, never. Beta. Proverbs and quotations. Examples: hammer, tongs; liberty, equality; world, flesh, devil; house, glass; peace and war; eye, tooth; solid, flesh; fish, fowl; throw, stones. Gamma. Word complements. 1. The reaction word extends the stimulus word into another complete word. Book, binder. Tooth, ache. Tram, way. Table, cloth. Clear, headed. Fish, monger. Needle, holder. Pin, pricks. Purse, string. Ear, ring. The reaction can also be in the following form, where the stimulus word is repeated in the reaction. Tear, tearfully. Foot, football. Horse, horse dealer. Glaze, glazier. See, seer. Praise, bepraise. 2. The reaction is essentially only a syntactic alteration of the stimulus word. Reschner, association resembling an inflection. Examples: die, dead. Good, goodness. Hero, heroic. School, scholar. Find, found. Drive, driven. Murderer, murderess. Fond, fondness. Delta. We mention a small group of reactions which can be denoted as premature, e.g., dark red, bright, slow, short, grand, small. Epsilon. We have placed the infrequently occurring interjections under verbal motor connections, although they really denote a predicate, as Aschaffenburg maintains. We justify our view by the verbal incompleteness of the reaction, which moreover contains a very strong motor element. Examples: grand, ah. Shame, fie. Love, oh. Capital C. Clang reactions. The content of this group corresponds to Aschaffenburg's group of stimulus words that only produce effects by their sound. Lowercase a. Word completions. We regard these words as Aschaffenburg does, including here only those reactions which complete the stimulus word by a word which cannot be split up. Examples: wonderful, heart-y, modesty, friendly. The completion of the stimulus word to a name we also regard as a word completion. Examples: liver, pool, Dublin. Lowercase b. Clang. The reaction is determined exclusively by the clang of the whole stimulus word or its beginning. Examples: pipe, pip, fate, fat, green, greed, window, winter, object, obtain. Lowercase c. Rhyme. Examples: dream, scream, plate, grate, make, shake, heart, part, Moses, noses. A further classification of clang and rhymes into meaningful and meaningless following Aschaffenburg is not worth making by reason of the great scarcity of the meaningless group. We have therefore refrained from so doing. Capital D. Residual group. We have placed together in this not very numerous group a few modes of reaction which do not fit into the rest of the scheme and have but a very slight connection with each other. Lowercase a. Indirect association. Aschaffenburg opposes the indirect mode of reaction to all other reactions known as the direct. We have rejected this as lacking in quantitative proportion, for it can never be known, especially among uneducated persons, how many different ideas stand between stimulus word and reaction. We ourselves are often unable to state exactly how many conscious, semi, or unconscious constellations interweave in our reaction. We do not here enter into the academic controversy about the indirect association as to whether the middle term is conscious or unconscious, but limit ourselves to estimate within the limits of our cases the phenomenon of indirect association. We call indirect association that mode of reaction which is only understandable by the assumption of a middle term different from the stimulus and the reaction word. We distinguish 5 forms. Alpha, connection by a common middle term. Examples: white, broad, field of snow. False, fair, Miss X is false and fair. Remorse, black, mourning. Lock, round, turn. Sick, odorless, smell. Quick, whistle, locomotive. Hay, green, grass. Dozen, 144, heap. Turbid, shallow, water. Red, fragrance, flower. bike round, wheel, walk pears, mid pear trees, revolve earth, turn, rich gold, Australia. It is to be observed that in these associations the middle term is sometimes clearly known. This kind of reaction is, on the whole, very scarce, and occurs almost exclusively in individuals of marked visual type. Beta, centrifugal clang displacement, paraphasic indirect association of Aschaffenburg. At first there is inwardly a more or less clear and sensible reaction, but this is replaced during the process of reproduction into speech by a clang-like association. We therefore call this group of indirect associations the centrifugal clang displacement. Examples: resolution, salve, resolve, grief, fish, selfish, quarrel, spout, dispute, hair, blue, blonde, love, gate, hate, pair, true, shoe, dress, goat, overcoat, club, commit, committee, earth, van, heaven, clothes, fash, fashion, ear, ground, sound, book, heaven, heavy. Cordus would exclude these from the indirect reactions, with a show of right from his point of view. The direct inner association seems to be correct, i.e., no clang association. A completely adequate and direct intention is present, which, however, at the moment of utterance is displaced at the expense of the sense by a clang similarity. Such displacements can only occur when the inner picture about to be expressed does not attract to itself intensity of attention sufficient to ensure the special speech mechanism. Aberrations and divergencies only occur when what is to be expressed has too weak an emphasis. We therefore hold that the middle term, despite correct intention, has been left abnormally stranded, which agrees perfectly with the accounts given by those who have been able to observe themselves. Some simply felt that they had not said the correct thing, but were at first unable to give the middle term. Whether the displacement to clang similarity when the association term is but vaguely conscious occurs at the place of utterance or inception seems to us entirely unessential as regards the valuation of the reaction. Gamma, centripetal clang displacement. The stimulus word is inwardly replaced by a clang word, which in its turn conditions the reaction. The middle term is usually semi-conscious or unconscious. It should be noted that in all these cases, the stimulus word is correctly understood, so that there is no question of a mere misunderstanding. Examples: ride, wrong, right; wallow, bird, swallow; glass, first, last; police, yearly, lease; map, sane, mad; green star, een; feet, mutton, meat; fate, pudding, ate; malt, vinegar, salt; mast, servant, master; string, beat, strict; misery, obstinate, surly; paper, cut, poor; sling, tall, slight; brute, hen, brood; straight, stranger, strange. In our experience, clang accounts for the large majority of indirect displacements of association. What we have said in the previous paragraph in reference to the consciousness of the middle term holds here also. The occurrence of clang associations denotes a lack of feeling tone or attention about the stimulus word. The reaction to the clang middle term is likewise a result of the insufficient feeling tone of the stimulus word. The clang association in this case is in our experience just as obscure as the stimulus word, and at the first moment the individual is even uncertain as to the nature of the stimulus word. The reaction is innervated before the act of apperception is complete. Footnote 1. Münsterberg is of opinion that the outer excitation does not awaken association at the moment when it is transposed into a conscious process, but that there lies between external stimulus and conscious central excitation a non-conscious intermediate stage. Here an association activity occurs which is not illuminated by consciousness. Beiträge zur experimentellen Psychologie, Heft 4, page 7. But Münsterberg imprudently denies the occurrence of indirect associations by unconscious intermediate terms. Heft 4, page 9. End of footnote 1. Delta. Centrifugal and centripetal displacement by word completion or verbal motor association. Examples: normal, filter, solution; false, fickleness, fickle; rat, poisonous, poison; train, ground, -ing; clean, fly, dirty; stock, mountains, alpenstock; brave, dark, fair; sea, spade, -side; hook, shepherd, crook; miser, age, old; foot, gained, -ing; milk, rosy, -maid; dog, astronomy, -star; chronic pain, disease; slip, motor, side hyphen; stir, breakfast, -about. Epsilon. Displacement by several middle terms. The middle terms may be mechanical, but nevertheless highly important associations. The associations of this class are very scanty and usually of abnormal origin. Under these reactions, naturally all the types above can mingle. Examples: ink, acid; red, litmus; bird, horror; cage, prison; slow, weather; sure, uncertain; revenge, white; sweet, sugar; book, differ; read, difficult; severe, dead; father, mother. We shall not here deal more particularly with a theory of indirect associations in acoustic verbal experiment. For the present, we may say that it is closely connected with alterations in attention. B. Meaningless reactions. In moments of emotion or of confusion, reactions are occasionally given which are neither words nor associations. Among those which are merely sounds, we naturally separate assonances as clang associations. Among the words not associated there are, so to say, no words whose origin would be inexplicable. They are chiefly names of objects of the environment, or of accidental presentations having no connection with the stimulus word. Some few meaningless reactions are perseverations of type B, see below. C. Fault. We denote the omission of a reaction as a fault. The cause of the omission is usually emotional. D. Repetition of the stimulus word. Footnote 1. Meaningless reactions, faults, and repetition of the stimulus words are sometimes grouped by English writers as false associations, e.g. C.S. Myers, Experimental Psychology, Part 1, 2nd edition, page 143. Translator. End of footnote 1. Quantitatively, a very weak group which could really just as well be included among the faults. Still, there are normal individuals who cannot refrain from quickly repeating the stimulus word before they really react. This is a phenomenon which, apart from experiment, can be observed in ordinary conversation. This latter mode of reaction would not, of course, come under this heading. The repetition of the stimulus word is an emotional phenomenon. This is also Reschner's view. End of Section 5, read by Larry Dahlke, Oak Park, Illinois, November 13, 2021.
Section 6 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 5. E. The egocentric reaction. Certain individuals betray an obvious tendency during the experiment to form egocentric relationships,
to express extremely subjective judgments which are obviously conditioned by desire or fear. Reactions of this kind have something of temperamental individuality and are characteristic for certain personalities. A. Direct reference to the ego. Examples: grandmother, me; praise, of me; dancing, I don't like; count, I can't; wrong, I was not. B. Subjective critical valuations. Examples: idle, pleasant; blood, horrible; piano, horrid; love, stupid; arithmetic, troublesome. F. Perseveration. Aschaffenburg's association to previous words. Under perseveration, we understand a phenomenon of persistence, which consists in the previous association conditioning the reaction following. In this, we have chiefly considered the effect upon the reaction that immediately follows. We leave aside, therefore, the effect upon an uninfluenced reaction, for we prefer to include influence of this nature under the general concept of constellation. We wish in no way to prejudge anything regarding the nature of the phenomenon of perseveration. We therefore again direct attention to the fact that perseveration can be conditioned just as well by current unknown psychophysical causes as by peculiar constellations of feeling. There are two cases of perseveration to be distinguished in practice. A. The conditioned reaction is an association to the stimulus word to which it belongs. Examples: winter, skating, lake, ice. To smelt, hot, slow, fire. Water, fall, dance, falling. B. The conditioned reaction is no association to the stimulus word to which it belongs. Example: lid, box; lid, basket; rat, basket. Softly, she comes hither; up the steps; gallant, up the steps. If a marked affect toned complex dominates consciousness at the moment of the experiment, lengthy sequences of heterogeneous stimulus words will be absorbed into the complex, since every reaction is conditioned by the stimulus word plus complex constellation. The more powerful the complex constellation is, the more does the stimulus image succumb to the phenomenon of assimilation. Wundt. That is to say, it will not be conceived in its true and usual meaning, but in some special meaning fitting in with the complex. G. Repetitions. In each experiment, the same number of reactions were made. The first and second 100 of the associations were, in normal conditions, counted off separately. We could, if necessary, distinguish between repetition of the content and of the particular form. As in normals, however, stereotyped reactions constructed with auxiliary words very seldom occur. We abandoned counting the repetition of the form. H. Verbal linking. It is a striking fact that associations are not only connected by their meaning in accordance with the fundamental laws of association, contiguity, and similarity, but also in accordance with certain purely external motor acoustic principles. So far as we know, Bourdon was the first to experiment on this question. In his valuable work, Recherches sur la succession des phénomènes psychologiques, he records investigations on phonetic linking in association. In certain selected books, Bourdon took the first noun, adjective, or verb at the top of each page. In this way, he compared 500 pairs of words. The total phonetic similarities was 312 pairs, from which he argues a phonetic similarity when the words have one or several phonetic elements in common. It must certainly be admitted that Bourdon has somewhat unduly strained this similarity, e.g., toi and jouer, on account of the W sound. Bourdon particularly investigated the ressemblance phonétique, graphique, one or more letters in common, and syllabique, a common syllable. He found in the following figures: ressemblance phonétique, 62.9%; ressemblance graphique, 88.8%; Ressemblance syllabique, 6.3%. Bourdon writes, Il reste néanmoins vrai que les mots s'associent entre eux plutôt par leur signification que par leur ressemblance phonétique. In accordance with these investigations, we have formed a group which contains outer verbal factors. A. Same grammatical form. We simply counted how often the word form of stimulus, word, and reaction was the same, how often noun, noun, adjective, adjective occurred. We came to the consideration of this problem from observing that very great individual differences exist. B. Same number of syllables. We counted how often the stimulus, word, and reaction had the same number of syllables with the view of perhaps learning something about the influence of rhythm. C. Phonetic agreement. 1. Consonants. We counted how often the first syllable of stimulus, word, and reaction agreed as to vowels. 2. Alliteration. We counted how often there was alliteration in stimulus, word, or reaction in initial vowels or consonants. 3. Same ending. Here, the phonetic influence of the stimulus word ending upon the reaction ending or upon the tendency to rhyme was investigated. Only the agreement in the end syllable was counted. Recapitulation. A. Inner association. A. Coordination. Alpha. Coadjunction. 1. By common superconcept. 2. By similarity. 3. By interrelationship. 4. By outer relationship. 5. As example. Beta. Subordination. 1. True subordination. 2. Specific. Gamma. Supraordination. Delta. Contrast. Epsilon. Coordination of doubtful quality. B. Predicate relationship. 1. Noun and adjective. Alpha. Inner predicate. 1. Judgment of fact. 2. Judgment of value. Beta. Outer predicate. 2. Noun and verb. Alpha. Subject relationship. Beta. Object relationship. 3. Definition of time, place, means, and purpose. 4. Definition or explanation. C. Causal dependence. B. Outer association. A. Coexistence. B. Identity. C. Verbal motor forms. Alpha. Relationship by verbal usage. 1. Simple contrast. 2. Current phrases. Beta. Proverbs and quotations. Gamma. Word complement and word change. Delta. Premature reaction. Epsilon. Interjection. C. Clang reaction. A. Word completion. B. Clang. C. Rhyme. D. Residual group. A. Indirect association. Alpha. Connection by common middle term. Beta. Centrifugal clang displacement. Gamma. Centripetal clang displacement. Delta. Displacement by word completion or verbal motor form. Epsilon. Displacement by several middle terms. B. Meaningless reactions. C. Faults. D. Repetition of the stimulus word. E. Egocentric reaction. A. Direct reference to the ego. B. Subjective critical valuations. F. Perseveration. A. Connection with the stimulus word. B. No connection with the stimulus word. G. Repetition of the reaction. H. Verbal linking. A. Same grammatical form. B. Same number of syllables. C. Phonetic agreement. 1. Consonants. 2. Alliteration. 3. Same ending. We have classified our material according to the principles laid down in this scheme, in order not to complicate the presentation of the results unnecessarily by a heaping up of figures. The tables published in the second part give the figures of the chief groups only. The voluminous material can be thus more distinctly grouped than by the detailed rendering of the figures for the subgroups. We have been very scrupulous in rendering an exact account of the nature of the considerations which decided us to a classification in this or that chief group. Besides, it seemed of general interest to present the various empirical possibilities of the associations so far as they are known to us. Our figures therefore refer only to the following chief groups of the scheme. 1. Inner association. 1. Coordination. 2. Predicate relationship. 3. Casual dependence. 2. Outer association. 1. Coexistence. 2. Identity. 3. Verbal motor forms. 3. Clang reaction. 1. Word completion. 2. Clang. 3. Rhyme. 4. Residual group. 1. Indirect reactions. 2. Meaningless reactions. 3. Faults. 4. Repetition of stimulus word. A. Egocentric reaction. B. Perseveration. C. Repetition. D. Verbal linking. 1. Same grammatical form. 2. Same number of syllables. 3. Alliteration. 4. Consonants. 5. Same ending. End of section 6. Section 7 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 6. Part 2, Results of the Experiments. A. On individuals. The subjects have reacted very diversely to disturbing stimuli. As already remarked, the experiment in inner distraction was the most difficult. It was not always successful among all the educated subjects. Outer distraction by beats of the metronome succeeded somewhat better. Nevertheless, there were also here great differences between the individuals experimented upon. Consequently, we feel called upon to communicate the figures for each individual in extenso. The multiplicity of tables thus occasioned cannot, unfortunately, be avoided. The figures indicate percentages. As a whole, the character of these associations is a very objective one, almost entirely uninfluenced by subjective constellations. In the normal state, the outer associations exceed the inner. Between the first and second hundred of the normal reactions, there is a distinct difference, for there occurs an increase of 9% in the clang group. We attribute this change to the occurrence of a certain weariness when the second 100 words were given, which psychologically means nothing but a relaxation of attention. There can be scarcely any question in this case of physiological fatigue, which, as Aschaffenburg has shown, similarly increases the clang associations. The preceding psychical work was much too little for this. On the other hand, this relaxation of interest agrees well with weariness in Kroplin's sense. The columns after the normal state display the change of association under the influence of an artificially disturbed attention. In a purely dynamic conception, we could almost say the associative energy, Rauschenberg, has been conducted to a definitely new region, so that only a fraction of it is available for the formation of reaction. It follows that a proportionately easier or lighter association, that is, one for which the way is well prepared, is reacted, because to excite prepared and habitual cerebral mechanisms demands a less amount of energy than to make a track for relatively new and unusual connections. The increase in the verbal motor forms to 18% in inner distraction is readily understood from this point of view. On the other hand, it is more difficult to understand the origin of the numerous clang reactions in outer distraction. Aschaffenburg thinks that the motor excitation which exists in mania, exhaustion, and alcoholic intoxication can be made responsible for the occurrence of clang reactions. It has been demonstrated that the flight of ideas or modes of association similar to flights of ideas can also occur without motor excitation. Example, in epilepsy, Heilbronner, catatonia, and maniacal stupor. In our experiment, motor excitation is practically excluded. The movements of writing which could be interpreted as motor excitation are excluded in inner distraction, and the results agree with those of outer distraction. Therefore, the clang reactions are not in any demonstrable connection with motor excitation. Rather, we perceive the cause of their appearance in the decline of attention. Distraction chiefly inhibits inner, higher, association and favors the production of outer, i.e., more mechanical forms of association, hence predominantly of the clang reaction. In the further course of our work, we shall have ample opportunity to demonstrate the shifting of the association form towards the outer, that is, towards the mechanical association. It is a striking fact that this obvious tendency to mechanical reactions distinctly favors clang association. But according to previous experience, clang associations are not mechanical. Apparently, they are not habitual associations. In our conception, clang associations are the most primitive of similarity associations, standing very little above mere repetition. After earliest childhood, they are no longer habitual, but are always easily excited in the act of speech, and force themselves to the front as soon as any disturbance removes the next higher stage of association. Slip in speech, mishearing. On account of their purposelessness, they are constantly suppressed in normal thinking and usually exist outside consciousness. We call the increase in verbal motor forms and clang reactions the superficial reaction type. The attentive association which occurs at the flash point of consciousness is no clang association, unless such a one is deliberately sought. But should we succeed in directing attention to another activity, pushing the psychical reaction away from consciousness, all those associations arise which were suppressed in the fully conscious act of reaction. We shall return later to a full consideration of the importance of this hypothesis in the pathology of association. With weak attention, the stimulus image does not rise to its full height of clearness, or, in other words, it remains in a peripheral region of the field of consciousness and is merely apprehended by means of its external clang-like manifestation. The cause of this want of apprehension lies in the weakness of the affective tone, which is, for its part, again dependent upon the disturbance of attention. Every apperceptive process of an acoustic stimulus begins at the stage of clang-like apprehension. At each of these stages, associations can be expressed through speech centers which are ready for discharge at the moment. That this does not occur normally depends upon the inhibition exercised by the direction of the attention, i.e., by the raising of the threshold of the stimulus for all inferior and non-directed forms of association. This case is remarkable for the large number of meaningless reactions, up to 6%, in outer distraction. They are partly dependent upon strong perseveration, e.g., intention, out of tune, one notices the intention, etc., save, art of poetry, strong, powerful, hate, splendid, partly upon distraction due to the unaccustomed noise of the metronome. For example, appearance, rhythm. These reactions show in some measure how strongly the disturbance of the stimulus affected the subject. This extreme lowering of attention explains also the unusually large number of clang reactions. The gradual predominance of the acoustic verbal factors is also illustrated by the distinct rise of the figures in alliteration and consonants. Agreement in number of syllables shows also a distinct increase. The increase of perseveration in distraction is not easy to explain. Perhaps it is to be referred to the failure in association caused by the distraction. It is worth mentioning that the outer distraction in this case is progressive. We make use of the clangs to demonstrate this progression. We divide each experiment in outer distraction into 3 parts and reckon up the clang associations in each part. The progression is as follows. 1 experiment, 5, 5, 7. 2 experiment, 5, 6, 8. Number 2. The general character of the association is objective. The outer associations predominate but very little over the inner. Inner distraction seems to have worked most intensively. After the first 100, clang reactions steadily increased. The group of verbal linkage shows, in comparison with the previous case, certain differences in the distraction. Agreement in grammatical form shows a distinct increase, which is also seen in agreement in the number of syllables. But consonants and alliteration somewhat decrease. The individual causes of these divergencies are naturally not within our knowledge. The relatively numerous faults are striking, the maximum being reached in the first 100. Of the 4 faults in the first 100, 3 occurred in stimulus words toned with emotion. In the second 100, there is only 1 fault, but numerous predicates now occur, namely judgments as to value. This fact appears to point to the fault being essentially an emotional phenomenon, a kind of inhibition of emotion, which disappears in the second 100 with the greater ease and more assured occurrence of subjective judgments. Perseveration shows, as in the previous case, distinct increase. We draw attention to the fact that in this case, the maximum of indirect associations occur with the minimum of clang reactions, and inversely, the maximum of clang reactions with the minimum of indirect reactions. The nature of the inner distraction here, which on the whole succeeded better than in the previous case, deserves a little discussion. We purposely directed the subject's attention to visual images chiefly, for in our experience, these are the sense phenomena that most frequently accompany the association experiment, and in most of our subjects were also relatively the most vivid. On the other hand, the capacity to observe and to report these phenomena correctly is much rarer. Subject number 1, for instance, gave rather unsatisfactory information in this respect. Number 2, on the other hand, was usually a very keen observer and was able to give accurate information. The experiment is best illustrated by some examples. Singing, professional singing. The subject sees directly after the apprehension of the stimulus word a scene from Tannhauser on a particular stage. Fireplace, fire, sees a definite memory picture of a fireplace scene in London. Tile, roof, sees red tiles. Journey, projected journey, sees a traveling Englishman. Apple, tree, sees a picture, Eve with the apple. Honor, era, feeling, sees a memory picture from a scene in Salderman's Honor, era, lately witnessed. Sail, cloth, sees a sailing ship. Deportment, rule, sees the memory picture of her younger brother in the dancing and deportment lesson, a recent memory. Modest, sees the image of a certain young girl. Vegetable kingdom, sees a particular picture book with illustrations of flowers. Sign post, sees a crossroad. Placid peace, sees a particular little kitten. Music, enjoyment, sees the interior of a particular concert room, recent memory image. These examples show that the reactions are very simple, mostly verbal motor forms. The inner images stand in a certain associative connection with the reaction. According to the subject's account, they all arise, if not before the reaction, then just with it. In our view, the reactions are for the most part mechanical by associations which have been aroused, as it were, at a halt on the way to a higher reaction. The stimulus image did not reach full clearness, for it lacked the energy necessary to ascend, or, not to use Herbartian language, it remained stationary in the peripheral field of consciousness on account of the inhibition proceeding from the clear and visual picture. The following examples show still more distinctly the halt of the reaction when the visual picture is very clear. Praise, the singer's praise. She sees a particular teacher who praises her. Custom, good custom, sees the picture of a Swiss village, of an old custom. Like unto like, sees the written sign 2 times 2 equals 4. Stretch, strecken, cat stretcher, Katzenstretcher, sees a stretched rubber band. Katzenstretcher is a popular nickname for the looser knees. Narrow-minded, sees a narrow lead pipe. Stone chat, sees a collection of minerals. Change time, sees a bill of exchange. Fashionable lady, sees an elegant youth. Hazy, I, sees a hazy, rainy landscape, constellation of the day of the experiment. Glass, smooth, sees the display of a particular glass warehouse. Voorwaarts, march, sees a number of the newspaper voorwaarts. Low, to butcher, sees a low tabouret in a particular drawing room. In these reactions, the connection between reaction and inner picture is, it may be asserted, completely detached. The reaction proceeds as a rule quite mechanically from a lower stage of the process of apprehension, whilst the inner picture represents quite another conception of the stimulus word. Conversely, the visual picture can be excited by a lower stage of apprehension, as the following instances show. Number, crowd, sees a numb finger. Would, you must, sees a wooden hammer. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 7. Number 3, subject about 21 years old, intelligent, well-read. The character of the associations is objective. The outer associations, namely the verbal motor forms, predominate. Both distraction experiments were very successful, especially inner distraction, which gave rise to 29% clang reactions. A few reactions in inner distraction are of interest. Lid, fid, meaningless rhyme, sees a beer jug with lid. Hall, hail, sees a particular hall. Fall, staff, sees a waterfall. Stein, fine, sees the picture of the little town of Stein on the Rhine. The reason why the number of inner associations remained nevertheless above the normal level in inner distraction and the first half of outer distraction is due to the fact that the artificial lowering of attention was not uniform and permanent, but relaxed from time to time when the reactions became normal. The reactions which we registered by the same person in a state of severe physical and mental fatigue furnish a uniform picture of associative superficiality. According to this evidence, the state of fatigue, so far as the experiment is concerned, effects nothing but a uniform lowering of attention. Its retroaction upon the association does not differ in any way from the results of distraction experiments. Moreover, in the finer shades of individual associations, which could not be counted and measured, there is no perceptible difference, save in some few reactions whose content was conditioned by the particular constellation of the fatigue. From further observations on this point, and from Aschaffenburg's investigations, we conclude that no specific alteration can be demonstrated in fatigue except the superficiality. This superficiality of the reaction type in fatigue can readily be explained by the lowering of attention. We have every reason for the statement that the superficiality of the reaction type in alcoholic intoxication and maniacal excitement, as demonstrated by Krappelin's school, is nothing but a symptom of disturbance of attention. The connection with motor excitation assumed by Aschaffenburg is, in our opinion, only indirect. Motor excitation lowers the intensity of attention and thus affects the superficiality of the associations. The disturbance of attention by motor excitation is a fact long known in the conditions described as distraction. Since attention as an effective state is linked with certain somatic processes, the lowering or the decrease of its stability by motor excitation is readily understood. Aschaffenburg is therefore incorrect in ascribing directly to motor excitation the superficiality of reaction, for motor excitation is absent in a whole series of abnormal superficial types of reaction. All these conditions have in common a disturbance of attention, which is probably always the proximate cause of all types of association that resemble flight of ideas. The origin of the disturbance of attention is naturally very diverse, if not specific for each individual process. It may depend upon motor excitation, or upon a decline or lessening of kinesthetic sensations, or upon a raising of the muscular stimulus threshold, or upon psychological dissociation, as in our experiments. The extreme variability of the intensity of attention involves great and almost incalculable error in all association experiments with alcohol and fatigue. It is quite impossible with our present knowledge to say anything positive about the range of association disturbance from alcohol, etc. To judge from the percentage relationships of the above experiment in fatigue, the subject was in a distinctly psychotic condition. According to Aschaffenburg's theory, a person with only 5% inner associations and 27% clang associations corresponds to a person in a state of severe intoxication, severe mania, or quite abnormal exhaustion. This extreme superficiality is readily explained by the fact that evident drowsiness accompanied the strong normal fatigue. The lowering of attention with systematic increase of the outer stimulus thresholds peculiar to this condition is to be regarded, by analogy with the distraction experiments, as one of the chief causes of the superficiality. The intensity of the drowsiness is an immeasurable factor. How much drowsiness was there mingled with the fatigue conditions investigated by Aschaffenburg? Drowsiness is not merely a somatic, physiological, but to a certain extent a psychological phenomenon also, which might be almost given the name of auto-hypnosis. In the first place, it is a psychological process occurring in the sphere of attention. This process is aroused chiefly by common sensation, but it can also be produced purely by suggestion. Exactly the same holds true of the effect of alcohol. The effects of alcohol must be largely purely suggestive, especially at the beginning of the narcosis. To this must be referred the fact that the effects of alcohol can be very different under different conditions. In alcohol experiments, can the suggestive effects of alcohol be excluded or computed? In our opinion, it is not possible. Psychological experiments on the effects of alcohol demand, therefore, great caution. The disturbance of attention in fatigue and alcohol experiments need not always have its root in motor excitation, but can be quite as well derived from suggestive causes. To return to our experiment, the marked preponderance of outer associations can be referred to a momentary lowering of attention, but the cause of the superficial reaction type may possibly lie deeper. It is not inconceivable that there are individuals who, from congenital or acquired anomalies, possess a more superficial mode of reaction than others. This anomaly may ultimately lie in the region of attention, so that weariness occurs in them much more quickly than in others. From this point of view, the figures of the sister and the mother of subject number 3 are interesting as a familial psychological observation. Number 4, aged about 20, is the sister of number 3. The associations are on the whole objective in character, the outer predominant, largely, more especially the verbal motor forms. The clang reactions are also correspondingly numerous, so that the type of the normal condition looks like the result of an experiment in distraction. In the experiment on inner distraction, there was found an unexpected increase of the inner associations together with a distinct increase of the clang reactions. The superficiality of the normal experiment is, in our experience, abnormal. We must therefore assume some disturbance of attention in this condition. She is a pronounced type moteur. The result of further psychological experiments with this subject shows that the motor presentations predominate largely over those of the other senses. The motor disposition shows itself also externally in a greater vivacity of movement and a highly developed capacity for motor expression. It should be stated emphatically that the active mobility considerably oversteps the limits of conscious innervation, expressing itself in motor automatisms, which are innervated by unconscious psychological complexes. Among the reactions in the normal state there are two verbal automatisms, which in all probability refer to an unconscious complex. This complex stands in close connection with the effect of a betrothal, which was just at that time a momentous question. Numbers 4 and 5, subject, sister, and mother of number 3. We have thus two probable grounds for the strikingly superficial type of reaction, the strong and abnormally independent motor disposition, and an effect partly repressed into the unconscious. To the latter must be ascribed the chief importance in this superficiality. It would take us too far to enter more minutely into the individual psychology of this case. The increase of the inner associations in the experiment on distraction is a phenomenon which we shall again find in another person of different character, who in the normal state likewise shows a superficial type. For the improvement in the type of reaction in the previous case, we know no better explanation than that the attention normally linked to the affective complex was set free by the conditions of the experiment and was therefore available for use. Still, there were great variations in attention, as shown by the great number of Clang reactions compared with the relatively numerous inner associations. A peculiarity of this individual was the occasional occurrence of strong synestheses, audition colorée, influencing the reactions. Examples from the normal condition: goose and kiss, yellow. U is yellow for her. Elend, miserable, something red. E is red. Trage, lazy, blue. A is blue. Examples during distraction: orgy, sees a yellow mass. Pious, blessed, sees something yellow. Remarkably enough, the subject, who has the same reaction type as number 4, is likewise a pronounced moteur, and has likewise very vivid synesthesias, which, however, as it happens, do not appear in the reactions. The following phenomena in the distraction experiment are worth mentioning. Stork leg sees a church tower. Hamlet sees Hampton village. Falcon sees a high wall from which one could tumble down. Red wine sees a red ball. Carpet sees a particular pond. According to the subject's account, the visual picture fills consciousness fully and exclusively. The verbal reaction flows off almost involuntarily, touching consciousness but quite superficially. The above examples show distinctly the purely mechanical character of the verbal reaction. Subject number 5 is the mother of subjects 3 and 4. In its quantitative relationships, her reaction type has great similarity with those of numbers 3 and 4. The qualitative similarity, so far as concerns the objective character of the reactions, is also very great. The verbal motor forms are particularly well marked in these 3 persons. Characteristic of their familial type is the occurrence of Clang reactions in the normal state, which distinguishes this type from others. For ready comparison, we repeat the chief figures of these subjects in the normal state. The increasing degree of superficiality as we proceed towards the younger daughter should be noticed. If the figures were derived from the same individual, one might believe it was an experiment in distraction. This behavior is possibly accidental, but possibly it has also its deeper psychological reasons. We refer below to a similar observation. Ranchberg found among his old men 11.8% more inner associations than among young people. In subject number 6, the outer associations predominate in the normal state. The second 100 shows a slight increase in outer associations and a definite addition to the Clang reactions. The quality of the associations diverges significantly from the objective types hitherto considered, for in this individual some reactions of a strongly subjective character occur. some as vivid and emphatic critical valuations. For example, pupil boring, father good, book interesting, school beautiful, frog pretty, piano atrocious. They are partly predicates which denote more or less perceptually evident qualities of the things. In the second hundred there is an increase of the coordinates from 9 to 14, and a decrease of the predicative references from 32 to 14. The quality of the reactions is correspondingly changed insofar as they take on a decidedly objective character with a tendency to indifferent combinations, often cliches. The decrease of the predicate relationships is to be referred to a subsidence of the subjective valuation, so that the finer quality of the reactions also shows a marked subsidence of interest. The lax attention is very clearly marked by the increase of egocentric reactions from 10 to 4. The distraction experiments must thus be regarded as a failure. This was also shown objectively by the subjects being unable to follow the metronome beats and to react at the same time. Either the writing movement stopped at the moment of the reaction, or the reaction time was prolonged to one of the succeeding intervals of the beats, when reaction occurred with concentrated attention. The disturbing influence made itself felt in the perseveration phenomena, which remarkably enough first occurred during outer distraction. The almost unweakened personal interest at the time of outer distraction is well illustrated by the relatively great number of egocentric reactions. How far the relatively strong verbal connection by consonants in the normal state is conditioned by the constellation of literary activity we will not judge. Many reactions of this subject betray a strongly visual disposition. According to her own account, every stimulus idea at once presents itself to her as a quite definite picture. The completely individual character of the reactions distinguishes this subject from others and differentiates her from those hitherto considered. It would be interesting to learn whether this type was more or less accidental, or whether it was a familial condition. We are fortunately in a position to be able to answer this question partially. In subject Number 7, the number of inner associations predominates considerably over the outer. The number of predicate relations is extremely large. Most of these are due to subjective valuations, some with strong marks of feeling, as cook laborious, water delightful, star gorgeous, ride dangerous, prison horrible. Some 40% of the reactions are egocentric in character, directly betraying a wish or a defense. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 2. The Associations of Normal Subjects. Part 8. Number 8, subject about 38 years old, cultured, is the elder sister of number 6. Table, associations, normal, first 100. Coordination, 6. Predicate, 49. Casual dependence, 1. Coexistence, 18. Identity, 1. Verbal motor forms, 20. Word completion, blank. Clang, blank. Rhyme, 1. Indirect, 1. Meaningless, 1. False, blank. Repetition of stimulus word, blank. Egocentric reaction, 15. Perseveration, blank. Repetitions, 14. Some grammatical form, 29. Same number of syllables, 33. Alliteration, 10. Consonants, 10. Same ending, 1. Inner associations, 56. Outer associations, 39. Clang reactions, 1. Number of associations, 78. In number 8, the inner associations are more numerous than the outer. This individual also shows a very subjective reaction type. particularly noticed in the large number of predicate relations, and especially in the numerous subjective valuations. The number of egocentric reactions is also somewhat high. From these figures and from the individual quality of the reactions, there emerges a distinct familial relationship. We can, therefore, conclude with great probability that the subjective reaction type of number 6 rests, not upon accident, but upon a familial condition. It becomes interesting to ascertain how the relations as to the quantity hold within this family, whether the superficial phenomenon demonstrated in subjects 3, 4, and 5 of this family, and progressing towards the youngest member of the family, presents anything analogous. For this purpose, we reproduce the chief figures of our subjects in the normal state. Table. Inner associations. Mother, 70%. Elder daughter, 56%. Younger daughter, 35%. Outer associations. Mother, 19%. Elder daughter, 39%. Younger daughter, 58%. Clang reaction. Mother, 0%. Elder daughter, 1%. Younger daughter, 5.5%. Egocentric reaction. Mother, 40%. Elder daughter, 15%. Younger daughter, 7%. These figures show complete analogy with the condition demonstrated in subjects 3, 4, and 5. The picture as a whole looks like an experiment in distraction, which has extended so far as to reverse the relationships between the inner and outer associations. The increase of the clang reactions gives a similar picture, as does the decrease in egocentric reactions, which, as subject number 6 showed, expresses to a certain extent the measure of the personal interests. Thus, this remarkable analogy between the two family types seems to be something more than mere accident. Unfortunately, our material is not sufficient to explain the observations. The complete proof and explanation of these apparent facts must await an investigation from material specially collected for this purpose. The reaction type of the last 3 subjects is one very characteristic and widespread. What distinguishes it from other, less marked types is the presence of numerous predicates, including a good many subjective valuations. We call this the predicate type. The 3 subjects, number 9, 10, and 11, are examples of this type. In number 9, the preponderance of predicate relations is distinct in all phases of experiment. Inner distraction could not be carried out as the subject was not able to dissociate her attention. The experiment in outer distraction was a complete failure because the subject, like number 6, could not carry out 2 activities at the same time and behave towards the experiment exactly like number 6. The larger figures with verbal connection by syllable numbers, alliteration, consonants, suggest perhaps a certain leaning of the reaction towards the mechanical side. 3 out of the 4 faults in the normal state occurred in emotionally toned stimulus words: wrong, rich, stupid. The predominance on the average of inner associations over outer is noticeable in an educated person. The reaction type is a mixed one and does not show the same subjective character as numbers 6, 7, and 8. Table. Number 11 is the mother of the previous subject, very intelligent, cultured, well-read, about 56 years of age. Associations, normal, first 100, second 100. Coordination, 5, 4. Predicate, 56, 35. Casual dependence, 2, blank. Coexistence, 4, 4. Identity, blank, 1. Verbal motor forms, 2850. Word completion, 3, 4. Clang, blank, blank. Rhyme, blank, blank. Indirect, 1, blank. Meaningless, blank, blank. False, blank, 1. Repetition of stimulus word, blank, blank. Egocentric reaction, 6, 5. Perseveration, 1, blank. Repetitions, 5, 4. Same grammatical form, 27, 34. Same number of syllables, 37, 41. Alliteration, 11, 3. Consonants, 8, 14. Same ending, 1, 10. Inner associations, 63, 39. Outer associations, 32, 55. Clang reactions, 3, 4. Number of associations, 96, 96. In number 10, predicate relations exceed on the average the number of coordinates with regard to the failure in distraction. The same must be said as in the case of subjects 6 and 9. The reaction type in the first 100 of the normal state is somewhat subjective, and this is expressed by the 9% egocentric reactions. Perseveration occurs exclusively in distraction. Like number 9, there is an increase in the number of syllables and consonants, which perhaps betokens a slight dissociation. The great number of faults in all phases of the experiment is striking. Of the 14 faults in the normal state, 10 occur in stimulus words charged with emotion. Must, wrong, violence, threaten, suffer, etc. In another 2, the subjective emotional tone of the stimulus word is only probable. It must be stated that the subject is slightly hysterical, insofar as she has somnambulic dreams. The proof of this hypothesis we shall present in a later chapter of the association anomalies of hysteria. Footnote: among his experiments on normals, Aschenberg had only one case who had a remarkable number of faults. It was that of a dreamy, meditative, literary young man. End of footnote. Number 13, subject about 22 years, intelligent, all-round culture. The subject felt much embarrassment, hence the great number of repetitions. Only distraction with the metronome at 100 succeeded, and that but slightly. The writing movements were accordingly imperfect. Number 14, subject about 22 years, of moderate intelligence, cultured. We add the figures of this subject only for the sake of completeness. The reaction type is objective. Inner distraction succeeded but imperfectly. Its effect is uncertain, for owing to the absence of the second 100 of normal reactions, information is wanting as regards the deviations in the normal state. For external reasons, the second 100 could not be carried out. Table: associations. Normal, first 100. Coordination, 29. Distraction, inner, 9. Predicate, 1, 10. Causal dependence, blank, 1. Coexistence, 31, 12. Identity, 2, 12. Verbal motor forms, 34, 51. Word completion, blank, 1. Clang, 2, blank. Rhyme, 1, 2. Indirect, blank, blank. Meaningless, blank, blank. False, blank, 2. Repetition of stimulus word, blank, blank. Egocentric reaction, blank, blank. Perseveration, blank, blank. Repetitions, 14, 1. Same grammatical form, 95, 69. Same number of syllables, 59, 40. Alliteration, 10, 9. Consonants, 15, 22. Same ending, 24, 7. Inner associations, 30, 20. Outer associations, 67, 75. Clang reactions, 3, 3. Number of associations, 100, 100. Number 11 is a pronounced predicate type with numerous subjective valuations. A marked relaxation is seen in the second hundred, to be attributed to distinct ennui, which was also objectively demonstrated. Therefore, the second hundred no longer corresponds with the normal state, but is rather an experiment in distraction. If, despite this, we compare her reaction type with that of her daughter, number 10, we notice the same phenomenon as before, namely, that the reaction type of the daughter is a more superficial one than that of the mother. Table. Inner association, mother 51%, daughter 36%. Outer associations, mother 43.5%, daughter 53.5%. We take this opportunity of repeating that, despite this agreement, the phenomenon may be purely accidental and is one that still requires proof. Number 12, about 40, very intelligent, well-read. The lady is a North German. The great number of current phrases is peculiarly striking. Inner distraction was a failure. Outer association shows a distinct disturbance of attention. The reaction type is objective. Summary of the group of educated women. The material collected in this group is, unfortunately, somewhat unequal so far as concerns the quantitative relations. The speech conditions are, on the other hand, very uniform insofar as there is only one North German in the 14 individuals. The others are all Swiss, with the dialect as their common colloquial speech. The degree of culture is, on the whole, a very high one. 2 have had an academic training. 6 of them have command of 1 or 2 languages apart from their mother tongue. 10 are relatively extremely well-read. Distraction experiments were carried out in 10 subjects. In 5, both an inner and outer distraction. In 2 cases, only an inner, and in 3, only an outer distraction. The outer distraction led to a positive result in 4 cases, the inner in 3 cases. There was a partial success in 1 case of inner and 1 of outer distraction. Distraction failed in 4 cases, 3 of whom were pronounced predicate types. The predicate types as a group, who took any part in the distraction experiments, showed a much slighter distraction phenomenon than the other subjects. Of the 6 persons over 30 years old, 3 showed a preponderance on the average of inner associations over outer. Of the 8 persons under 30, only 1 showed a predominance of inner associations over outer. End of section 9. Section 10 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 9. 2. Educated men. 9 subjects with 3,793 associations. Number 1, subject intelligent, highly cultured, 28 years. In this subject, reactions were carried out in 4 different states of disturbed attention. in a state of inner and outer distraction, of fatigue, and of morning drowsiness after awaking. The reaction type is very superficial, as is shown by the ratio of the inner to the outer associations, 15 to 78 and 29 to 65. The reactions are of an objective, almost a purely verbal character. The distraction experiments do not change much as to the ratio of inner to outer associations. As against this, the progression of the Clang reactions demonstrates the increasing disturbance of attention, which reaches its maximum in the second experiment in outer distraction. The fatigue, which was not very great in this case, shows no change of type. The drowsy state exhibits a disturbance of attention far exceeding the effect of the second outer distraction. This subject, after mental work at night, is very drowsy in the morning, and it is difficult to arouse him fully. These reactions were carried out while he was in bed and had just been partially awakened. He had been previously informed that the experiment was to come off. The two experiments were carried out on 2 different days, at an interval of about a week. As the figures show, the type is an extremely superficial one. The Clang reactions are extremely numerous, especially the rhymes. The figures for verbal connection are very high. The picture of this manner of reaction shows reaction almost completely reduced to the most primitive verbal mechanisms. In these experiments, fatigue is quite excluded. It is only a question of a lowering of active attention, corresponding with the associative termination of the state of sleep. It is known that during sleep, attention is completely obliterated. Were we to succeed in producing reactions in a person sleeping, not somnambulic sleep, Clang reactions would certainly be the exclusive results. In our view, an absolute, undistracted inner concentration of attention must have the same results. We are, fortunately, in a position to report on a case in point. It is the case of an individual, N, who is terribly upset by unusual emotions. Outwardly, the chief symptom was almost complete want of ability to concentrate. The cause of her emotion she kept secret. In the experiment, to which she submitted from scientific interest, she produced mainly clangs and rhymes, together with a few inexplicable, meaningless reactions. We should like to compare this case with an inner distraction experiment, which extended over several days. Attention was completely chained to the inner affect-toned complex. Footnote: by affect-tone complex, we understand the total number of presentations relating to a definite experience that is charged with emotion. In what follows, we shall always use the term complex with this meaning. End of footnote. From which she could not set herself free for more or less indifferent events. For everything that does not touch the complex, there is thus abnormally slight attention. To what extent this barrier is more or less conscious is naturally not within our purview. According to her own account, certain vivid presentations belonging to the complex hovered before her at the beginning of the experiment. These she constantly tried to repress, fearing lest they might be betrayed in the reaction. From the second third of the experiment onwards, there remained only the emotional tone of the complex, in consciousness without the clear presentations belonging thereto. What occurred to her were only clangs. The stimulus words only reached her at all through clangs and never through their meaning. These investigations proved most distinctly the dependence of clang reactions, of the superficial reaction type in general, on disturbance of attention. But how is this abnormally superficial type to be explained? We are dealing with a psychologically trained person who brought the greatest interest to the experiment. The superficial reaction type must be connected with the fact that many educated persons conceive the experiment entirely as a verbal one. They endeavor, by maintaining a ready speech excitation, to affix the first word that comes up, without entering more closely into the meaning of the stimulus word, for they see at once that no special significance can rest within a stimulus word standing apart by itself. This is how we explain the marked preponderance of verbal and clang combinations. All persons who allow themselves to be influenced rather by the sense than by the mere word tend to make inner associations. The conception as to the meaning of the stimulus word is different in different persons. In our experience, there are two chief types. One, the subject endeavors to do justice to the word as objectively as possible. In the reaction, he accordingly constructs any universal or particular connection of objective significance. The reaction is mostly a coordinate relation. 2. The subject endeavors to characterize pertinently the object called upon by the stimulus word, which he images as distinctly as possible. He expresses something about the stimulus word, using for this the predicate form. The reaction is, hence, mostly a predicate relation. On this hypothesis, the superficial reaction type of certain educated persons is not to be regarded as the result of a disturbance of attention, but as a phenomenon of adjustment. Bleuler. By the concept, phenomenon of adjustment, we understand with Bleuler the occurrence of an apparently abnormal reaction type through the spontaneous preference of a definite mode of reaction. But it must be emphasized that this mode is not one accidentally selected, but one motivated by the psychological individuality of the subject. The more intense the adjustment to the clang appearance of the stimulus word, the more superficial must be the reaction type. For the attention, having been specially directed thereto, will accentuate and make prominent the primitive association suppressed in the normal act of speech. A quite paradoxical picture may thus arise in the statistical presentation of the results, one which, on the above hypothesis, we are now able to understand. The following case serves to illustrate this possibility. Number 2, subject intelligent, highly educated, age 47. In this subject, we again find a strikingly superficial reaction type in the normal state, which is illustrated particularly by the high number of clang reactions. The superficiality increases considerably in the experiment on inner distraction, whilst in the experiment on outer association, there is a striking improvement in the reaction, for the number of inner association rises far above those of the normal experiment. The improvement is demonstrated in the clearest way by the recession and final disappearance of the clang reactions. This remarkable result, unique in our experiments, demands critical inquiry. We have referred to this experiment in reviewing number 4 of educated women. She presented a similar picture. We there accepted a suppressed effect as the cause of the superficial reaction type. We refer also to the interesting condition which we expounded in the critical remarks on subject number 1 of educated men. The recent very strong effect which completely controlled N at the time was the direct cause of the occurrence of preponderant clang associations. In that case, the effect was suppressed, for it did not manifest itself directly in the reaction, but only indirectly through the dissociation of attention. A similar psychological situation must be accepted for subject number 4 of the educated women as explaining the superficial type. that subject number 4, the educated women, and subject number 2, the educated men, present the same type as probably an accidental coincidence. Effect is perhaps entirely to be excluded in subject number 2. We must, therefore, seek for another cause of the superficial type. We find it in the phenomenon of adjustment. He is thoroughly at home in psychology and has, moreover, an extraordinary capacity for concentration. He at once directed attention to the clang manifestation of the stimulus word, and consequently always reproduced the first association that occurred. These cannot be anything but primitive verbal connections and clangs. If our hypothesis is at all correct as to the associations which first arise on perceiving the stimulus word, this explains, without any straining, the abnormally superficial type in the normal experiment. The superficiality increases in the experiment in inner distraction. The subject executed this experiment in the most classical manner. The concentration upon the A phenomenon was excellent, as was also the reporting. We have, therefore, no reason in this case to accept any disturbance of attention. The superficial type of this experiment must be ascribed to the lowering of attention. It arises from a root other than that of the normal experiment, and is consequently no phenomenon of adjustment. In most subjects, outer distraction has a disturbing influence upon attention, and thus causes superficiality. In the present instance, the effect is apparently the reverse. The normal state in this case is characterized by the phenomenon of adjustment. Attention is directed exclusively towards the verbal factor. This adjustment becoming disturbed by outer distraction, the subject enters into another relationship to the stimulus word, i.e., exclusive observation of the clang manifestation is interrupted, thus preventing the rising up of those primitive associations which lie closest at hand. If, under normal conditions, the suppressed associations always fall back into repression, the succeeding associations must be those determined by the sense of the stimulus word, i.e., the number of clang reactions must decrease, and the number of inner associations increase. That is the case here. The figures for fatigue show remarkable agreement with those of inner distraction. From the external condition, the diagnosis must be made of very severe fatigue. But this was not the fact. The fatigue was by no means extreme, but a relatively slight evening tiredness which, according to the subject's account, had not noticeably influenced the reaction. We are dealing again with the phenomenon of adjustment, and not with the disturbance of attention. That the adjustment in this state was apparently more intense is perhaps to be ascribed to the fact that the subject as a moteur is somewhat excited physically when in a slightly fatigued condition. Verbal motility naturally takes part in the general motor excitation, so that the speech apparatus very readily responds to a corresponding stimulus. This circumstance must have fallen in with the specific adjustment in this case, resulting naturally in a greater number of purely mechanical combinations. As would be at once expected from such a type, the personal and subjective kinds of reaction, with a few exceptions, disappear. In number 3, the reaction type is a rather superficial one. The predicates are especially well marked in the inner associations, and have almost without exception an objective character. As the number of egocentric reactions show, comparatively few subjective factors occur in the reactions. But as predicate types are never allowed to miss emotionally charged constellations, we find here also a small emotionally charged complex observable in the reactions. The experiment was carried out on a very hot day. Among the repetitions, there were twice snow and twice perspire. The following perseverations also occurred. 1. Stove, warm. 2. Walk, hot. 3. Blank, blank. 4. Water, bathed. 5. To dance, perspires. Number 3. Subject intelligent, about 26. Number 4. Is a physician, 36 years old, who did not feel himself favorably disposed in the normal experiment. The experiment in outer distraction could not be executed on account of illness. The 100 associations carried out in fatigue were carried out after a disturbed, sleepless night. Inner distraction and fatigue show striking agreement. Decrease of inner associations, pronounced increase of the outer, and especially of the clang associations and word completions. Increase of same number of syllables, whilst the figures for same grammatical form remain more or less uninfluenced. In the first 100 of the normal experiment, the inner associations predominate over the outer, 47 to 43. In the second 100, the relation is reversed, 30 to 59. The continuously rising tide in the word completions and clangs is beautifully seen in the experiment with inner distraction, if counted separately in each third of the 100 associations. First third, 2 word completions, 6 clangs. Second third, 5 word completions, 7 clangs. Third third, 9 word completions, 9 clangs. Number 4, subject 36 years old. The predicates begin to decrease in the second 100 of the normal experiment, decrease still more during inner distraction, and completely disappear in fatigue. Rhymes first appear in the fatigue experiment. In inner distraction, there are only 2. In the normal experiment, none. Constellations and complexes. In subject number 4, we encounter a relatively large number of associations, which are only explicable by personal events of recent date or of the present moment, e.g., ring, part of garden. A golden ring had just been found in a garden of the asylum where the subject was working, whose owner it was necessary to discover. Or, for example, clothes, staffer. A patient staffer, of whom the physician had charge, gave him great trouble by ordering clothes to which he constantly took exception and which he refused to wear. There were consequently many unpleasantnesses with the tailor and other tradespeople. Lead pencil, Kohinoor. The subject had at the time of the experiment first learned the delights of this kind of lead pencil. Murder, Kaufman. This physician had at the time of the experiment to give an opinion on a man named Kaufman, who had committed a murder whilst drunk. These kinds of associations are conditioned by distinct constellations, Zeon, for they refer to recent subjective events charged with feeling. Footnote. We know, of course, that no reaction is accidental, but that each, even the most objective, is conditioned by definite constellations. But there is a great difference if, for example, in murder, Meyer, the murder is associated in the mind with a definite murder. For murder, criminal, where murder is a general concept. It is this distinction that we want to emphasize by the special term constellation. End of footnote. With many subjects, e.g. numbers 2 and 4 of uneducated women, we find none or but very few. Such individuals react quite objectively and betray nothing personal in their individual associations. E.g., they associate river, stream, pupil, girl, table, floor, lamp, oil, mountain, valley, kiss, laugh, plunder, catch, hit, bite, prison, punishment, etc. Other individuals certainly make objective associations, but here and there among them I found some which, despite their objective nature, do permit of some conclusion as to the individual, without betraying in the slightest degree the inner personality. From the following collected associations, it was not difficult to detect the asylum attendant. Number 4 of uneducated men. Fetch, run. Smell, impure air. Inform, report. Prison, asylum. Ill, dejected. Gait, run. Freedom, recovery. Consciousness, drunk or sober, etc. Still, the constellation plays a very indirect part in these associations. Then there were individuals in whose associations it was not the momentary constellations, but the personal events which stand out strongly, e.g., number 5 of educated men. Lake Lucerne. He was now and then on Lake Lucerne. Father, grandfather. His grandfather is still alive. Mountain, Glarnish. He was once there, not that the trip meant anything to him. Hair wash. He prescribes now and then a hair wash for patients. Sweet, sweeting. The proper name of a person to whom the subject is quite indifferent. Potato, tobacco plantations. Accidental reminiscence of the journey from Basel to Heidelberg. Coffee, Brazilian. He has sometimes drunk Brazilian coffee. These are chiefly subjective reminiscences. If we go a step further, we come across true constellations, such as we first referred to in subject number 4 of educated men. Individuals with many constellations have usually also many reminiscences, e.g., numbers 4 and 5 of educated men. A peculiar group of constellation occurs in many persons through the influence of the momentary surroundings in which the experiment is carried out. The reaction words, carpet, flowers, inkstand, calendar, books, penholder, landscape, telephone, curtains, tapestry, looking glass, sofa, etc., refer usually, even when quite appropriate associations to the stimulus word, to these articles present in the room where the experiments are conducted. It is not necessary that the subject should always see them. He need only know generally that the particular articles are in the room. See number 2 of uneducated women. Pathologically, pronounced cases of this association type are known to us in normal, imbecile, hysterical stupidity. If the stimulus word sets free a subjective, affect-toned image with the reaction, we have a special kind of constellation associations, the egocentric. In subject number 4, we meet only a few, e.g., piano, atrocious. The subject suffers a good deal from the strumming of neighbors who are not exactly first-class musicians, or, e.g., to idle, delightful. The egocentricity of this reaction is obvious in an extremely busy man joyously awaiting the approach of his holidays. In many cases, the egocentric reaction can directly stand for a fault by the want of any reaction. A reaction certainly occurs, but through conscious or unconscious inhibition, it does not attain utterance as a reaction word. Probably all faults have not this origin, but the majority certainly have. Girls, for instance, make false reaction words which impinge on the sexual sphere, as to kiss, to love, to caress, choose, faithful, etc. Often it does not reach a fault, but the association love, brother, requires a relatively long reaction time, so that the experimenter with a little practice discovers at once what the innocent reaction brother conceals. The associations wedding, misfortune, kiss, never, and others in subject number 5 of Educated Men have an entirely analogous significance, but he was at that time in the condition of fear and trembling. An emotionally charged image complex can stand out so prominently and act so intensively as to form a whole number of constellations, faults, reactions with long reaction time, all referring to this image complex. Subjects number 5, 6, 7, and 8 of Educated Men will give us occasion to return to this special kind of constellation, the complex constellation. The majority of complexes which have hitherto presented themselves in the association experiments refer to direct or transposed sexuality. In the work on the association of hysterics, we shall return to the complex effect. In subject number 4 of this group, there are exhibited, together with many reminiscences, 15 constellations in the first 100 of the normal experiment, 4 in the second 100, 1 during inner abstraction, and 12 during fatigue. In the normal experiment, the names of definite persons frequently occur, e.g., of patients whom the stimulus word recalls, e.g., clothes, staffer, attendant, Baum, the name of one of the attendants, Zorn, Gershinin. In Gershinin, he had had a discussion about the writer Zorn. In subject number 5 of this group, the constellation is often expressed through proper names. During fatigue, where in number 4 of this group the constellations increase, these nearly always consist in the reaction being a proper name linked merely by clang similarity with the stimulus word. The inner connection of clothes, staffer, contrast, e.g., with the purely clang steel, staffer. In number 5, the condition at 10 o'clock that night after a hard day's work was taken to be one of fatigue. The relation of inner to outer associations is not very positive in the different experiments. We find the maximum for outer associations, 61%, in fatigue, but is very little greater than the number in the first 100 in the normal experiment, 57%. A minimum of clang associations corresponds to this maximum of outer associations. Inner distraction is stronger than outer. The first 50 associations were carried out with the metronome at 60 beats, the second 50 at 100 beats, and the last 85 associations at 108 beats. End of section 10. Section 11 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 10. Number 5, subject, a physician, 28 years old. Inner associations reach the maximum in the headings clang. Same number of syllables, same grammatical form, alliteration, consonants. The clang associations progressively decrease in outer distraction. The indirect associations progressively increase. a relationship which we do not often meet in the experiments on distraction. In the last third of the experiment in inner distraction, the subject became more indifferent, almost hypnoidal. The number and intensity of the visual images which emerged at the same time decreased, whilst the clang associations increased as followed. First third, 3 clang associations. Second third, 6 clang associations. Third third, 18 clang associations. The number of perseverations oscillates within normal limits. Examples: faithful, perjured, fidel. Once fidel. The origin of this perseveration is obvious. Fidel is on one side a clang association to fidel, which is itself a translation of faithful. Stimulus word fruit, thurgau. Stimulus word false, falk. The family orders its fruit from a place called Thurgau, from a certain Mr. Falk. Falk is a clang association to the second stimulus word, and a coexistence to the first stimulus word. Love, Stern, Isaac. Son, Isaac. Stern is the name of a Jewish young lady. Isaac, the son of Abraham. If it is not quite a verbal association, it is almost one from common usage. The association to Stern is an inner one. Alt, old, Uxspringer. Freiheit, freedom, in Altman. Dr. Alt is the well-known head of Uxspringer. Freiheit is the name of a peak in the neighborhood of Altman, thus a perseveration of a purely external nature. In inner abstraction, we find in this subject an example of continuous perseveration of visual images appearing at the same time as the reaction. The reaction words are only linked to the stimulus words by clang. Malt, maltster. Visually, a brewery. Almighty, Alma. Visually, a cask with malt. Well, the house at the well. Visually, at the place where a strong smell of malt was always perceptible. He often saw malt carts as a lad. After the first reaction, malt, maltster, the subject could not repeat his own reaction word. He had forgotten it. During the association's attention was directed much more to the visual associations than to the verbal ones. We find this forgetfulness of the stimulus or reaction word much more frequently in pathological cases of emotional stupidity and hysteria. Complex phenomena and the unconscious. On going through the associations of our subjects, the practiced hand comes across complex phenomena, which in normal persons are very important for comparison with pathological cases, where the complexes play a great part. Unfortunately, the reaction times were not measured in the material used in number 5. The material used here is not only that given in the experiments in the above table, but was also derived from some earlier work with this subject. The following experiments were made. On 17/9/19 blank, 78 associations without fatigue, not used in the work. 27/12/19 blank, 78 associations without fatigue, not used in the work. 27/12/19 blank, 78 associations during fatigue, made use of. 22/2 of ensuing year, 156 associations. Fatigue, not used. 19/8/19 blank, 200 associations. Without fatigue, used. 19/8/19 blank, 100 associations in inner distraction. 25/8/19 blank, 185 associations in outer distraction. During the period in which all these experiments took place, the subject had his emotions roused by his interest in a young lady. In order to understand the experiments, it must be further mentioned that the young man had not yet entirely escaped from the period of internal conflict, and that his feelings towards a Jewish girl caused him, who had been brought up a strict Christian, great distress. We will call her Alice Stern, which satisfies the demands of truth insofar as is necessary for the experiment. In the experiment on 17/9/19 blank, we find the following complex constellations. 1. Marriage, misfortune. 2. Come, oh come with me, I. 3. Suffer, my God, yes. 4. Sorrow, who never nights of sorrow. 5. Kiss, never. 6. Play, by many a gay sport shall thy time be beguiled. 2. 7. Sofa, a certain couch, in boudoir of the lady in question. 8. Love, is useless. 9. Troth, sweetheart. 10. Wreath, Jugendkranz, thought of with the appropriate tune. Footnote, from Die Freischutz, the bridal wreath, Jugendkranz, song, Translator. End of footnote. 11. Hope, thou shouldest us, was living. Continuation, love and solace be given. Numbers 1, 5, and 8 are concealed wishes, although their form is negative. Numbers 2, 4, 6, 10, and 11 are quotations of verses from songs. Number 6 is the continuation of number 2, a quotation from the Urkundig. It is very remarkable that among the 78 associations, there is only one other quotation. Must, no man must. And that quotations, as a rule, very seldom appear in the associations of this subject. The complex, thus, makes use here of a form of reaction which is otherwise unusual in this subject. It is characteristic that he, to his shame be it said, has only remembered from the Elfkönig the little fragment, "O come and go with me, by many a gay sport shall thy time be beguiled." Footnote, in the original the subject misquotes even this fragment. End of footnote. He knows the tune of the Jugendkranz perfectly, but only the fragment of the libretto. For thee we twine the bridal wreath. In the working out of hysterical associations, we shall return to the emergence of songs, tunes, and quotations, often mere fragments, which is frequently quite unconscious and automatic. CP, the corresponding manifestation in number 3 of the group of uneducated women. In the first experiment on 27/12/19 blank, among the associations were 1. It, and it. It is a hard decision. 2. Thou. Yes, I. 3. Separate. It hurts. 4. Stern. 5. Play. Merrymaking, with a long reaction time. 6. Heart. Begs not to be obliged to utter the reaction word. It would have been stern. The associations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 explain themselves from what has already been said. The sudden long reaction time in number 5 is suspicious after what has gone before. From the experiment on 27/12/19 blank, during fatigue, the following associations were taken. 1. A kiss. Yesterday, gestern. 2. Love. Yesterday. 3. Already. Yesterday. Footnote. 2. Shown. Already. Gestern. The previous stimulus word was trainen. The subject then thought he heard schön, beautiful, instead of schon, already. Possibly there was a perseveration of the umlaut. End of footnote. 4. Wonder, yesterday. 5. Pray, yesterday. The reaction times were generally quite brief. He had the feeling as if the reaction slipped out unobserved. In the whole experiment, there was no repetition of any reaction, except twice vegetable, after potato and sour. In the remaining experiments, repetitions are also few. All these stimulus words belong to those having close relationship to the complex stern. The stimulus word shown already is apprehended as schön, beautiful. It will be remembered that the examples 4 and 5 were reactions, which then stood in the closest connection with the complex, religion. Kiss and yesterday, gestern, is not to be regarded as a reminiscence. That was not the kind of relationship. Whether the unconscious had allowed itself to make use of the second syllable, stern, symbolically, or whether the word is connected with the fact that the experiment took place directly after the Christmas holidays, when the subject was made exceedingly happy by a little attention on the lady's part, cannot be ascertained. But the fact that this word, and only this one, is so often repeated in the experiment as the reaction to the complex stimulus words is most striking. It stands for the quotations in the previous experiments. In this experiment, there is not a single quotation. The experiment on 22/2 of the following year took place during fatigue. The following associations are worth mentioning. Song, Nora, a complex quotation. Of all girls, etc., Nora most does please me. The vowel O comes in the two-syllable real name of the lady in question. The two names are very similar in clang. Sacrifice, dog, apparently meaningless. Weather. Marriage, weather. A perseveration of the reaction. In the combination sacrifice, weather, marriage, the complex certainly plays a part. In connection with this, the perseveration in the experiment on 19.8 explains itself. Love, stern, Isaac. Son, stern, Isaac. One association has no sense. Rich, yesterday, gestern. Probably yesterday occurred as the stereotype in the transferred associations. It occurs again in the experiment people, yesterday. Here again, one can only guess. Perhaps the concept Jews is a middle term. The association, sport, parents, is indirect. The middle term, unconscious in this case, is the quotation. Oh, come and go with me, loveliest child, etc., the meaning of which we have learnt above. There are also in, star. He was here conscious of the complex. Kiss, together. Love, roses. Parting, painful. To eat is painful. To caress is painful. To hit is painful. To sing is painful. The first 4 associations belong to the complex. The remainder are but stereotyped repetition of parting is painful. The repetitions must be here regarded also as effects of the complex. In the distraction experiments, there were no distinct complex manifestations. Number 6, subject, teacher of natural history, 25 years old. Table, associations, normal, first 100, coordination, 19, second 100, 21, predicate, 28, 32, causal dependence, 2, 1. Coexistence, 15, 2. Identity, blank, blank. Verbal motor forms, 2019. Word completion, 2, 5. Clang, blank, 1. Rhyme, blank, blank. Indirect, blank, blank. Meaningless, 1, 5. False, 10, 11. Repetition of stimulus word, blank, blank. Egocentric reaction, 14, 27. Perseveration, 6, 8. Repetitions, 6, 15. Same grammatical form, 46, 26. Same number of syllables, 28, 15. Alliteration, 5, 6. Consonants, 8, 14. Same ending, 1, blank. Inner associations, 49, 54. Outer associations, 35, 21. Clang reactions, 2, 6. Number of associations, 78, 78. In the second half of the normal experiment, the following increased. 1. Inner associations from 49 to 54%, while the outer decreased. 2. Clang associations from 2 to 6%. 3. Perseverations from 6 to 8%. 4. Egocentric reactions from 14 to 27%. 5. Constellations from 56 to 73%. 6. Repetitions from 6 to 15%. The following were well above the average. Inner associations, perseverations, egocentric reactions, faults, predicates. The verbal motor reactions remain about the same in both halves. There are no indirect associations. The figures indicate that the individual's reaction is very subjective, and that by analogy one may suspect some complex. In favor of this view is the high number of constellations, 56 and 73%. On analysis, they are found to refer overwhelmingly to school and to bride. The subject is an enthusiastic teacher. The complex bride, wedding, etc., plays a predominant part in the second half, where generally the subjective phenomena increase. In the first half, 26% of the reactions refer to the school, 21% to the bride complex. In the second half, 21% of the reactions refer to the school, 24% to the bride complex. In addition, it must be noted that in the first half 2 to 3, and in the second half the majority of the faults relate to the bride complex, e.g., the faults to the stimulus words caress, ill, suffer, kiss. Otherwise, the complex expresses itself much more openly than in the previous case. He is less repressed and has no use for quotations from songs like number 5. School and fiancé, moreover, are closely connected in number 6, as shown by a dream that they should be soon married and that his wife would hold an important position in the institute. Among the 13 repetitions in the first half, there occur 4 times the name of the institute, twice an important event in the school, 3 times the name of his fiancée. In the second half, the fiancé's name occurs 7 times in the reactions, twice the word child, when he was thinking of his future paternity. The other repetitions refer mostly to school affairs. 3 times the subject was annoyed by the stimulus words, appearing to him nonsense, reacting each time angrily with rubbish. With 2 exceptions, the perseverations refer to school and family affairs. Finally, a few of these complex associations may be grouped. Grandmother. S will be. S is his fiancée's name. Angry. Myself as teacher according to S. Come. Wrote S. Year. Will marry in 2 years. Sunday. S is coming. Kiss. Subject does not react. Naturally. Subject does not react. Love. S. Tears. She cried. S. Faithful. S. Once. S. Hope. We have to marry. Small. Child. Pray. I never will. Presentation of a child praying. Love. Child. Where? In bed. Old. S. Ring. Engagement. Caress. At first no reaction. S. Child. My future one. Sweet. A box of chocolates from S. Ride. M. The home of his fiancée, who used to ride one at home. Friendly. S is family. 3. Members of the family. There are 3 in S's family. The stimulus words bracketed together directly followed one another in the experiment. As during the course of the experiment, the subjective affect increased. The critical evaluation of the individual reactions also increased. This is shown by the figures. Subject number 7. In the second 100 of the normal experiment, we come across a maximum of coordinations, predicate relationships, inner associations in general, whilst the outer associations decrease markedly. This maximum also extends to the perseveration and egocentric associations. Compared with the averages in educated men, the predicates in the second 100, the total number of inner associations in general, as well as the perseverations and egocentric reactions, were far above the average. Their ratios are predicates 42, 19.17. Inner associations on the whole 62, 36.7. Perseverations 40, 2.4. Egocentric reactions 19, 2.8. Whilst the remaining figures diverge but little from the average, with the 15th stimulus word of the second 100, kiss. The complex reactions begin, at first interrupted by other reactions. Then the complex persists through 26 associations. Then again, there are interruptions, and finally disappears towards the end of the second 100. On the whole, we find as a maximum 50% complex constellations in the second 100 of the normal experiment. In the first 100, 13% in inner distraction, 5 in outer 8. In number 6 of educated men, we also found a rising tide of complex reactions in the second 100 of the normal experiment. The occurrence of the complex, in this case conjured up by an adequate stimulus word, kiss, likewise caused a marked increase of the inner associations, in consequence of the great stirring up of attention. That an increase of inner associations corresponds with the manifestation of a complex is a proof that our classification is, to some extent, correct and natural. The more effect the stimulus words have for the individual, the more the stimulus words claim attention, the more do the inner associations increase. This phenomenon is exactly the reverse of the distraction phenomenon. Attention is better in consequence of the eruption of an affective complex, influencing the whole personality, because attention is more directed towards the significance of the stimulus word. If the attention is diverted from the experiment by an emotionally toned complex instead of by outer distraction, as for example in number 4, experiment after sleepless night, who was under the influence of a strong effect, we see the opposite of the phenomena which we have just described in subject number 7. The inner associations decrease and the result is very similar to that obtained from inner or outer distraction. We have in the second hundred the occurrence and persistence of a complex charged with emotion, so that, contrary to what usually obtains in the second hundred, there is an increase instead of a decrease in the inner associations, predicates, etc. The fact that among the stimulus words in the second hundred there are rather more which arouse slight emotional presentations has no special import in this case, any more than in number 6, where the complex manifests itself in response to apparently quite indifferent stimulus words. It is remarkable that in the complex constellations the reactions readily occur in the form of a sentence, very seldom doing so in the remaining associations. In distraction, the complex plays no role. We find in inner distraction a maximum of clang reactions, 18, which is slightly above the average for educated men. In the first part of outer distraction, we find in the reactions a maximum of same grammatical forms, 62, and same number of syllables, 50. In inner distraction, on the other hand, a maximum of alliterations, 31, and consonances, 33%. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 11. Number 8, Subject, Chemist, about 24 years old. Inner associations. In the second hundred of the normal experiment, a decrease, which is much greater in distraction. Outer associations increase in the second hundred, and in distraction, predicates increase chiefly in the second hundred, also constellations. Verbal motor forms increase in the second hundred, and in the second half of distraction, where we find the maximum. Repetitions and faults are found mostly in the second hundred of the normal experiment, besides an increase of same grammatical forms, same number of syllables, alliteration, consonances, and same ending in distraction. In the second part of distraction, an improvement of the association occurs, perhaps by the subjects becoming accustomed to the distraction, slight increase of inner associations, predicates, faults, clangs, slight decrease of same grammatical forms, number of syllables, consonances, and same ending. Against this increase of verbal motor forms and those of outer associations, most of the perseverations likewise occur here. The constellations are nearly all conditioned by love or the subject's profession. There occur in first hundred normal experiment 44%, in second hundred normal experiment 20%, in first half of distraction 6%, in second half of distraction 14%. The following perseverations conditioned by a complex are worth noting. 1. Lady of my heart, shoulder blade, brace, embrace, pictures to himself some erotic situation. 2. Square, town hall, grass, square. The perseveration is not accidental. Connected with the town hall is a very definite erotic affair, not without importance to the subject. We find faults of two kinds in number 8. Often the verbal reaction fails, and in its place there emerges, for example, a vivid visual image or a vivid emotional image, which he subsequently describes. In the other kind, there are inhibitions because definite erotic reminiscences emerge. In distraction, no faults occur. The egocentric reactions predominate in the normal experiment and refer mainly to erotic matters. Of reaction words repeated, only bright, good, and beautiful occur more than once. The complex. The erotic complex took a large number of reactions into its service. 30 were demonstrable in the normal experiment, and 10 in the second half of distraction, that is 15% in normal experiment and 20% in the second half of distraction. In the first half, where the distraction was more complete, we came across none. The complex is hardly repressed at all. On the contrary, it is most manifest. The progressive decrease of the clang associations in the course of external distraction and increase of indirect associations correspond to the rules we have suspected. See averages. Number 9, page 89. The figures show a very moderate distraction phenomenon. The relationship of inner to outer associations is very little altered in the distraction experiment, so that, for example, the variation between the results of the two experiments in fatigue is greater than that between normal experiment and distraction. On the other hand, the clang associations increase in distraction, as in number 5 of this group. In both cases, there are fewer clang associations in fatigue. The fatigue associations were carried out with both persons under very similar conditions: normal fatigue after a professional day's work, 10 o'clock at night, whilst the fatigue associations of number 4 of this group were preceded by a sleepless night, with the mind severely taxed from affect. We there found an increase of the clang associations in fatigue. The inconsiderable result of distraction in number 9 is perhaps connected with the number of inner associations being pretty small even in normal experiment, 24 to 26% instead of 36.7%, the average for educated men, and the number of outer associations pretty large, 72 to 69%, instead of the average of 52.7%. The number of inner associations in the normal experiment is about as great as the average numbers of inner associations in distraction, educated men. The effect of fatigue is visible in the first experiment on fatigue, not in the second. In distraction, the figures for alliteration and consonants have distinctly increased, as with numbers 4 and 8 of this group. The number of repetitions is also above the average. There are relatively many words which are repeated twice, but very few which are often repeated. In nearly all the experiments, pleasant, unpleasant, willingly, unwillingly, friendly, and similar words are among the words repeated. We will not enter here into the individual repetitions and perseverations because they do not so readily suggest affect-toned thoughts as the earlier cases. Nevertheless, this background is not absent. The constellations are but scanty. Here we also find a decrease of the clang associations and an increase of the indirect associations in the second part of outer distraction. General remarks on the experiments on the group of educated men. There were at our disposal 9 persons aged from 23 to 47, with 3,793 associations. On 5 persons, experiments were made in inner and outer distraction, on 1 in inner only, on 1 with outer only, on 2 there were no experiments in distraction. From 5 persons, associations were taken during fatigue, 1 of them in a state of drowsiness. All the individuals in this group have had a university career. 6 of them are doctors, 1 a medical student, 1 a high school teacher, and 1 a chemist. They are all German-Swiss. Only 1 belongs to the predicate type. Number 3. Unfortunately, distraction experiments could not be made In this case, the inner distraction experiment was successful in 4 cases. Most characteristic is the great increase of clang reactions. The lessening of inner with the increase of outer associations was less noticeable. In 1 case, too, the success was other than might have been expected. In 1-9, there was no definite result, the subject having already had a maximum of outer associations in normal experiment. Outer distraction succeeded distinctly in 2 cases. In 2 cases, success was but moderate. In 1 case, 9, there was again no distinct effect. On the whole, inner abstraction acted rather more intensively than outer. The subjects in question were always better able to fulfill the experimental conditions of inner abstraction. The associations arising in fatigue gave in 3 of the 5 cases a result similar to that in distraction. In 1 case, 4, it was peculiarly clear. It is possible, however, that the fatigue was not responsible, or not entirely so, for the patient had had a peculiarly exciting experience in the sleepless night and was probably still very much distracted by this during the experiment. The association experiment during drowsiness likewise gave a result similar to an experiment in distraction in subject number 1. In 4 persons, 5, 6, 7, and 8, in the course of the experiments, especially in the normal experiment, we came across extensive complex phenomena. In the first 3, 5, 6, 7, we saw how the inner associations increased in the second 100 of the normal experiment, whilst the outer decreased. Thus the opposite occurred of what one might expect. Simultaneously we find a rise in the complex constellations. In the distraction experiment, the complex constellations usually decreased or disappeared. The complex phenomena need not be conscious to the individual and often are not apparent till the association material is statistically worked out and classified. In individuals without pronounced complex types, slighter complex phenomena are often discovered. For example, in number 4, see below for the full discussion of association types. Or again in number 2, when making a curve of the reaction time, some emotionally toned clang associations came to light, part of them of quite old standing. Every prolongation of the reaction time, even within quite normal limits, and not reaching consciousness at all, denotes, so far as we know at present, that the stimulus word in question has encountered an emotional complex. A later chapter deals with these investigations. End of section 12. Section 13 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 12. 3. Uneducated Women. As among uneducated persons in general, we find more inner and fewer verbal motor reactions than among educated persons. The increase of the inner associations, especially of the predicates, in the second 100 of the normal experiment may be again referred to the occurrence of greater personal participation after the subject had become accustomed to the experiment. We have met this phenomenon repeatedly. Distraction did succeed, but was not a striking success. The outer associations increased, clang and indirect associations occurred, whilst they were absent in the normal experiment. It is remarkable that the perseverations are also more numerous. There are many grounds for the slight effect of distraction. The subject has relatively many predicate relations without quite belonging to the predicate type, a mark of which is a lessened distraction phenomenon. It was often difficult for the subject to dissociate her attention and to react simultaneously with the metronome and to the reaction word. Secondly, the experiments with uneducated women left us the impression that the dissociation of attention causes them more difficulty than it does the educated. They are, for the most part, fully occupied by the experiment and work with their attention highly concentrated. The more powerful the means of distraction, the more do they strain every nerve. Thirdly, we know that in this case the experiment had a very strong mental effect upon the subject, the effect of a strong complex that had been just recently partly assuaged came to the surface, and this markedly influenced the reaction. The experiment was a resurrection of a complex which had already become somewhat dormant. It thus happens that even in the distraction experiment we encountered a large number of distinct complex reactions, which is very unusual. The complex phenomena demand a brief explanatory anamnesis of the subject. She is of country origin and became an asylum nurse at the age of 17, after having brooded at home for over a year over the unhappy ending of a love affair. Her father, a violent-tempered man, would not countenance in any way her love affair, and on one occasion there was a scene when he cursed her because she dared to contradict him. Shortly before the associations were carried out, she had burnt her face, which gave her a great shock. Her convalescence was slow. Reflection during this period reawakened her mental pain. The association experiment itself was a further cause of exacerbating her gloomy memories. Its effect lasted some time, a proof of how intensely these experiments act as a reagent among the uneducated, and with what strong affinity an emotionally toned complex can absorb and render real a fairly large mass of reaction words or reaction images. Now, 6 months after the experiment, she is objective towards the complex, whose influence is still noticeable. While she then laid chief stress on her unhappiness because her father had cursed her, now she no longer hides the deeper erotic threads in attempting to elucidate the reactions. It is remarkable how acutely she still remembers some of the particular reactions of that time. The number of complex constellations distinctly provable amount to, in normal experiment, first half 15, second half 21, in distraction, first half 16, second half 14. As already stated, we seldom, as a rule, find complex constellations in distraction, and rarely to this extent. Naturally, distraction was much prejudiced through this. As in other cases, we explained the maximum of the complex constellations in the second hundred of the normal experiment by a new adjustment, by a gain of confidence during the course of the experiment. The complex expresses itself in such ready mintage as quotations, snatches of songs, titles of stories, and so on. This, perhaps, makes the complex less noticeable, or makes the tax on the emotions less. Quotations are frequently masks. In ordinary life we use them in this way also. Certain songs are sung in certain moods, often to avoid expressing the thoughts which are the source of this mood, hence a masking. Again, the song or the quotation is used to exaggerate a rudimentary feeling in order to awaken a spark of this feeling by the very exaggeration itself. Think, for example, of patriotic songs, or of birthday verses, or those composed for feasts or other celebrations. Examples: "Come to the fields." The quotation is from the story of the idle schoolboy who wants to make the good boy play truant. The idle boy becomes later a scamp. The persevering, industrious boy becomes a respected teacher. The quotation has a very different background for the subject herself. It is not without reason that fields occurs twice in the normal experiment. In the orchard at home, there is a beautiful tree with a grass plot around. At home equals field. Here she often dreamed, and watching the railway lines near by, with the trains coming and going, her imagination would weave travel plans. After the unhappy ending of her love affair, she had a wish-fulfillment dream. She lay in the tree garden, in the grass, close to her lover. To this day, the thought of this dream gives her joy. To the stimulus word dream, she at once reacted joy, and her eyes sparkled at the memory of the wish dream. Further quotations. At home. It's lovely. Refers to a song. The meaning is clear. Again, once was I happy. She had once heard a troublesome, demented catatonic sing. Once was I happy, but now nevermore. Cheated me has love, the which cheated me sore. In the three subsequent associations, she is still fixed to the complex. Once was I happy. Wonder, love, blood, sin, thinks of her father's curse. Wreath, death. For months she wished she could die. For several weeks she scarcely ate anything in order to get ill, and she became in consequence very thin. After the experiment which had revivified the complex, and after a visit home which she paid soon after, she again on her return to us began to eat little and to get thin until this was noticed, and the folly of her behavior brought home to her. In other places she quotes the titles of stories whose contents refer to the complex. For example, 7 Brothers. Footnote: after breaking off her relationship, her brother is the only person in whom she can confide at all. End of footnote. The 7 Brothers is the title of a story where the self-sacrificing brother is rewarded. The association immediately following was ill, my brother. The quotations, 6 in all, only occur in normal experiment, just as in number 5 of educated men, and all refer to the complex. We have already quoted 2 instances where the complex causes fixation to one's presentation. Some others occur, for example, the perseveration, friendly, friendship, 3 friends. She has an intense need of friendship, but disappointments always arose. Her best friend married another girl. Another example from the experiment in distraction. Meadow, the tree, garden, bring apples. It is not a question of direct perseveration of the reaction, but of the presentation of the situation lying at its root. In the course of this work we shall include these forms under the term perseveration. The connection between meadow and tree garden is obvious from the preceding. The apples naturally arise from the same tree garden. Of the 4 equals 8%, perseverations in the distraction experiment, there is only one probably that refers to the complex. Repetitions in the normal experiment, 7 reaction words occur several times, 2 to 5 times. At least 13 of these 17 words belong by their context to the complex. In the distraction experiment, 100 reactions, there were in all 8 reaction words, which occur several times, 2 to 3 times. The percentage relationship is therefore about the same as in the normal experiment. 2 times 8 equals 16. 4 of these, 8%, certainly refer to the complex. The word man, human being, is repeated with striking frequency, 8 times in 300 associations, normal experiment plus distraction. 7 of these reactions certainly belong to the complex. At times quite definite persons are intended by man, often the subject herself. Similarly, we frequently find the reaction word person as universal concept with a quite concrete meaning in the sense of the complex. For example, station, the person; bad, the person. A quite definite person is meant, a woman friend of the subject who plays an important part in the complex and who is not irreproachable morally, has an illegitimate child, and has done various things open to criticism. By the reaction, man, this same friend is again sometimes understood, who with her easy-going ways of life has more luck in love than our more serious subject. Lazy man, virtue of man. In this instance there was a perseveration of the reaction word itself, from which it may be gathered how strong is the emotional tone of this presentation. We frequently find the definite article used in the reaction in the same way as in the masking of the complex constellation. Thus our subject in normal experiment used the article 26 times in the reaction, 17 of these reactions certainly referring to the complex. In distraction, the relation is less striking. We find this same phenomenon again in other subjects. In illustration of the complex reaction, a few instances are here given. Proper person, to attend to the person; bad, the person; pray, the devout, referring to herself; she prayed very much in her times of difficulty; wonder, of love, referring to herself, also atonement; blood, of the atonement; she feels herself guilty in regard to her father. There is here a perseveration of the outer form of the reaction. Omen, of punishment; with the same sense. This reaction is grammatically meaningless here, and is only explicable as probably the after-effect of the previous reaction forms. This reaction is separated from the above reactions by a few others. Normal, the man; a definite one. Meadow, the tree garden; bring the apples. See above for the elucidation of these associations. Mild, the father; subtle, the serpents; quite definite persons. Docile, the pupil with both associations she thought of, the friend of her youth. Order, the industrious one; angry, the man, means her father, and so on. In the distraction experiment there were many words she did not understand, viz., hate, love, remorse, fall, pleasant, and further rattle, glass, hammer, entrance, ears, hinder. It was seen at once in the analysis that under the influence of the complex, half consciously, half unconsciously, she could not or would not understand the first series of these stimulus words, because, according to her account, all these stimulus words intimately touched the complex, which she was trying to repress. The second series of these stimulus words were really not understood on account of the acoustic disturbance caused by the metronome. The subject has thus found a further device for concealing her complex in an apparently innocent way. It is appropriate to the situation because, as proved by the second series of stimulus words, those that do not touch the complex, it is easy, with the constant noise of the metronome, not to understand, or to understand incorrectly, the stimulus words in the distraction experiments. The non-understood stimulus word was always replaced by another word. The not wishing to understand corresponds to a more or less conscious repression of the complex. It is not different in principle from those cases, hysteria, where failure to react or incorrect reacting occurs involuntarily. Among the complex reactions we have a large group, that of masked complex reactions. In our subject, this masking extends to the following kinds, so far as we can differentiate them. 1. By quotations, songs, titles of books, quotations from books. 2. By the use of simple general concepts in the particular sense of the complex. 3. By the addition of the article. The reaction thus receives an apparently objective varnish. It then looks like the habitual answer of the elementary school child. 4. By the misunderstanding of those stimulus words which arouse the complex. Finally, it must be stated that in the complex reactions, abnormally long reaction times frequently occurred. Unfortunately, no complete measurements were made with this subject, so that we cannot work out the point any further in this case. In number 2, the abnormally high figures for coordination and coexistence in normal experiment as well as in distraction are striking. they are in part far above the mean values. On the other hand, the number of predicate and verbal motor reactions is relatively small, below the mean, especially the predicates. The figures certainly find their explanation in the extremely objective uniform nature of the reactions, apparently little troubled by complexes. Number 2, subject a nurse, intelligent but not highly educated, 22 years old, South German. There were just a few reactions with a rather longer reaction time. In our experience, reactions of over 5.0 seconds arouse a strong suspicion of emotionally toned constellations. In this subject we found, in normal experiment, 12 associations with a reaction time of over 5 seconds. In the distraction experiment, only 3. In the following examples of delayed reaction time, the delay is presumably to be regarded as the effect of an erotic complex. Marriage girl, 6.8 seconds. To kiss, laugh, 6 seconds. To love, willing, 5.6 seconds. Male nurse, cupboard, 8 seconds. Dream basket, 6.4 seconds. Ripe fruit, 6.6 seconds. To bless, to receive, 5.8 seconds. Footnote, the medium normal reaction is somewhere between 1 and 2 seconds. End of footnote. The subject usually reacted strongly at any hint of an erotic nature and blushed very easily. She herself states that she felt awkward in replying to the first 3 stimulus words. To the stimulus word male nurse, she felt too embarrassed to say the word female nurse, which first occurred to her, obviously because her thoughts at once took an erotic turn. She looked around her and named the first object she saw in the room, cupboard. To the stimulus word dream, the erotic thoughts in the background prevent her reacting. Instead of making a sensible reaction, the subject again thrust herself into the external world, saw the paper basket in the room, and said basket. The meaningless reaction was thus a result of the complex action. The reactions ripe, fruit, and bless, receive, are obvious instances of the same sexual gene. Distraction by objects in the surroundings is, as we know from the experiences of psychopathology, a phenomenon to be regarded as the effect of emotion. In the embarrassment or confusion which arises where the stimulus word arouses emotionally toned presentations, which the subject consciously or unconsciously tries to repress, she allows herself to be entirely distracted by the external world and reacts verbally by simply naming some object at hand. Among certain hysterics, this is a very pronounced phenomenon. Out of 16 stimulus words which are repeated in the normal experiment, we call attention to industrious 5 times, good 3 times, fine twice, right twice. The remaining are distributed among many diverse images. These show her good moral training. It is characteristic that these suggestions of subjectivity disappear in distraction. In the classification, it became difficult to draw a precise line between coordination and coexistence. On the whole, it can be said that she belongs to a very objective type, one slightly influenced by constellations, a type we shall meet again in number 4 of this group. The following reactions illustrate to some extent her general objective reaction type: soft, hard, rinse, wash, star, moon, youth, old age, building wall, faithful obedience, trouble, sorrow, sleeve, dress, plunder, catch, window, glass, park, garden, freedom, isolation, false, true, glass, iron, repentance, anxiety, sweet, sour, soft, chair, stork, pigeon, wide, narrow, paint, whitewash, bicycle, cart, honey, bees. The unusually large number of reactions with same grammatical form is a parallel to the many coordinations and coexistences and confirms what has just been said. Distraction is very distinct, decrease of the inner, increase of the outer associations. We have clang reactions only in the second 100 of the normal experiment, and in distraction, indirect associations only in the first 100. The rule we have suspected of the reciprocity between indirect and clang associations would again hold here. Incidentally, it must be mentioned that the subject carried out the experiments with great zeal, and by concentrating her whole attention in distraction, also strained herself to the utmost to do justice to the increased demands. Number 3. This subject has a fairly marked tendency to make rhymes, which increases in the distraction experiment, chiefly in the second 100. The usual distraction phenomenon did not occur, although she belongs to the predicate type. The beats were also executed very irregularly. The predicates increase in distraction. Outer associations, especially the verbal motor reactions, decrease. The clang reactions alone continuously increase. Constellations are found mostly in the second 100 of the normal experiment and in the first half of the distraction experiment. The latter fact proves that the distraction experiment has been, anyway in part, well chosen, for with the exception of number 1 of this group, where the distraction experiment was likewise a failure, during distraction the constellations almost entirely disappear in the other subjects. End of section 13. Section 14 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2. The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 13. Number 3. Subject, nurse, 21 years old, Swiss, secondary education. Here are a few individual examples. To the stimulus word lamp, she did not react till after 20 seconds with oil lamp. Shortly before, she had had a pleasant dream in which, instead of the 9 o'clock supper, which she seldom took, she was to have a new lamp, which she had much desired in her room. Window glass, 10 seconds in between, thought of plate glass windows. She thought of a big shop with beautiful plate glass windows. The subject was for some time the private nurse of the wife of the owner of a business of this kind, and remained very devoted to her former patient. One sees how apparently indifferent expressions are determined in every connection by coincident thoughts. Strike, 6 o'clock, 2 seconds. The subject had been on night duty in an observation ward and had to get up at 6 o'clock every evening. The reaction, paint, peintre, 6.8 seconds, with its long reaction time, refers to a sojourn of 1 year in French Switzerland. The subject, then quite a young girl, was adored by a painter who was most insistent in his desire to paint her. In the reaction word peintre, besides the masking of the constellation by a superficial association, there is a further constellation, since she here uses a French word with the reminiscence of an erotic event in French Switzerland. In the distraction experiment, she again reacts, peintre, 13 seconds, with the same constellation. The characteristic long reaction time at both places is worth noting. The following reactions quickly followed one another: wedding tomorrow, 2.2 seconds, and come tomorrow, 1.4 seconds. This repetition is not accidental. The day after the normal experiment, she was to celebrate her birthday. She was glad, for she wanted to go out and had been invited to spend the day. She looked forward to receiving good wishes from all, and was also expecting a letter from her sweetheart. We find also the reactions rich in love, 2 seconds, and later poor in virtue, 2.2 seconds. The first is a quotation from Ernst Zahn's Albin Indogant, referring to a love story, and has the force of a complex quotation for the subject, such as we have reported in number 5 of educated men and number 1 of uneducated women. The second is an analogous but self-made form. She was thinking of another nurse with whom she had had a discussion on love the previous day. The other had taken up a far less ideal point of view on this question. The stimulus word poor had become associated to the earlier stimulus word rich, and the effect-toned reaction connected with it. She thus became conscious that her own ideal of love was contrary to that of the other nurse. By poor, in virtue, is understood the other nurse. The same thought gave rise to the following quotation: "Despise, dost imagine, 2.2 seconds." The quotation runs, "Dost imagine that I should hate life forever, to the desert fly, because not all budding dreams do ripen." Prometheus. She only knows the two first verses of this quotation. The part in brackets she has quite forgotten. She here thought of the other nurse and her base views about love. It will be seen how closely similarly related expressions and quotations associate to emotional complexes, helping in this way in the construction of the infinitely large unconscious material of speech which subserves emotional complexes, making it possible for the poet, for instance, to compose endless variations on a single idea. A further quotation, at last, endures not forever, 5.6 seconds, again refers to her love complex. The reaction time is strikingly long. She thought of the brother of a woman friend who suddenly appeared in the light of a sweetheart. She was ardently waiting news as to whether or no he had accepted a position abroad, and wished all the time that he would not go. To the stimulus word kiss, she reacted in a tone of surprise. Kiss, yes, I cannot tell you that. We were speaking about something. It was about the discussion with the other nurse who said that kissing was disgusting. To the stimulus word time, she reacted. Time, proportionate, 2 seconds. The second reaction following was to rule, proportionate, 3.8 seconds. At to rule, an elderly nurse came into her mind who is placed in charge of a whole section. A little episode of the day made her think, she rules over us in everything. The reaction word to rule liberated these thoughts which she could not utter. Instead, she gave the reaction word proportionate, which she had just used. This had a meaning in relation to time, but not to rule, or only a very remote one. The gap in the reaction thus conditioned by the effect is filled up by a reaction word already present. We demonstrated a similar phenomenon in number 5 of educated men, who in an experiment in fatigue invariably answered to a series of stimulus words that aroused complexes by yesterday. The reaction love, needed 4 seconds, was accompanied by a sudden change in the expression of her face. This phenomenon had reference to her love complex, and is important for us because in the pathology of associations we find similar reaction phenomena, altered expression, sudden lowered voice, when important affective complexes arise. In choose advice, 3.2 seconds, the subject thought that one must be very careful in choosing a husband. She thought that one should get good advice as to whom to choose. Hope, not abandoned, 1.8 second. The reaction is a quotation from a letter recently received from the painter Le Peintre in West Switzerland, and from which it was evident that he had not yet renounced hope of her. In the reaction love, empty 3 seconds, the reaction word was strongly emphasized. It refers to her own love affair and must be placed alongside the reaction mentioned, love needed 4 seconds, with its altered expression of face. The reaction weary, why, 1.8 second, is again a quotation. The verse runs as follows. The maiden to the spider grieving, asking why so late, 3 long hours I sit here weaving, is spinning all my fate. In the stimulus word weary, the context of the verses is summarized. Besides this, the reaction is determined by the clang between the stimulus words late and fate. There is an obvious condensation, Freud, of 2 factors, situation and visible resemblance in the word weary, and this condensation took place in the unconscious. This is proved by the fact of the reaction time being very short, thus excluding any conscious attempt at a quotation. One also sees that the sub or unconsciousness often likes to associate quotations or complexes in such a way that chance snatches of songs or verse become linked to the complex, the subject not knowing how the rest runs at all. In the present instance, for example, the subject does not know the verses correctly by heart. We can further prove that behind this quotation there remains an adequate emotional toned idea. The lines taken from some school verses correspond to an emotional situation which existed about this time. As has been said, the subject was on night duty for some time in an observation ward. By day she slept. In the morning she was relieved by a nurse who had day charge of the same ward, and latterly she had been annoyed on several occasions at being relieved late by this nurse. This feeling is expressed in the reaction. Behind the apparently very general reaction, something important, 1.2 second, there is concealed the thought of the festivity on the following day. To the stimulus words to woo, there is no reaction. The cause of this is again the conversation with the other nurse about love. The latter had said that she had amused herself by writing to some out-of-the-way matrimonial agency and had been recommended a widower as a good parti. This idea displeased our subject very much. To the stimulus words to do, she reacts and leave first section. Beneath this superficial reaction there is again masked the dispute about love. When a complex is hidden by quotations of this kind, or by superficial reactions, the reaction time is generally a short one. Here we find a division of attention, whilst in so-called faults the attention is entirely absorbed by the complex which is repressed. That is to say, it is to be concealed either from one's own consciousness or from that of the experimenter. A part of the attention is used up in the verbal reaction, and this then bears a very superficial, verbal, motor, clang-like character. The other part is claimed by the effect-toned image. This part is frequently repressed and does not reach full consciousness. This view is confirmed by the perception that such quotations and superficial reactions, which the observer may know very well, refer to and are conditioned by a powerful emotional complex, are often reproduced with the most indifferent countenance in the world. The chief part of an affect-tone complex is dissociated and repressed from consciousness. The chain of images which occurs consciously at the same time contains, perhaps merely a quotation as the representative of the complex. This may occur after a very short reaction time, demonstrating to the experienced that under this cover and important complex is developing its effects in the unconscious. In another case, where the affect is already expressed in the quality of the reaction, emphasis, expression, this dissociation does not take place. The reaction becomes difficult, and the reaction time is delayed. See, for an example, love, need, 4.0 seconds in this subject. In the distraction experiment, we found in number 3 of uneducated women among the few cases of reaction words repeated: bicycle ride, Zurich, clear, sad. 2 were a complex is certainly responsible for the repetition. In the reactions, bicycle wheel, tram, trip, she explained that her sweetheart frequently bicycled, and this came into her mind at once on hearing the stimulus words. In the reactions, fire, Zurich, and railway station, Zurich, she remembered that in the course of the discussion about love, she had defended the town of Zurich and its inhabitants. The reactions, moves, sad, mild, sad, are connected with family affairs. In the reactions, sin, world, 0.8 second, repentance, death, 1.2 seconds, a recent accident hovered before her when a patient tried to drink some Lysol taken out of the instrument cupboard. There were no serious consequences, but the event took place in this subject's ward and left a very painful impression and a great feeling of responsibility, hence the perseveration in the above reactions. Numbers 4 and 5, subjects 2 nurses, 27 and 28 years old respectively. Number 4, nurse, Swiss, 23 years old, elementary school education. The results of the experiments resemble very closely number 2 of this group. The distraction phenomenon is less well marked. In both experiments she exerted all attention Clang reactions are absent altogether, and the number of verbal motor forms is still lower than in number 3. The coexistences reach a high figure. The predicates are few. Egocentric reactions are absent, a fact which speaks in favor of a very objective apprehension of the words. The figures for same grammatical form are, as in number 2 of this group, remarkably high. The subject belongs therefore to the same objective reaction type without demonstrable constellations. Many associations had delayed reaction times for which we had no subsequent explanations. We are not in possession of any more searching analysis. Number 5, nurse, Swiss, about 28 years old, elementary school education. The predicates are relatively much diminished in the normal experiment. For example, only 8.5% instead of 20.4%, the average for uneducated women. The coordinations in normal and distraction experiments are below the average. The verbal motor forms, on the other hand, above the average for uneducated women. The average is 24% in normal experiment and 28.8% in outer distraction. On the whole, we have a case with relatively few inner but many outer associations. Nevertheless, or rather because the general reaction type seems somewhat superficial, the distraction experiment succeeded, whereas usually among uneducated women with many predicates, distraction does not succeed so well. Although the outer associations in the second part of the distraction are not more numerous than in the first 100 of the normal experiment, still the inner associations do distinctly fall off, whilst the clang reactions increase. In the second 100 of the normal experiment, we have an increase of the inner associations, and at the same time we find, as is fairly usual, an increase of the constellations, which we consider, as is so often the case, the cause of the alteration. The fact that in the second 100 stimulus words there are many more which arouse emotional images than in the first 100 also have its influence. In the first 100 of the normal experiment, 6 constellations were noticed, 10 in the second 100 and 2 in the distraction experiment. They diminished. In the distraction experiment, they are almost exclusively complex constellations. The complex is bound up with a love affair with an unhappy ending. After a long friendship, she was jilted by her sweetheart. The long reaction time is mostly over 5 seconds or almost entirely limited to these complex constellations. Examples: attendant, male nurse, 11.4 seconds. Her sweetheart was an attendant. Heart, stomach, 6.4 seconds. Caress, love, 5.6 seconds. Separate, go, 5.6 seconds. Love, wicked, 8.8 seconds. Freedom, confined, 6 seconds. Despise, respected, 18.4 seconds. Tie, tear, 5.2 seconds. False, falseness, 7.2 seconds. The subject was unwilling to give any exact account about a small remaining number of constellations and long reaction times which could not be set down to the complex as a matter of course. They are, on that account, the more suspect. We have here another good instance of that special kind of complex expression. Prolonged reaction times, by this is not meant that these do not occur in other cases also, for example, with rather difficult, unusual stimulus words. We have already met prolonged reaction times as complex phenomena. Subjects 3 and 4 of this group, here they are almost exclusively complex signs. They pass into the so-called faults when no verbal reaction follows at all. The repetition of the reaction word is almost entirely limited to the normal experiment and concerns 16 different words, the majority referring to things connected with the daily life of an asylum nurse. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Elder. The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 14. Experiment 6 constellations were noticed, 10 in the second 100 and 2 in the distraction experiment. They diminish in the distraction experiment. They are almost exclusively complex constellations. The complex is bound up with a love affair with an unhappy ending. After a long friendship, she was jilted by her sweetheart. The long reaction times, mostly over 5 seconds, are almost entirely limited to these complex constellations. The subject was unwilling to give any exact account about a small remaining number of constellations and long reaction times, which cannot be set down to the complex as a matter of course. They are, on that account, the more suspect. We have here another good instance of that special kind of complex expression, prolonged reaction times. By this is not meant that these do not occur in other cases, also, e.g., with rather difficult, unusual stimulus words. We have already met prolonged reaction times as complex phenomena, subjects 3 and 4 of this group. Here they are almost exclusively complex signs. They pass into the so-called faults, when no verbal reaction follows at all. The repetition of the reaction word is almost entirely limited to the normal experiment and concerns 16 different words, the majority referring to things connected with the daily life of an asylum nurse. A glance at the proportion of predicates to coordinations teaches us that this subject must be accounted a predicate type. In ordinance with the rule for this type, we find no distinct effect of distraction. Clang reactions and indirect associations only occur in the first part of distraction. The egocentric reactions are pretty well represented and equally divided. The highest number of inner and the smallest number of outer associations again occur in the second hundred of the normal experiment. We see there also a maximum of faults, 7, which are almost all evoked by a complex. Unfortunately, the subject vouchsafed no real explanation, and her reserved character forbade persistence on this point. She merely stated that remembrances of certain family affairs were concealed beneath the faults, and long reaction times, unusual stimulus words, were responsible for a few of these. Distraction was a distinct success. It was chiefly characterized by a diminution of coordinations and an increase of the verbal motor forms, while the predicates, although pretty numerous, were more stable in quantity. Preservation occurs mainly in distraction, especially in the second hundred of the distraction experiment. There are no egocentric reactions. From the nature of the reactions, it is not evident whether constellations or complexes do or do not play a part in the associations. Some conclusions can be more readily drawn from the reaction times, inasmuch as some of the strikingly long reaction times occur in reaction to insidious stimulus words. Any accurate mental analysis, however, is absent in this case. In the distraction experiment, repetitions of the form of the reaction occur. They are mostly reactions in the form of a simple sentence. But no strikingly long reaction times occur. Whether this repetition of the word, especially the repetition of the word men, denotes complex phenomena similar to those we found in number 1 of this group cannot be elicited. Looked at externally, the associations of this person make a very objective impression, without many subjective constellations, but the rather changing reaction times, often remarkably long, suggest that behind the apparently objective reactions, true. The marked predominance of the predicates is a characteristic of the reaction. These are mainly responsible for the high number of inner associations. A definite tendency to critical valuations is present, but these have no pronounced subjective, egocentric character. The reactions denote active participation in the experiment. As to the sense of the stimulus words, despite a certain reserve and bashfulness, the more intimate content of the images comes out pretty distinctly. The subject is a very excellent and practical servant, very religious, and was thinking of getting married. In the reactions of the normal state, the following reactions are repeated. Shortly before carrying out the associations, she happened to be attacked by a big dog, which frightened her very much. The reaction dog was 4 times repeated once there was strong preservation at the picture of the dog. The reaction wolf was twice repeated. To the stimulus word sly, she reacted with wolf, spontaneously announcing that really fox was the first to come to her mind. These reactions and repetitions distinctly point to emotional complexes and to an active participation of the personality in general. The distraction experiment, which was, however, only carried out very incompletely, had no effect at all. Thus, we see here the same characteristic behavior as in the predicate types described above. The numerous faults in this subject can be thus grouped. Of the 7 faults in the normal experiment, 4 occur with undoubted emotionally charged stimulus words, such as heart, manners, hypocrite, faithful, rich, revenge, etc. Of the 10 faults in the distraction, 8%, 4 with emotionally charged stimulus words, a further proof that faults in the majority of cases are referable to emotional causes. In the group of uneducated women, we have 8 subjects aged from 18 to 28 years, with 2,400 associations. We have 200 associations from each in normal experiment and 100 associations in outer distraction. Most of the subjects are fairly intelligent. More than half have attended a secondary school after the elementary school. 7 habitually spoke the Swiss dialect. Only 1 spoke a South German dialect, which is nearer to High German. 7 were hospital nurses. 1 was a servant. 2 reacted with a predicate type. In neither was the distraction experiment successful. In a third with considerable predicates, but yet not exactly belonging to the predicate type, the distraction experiment likewise miscarried. This was partly because at many stimulus words, not wishing her attention to be distracted, she failed to make the strokes to the beats of the metronome. The distraction experiment only half succeeded in 1 subject. With many coordinations and absence of constellations in the distraction experiment, she redoubled her efforts in order to pay attention to the stimulus words, as well as to the metronome beats. In the other 4 subjects, the distraction experiment succeeded, although these on the whole also put forth all their efforts in the distraction experiment, and strained themselves considerably more than in the normal experiment, because it was more difficult for them than for educated persons to keep their attention divided. As a whole, the uneducated women are the least able of all the groups to divide their attention. Clang associations play a much slighter part as distraction phenomena than in the groups of the educated. 2 subjects belong to a purely objective type with few predicates, no constellations to speak of, and remarkably many reaction words with the same number of syllables as the stimulus words. In 2 others, NOS 1 and 3, complex phenomena come to the fore in the most diverse forms. In 3 subjects, there was, in the second 100 of the normal experiment, an increase of the inner and decrease of the outer associations. It was then generally noticed that the complex phenomena were more distinct in the second 100 of the normal experiment, whilst they diminished more and more in distraction. In the most pronounced cases, e.g., number 1, the manifestation of the complex in the second 100 of the normal experiment is certainly not dependent upon the increase of emotionally charged stimulus words. This manifestation occurred with stimulus words which possess nothing of this quality for other people. End of section 15.
Section 16, Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 15. 4. Uneducated men. In this group we give the tables of the first 6 cases in summary, the columns omitted having no special interest. So far as the group of verbal motor forms is especially concerned, we get the following averages to which all 6 subjects adhere pretty closely. Normal experiment, first 127, second 130, outer distraction, first half 22, second half 34. Distinct complex constellations are hardly to be demonstrated, and in nearly all cases a thorough analysis was wanting. Number 1, subject, male, nurse, age 40, Swiss, elementary school education, rather well read. The outer associations predominate over the inner, but not to the same extent as in the educated. The effect of distraction is clear. In the second 100 of the normal experiment, we see the number of inner associations decrease and the outer increase. The figures for false and egocentric reactions 4, 8, 6, 4 are remarkably high. They exceed the mean for these reaction forms. In the absence of any exact analysis, it is not possible to determine the significance of the faults in each association. There are no distinct constellation associations. The reaction times, apart from the few faults, betray no complex constellations. They remain within small limits, 0.6 to 2.6 seconds. Number 2, subject, male nurse, about 25 years, South German, elementary school education. The outer associations predominate over the inner, as in the previous case. In the second 100 of the normal experiment, there is an increase of the inner and decrease of the outer associations. When we met this phenomenon in the other groups, we were able to ascribe it to the emotionally charged association complexes emerging more distinctly. Probably this is the case here also. Still, the constellation associations are not very distinct, and we only possess a partial analysis. The sum of the reaction times is greater in the second than in the first 100. Longer reaction times are more numerous. In the second 100 there is the reaction family alone, 4.4 seconds, the longest reaction time which occurred in this subject. The young man is engaged to a hospital nurse. A series of reactions with a rather long reaction time is very probably conditioned by this complex. We met the strongest distraction phenomena in the first of the distraction experiment, where we also found 6 clang associations. There are hints of constellations in some of the reactions which refer to military service, schoolboy, soldier, faithful, soldier, rank, file. Others, in all probability, refer to his engagement and fiancée. Love, trust, 1.6 seconds. Hope, at last, 1.6 seconds. Wreath, ripe, 3.2 seconds. Faithfulness, go a journey, 2.4 seconds. Everywhere alone. Question mark. Family alone, 4.4 seconds. Separate. Meet, 1.6 seconds. The reaction times, which are rather longer in proportion to the other associations, support this idea. There were no quotations or the like in this or the previous subject. Number 3, subject, male, nurse, 54 years, secondary education, somewhat neurasthenic. The distraction experiment did not succeed well. It should be stated, however, that interest in associations which belong to the clang and residual group was stronger in the distraction experiments than in the normal experiments, whilst the egocentric reactions disappeared in distraction experiment. Phenomena which may be regarded as more or less the effects of distraction. There were no manifest constellation or complex associations. Number 4, subject, male nurse, 37 years, elementary school education. He can also be counted among the predicate types. A certain distraction result can, however, be recorded. We notice that the inner associations visibly decrease. We meet a distinct rise of the outer associations only in the second part of the distraction experiment. On the other hand, we see in the first part of the distraction experiment a maximum of clang reactions. Perseverations and egocentric reactions are quite absent. There are no distinct constellation associations. We have reviewed this case. One of the previous cases from this group would have done in a discussion about constellations and complexes. See number 4 of Educated Men as an example of those cases where we meet the first constellations or subjective reminiscences. Number 5, subject, male nurse, 30 years. Inner associations diminish in this case as in the first 2 of this group. The predicates especially are very few in number. Obvious effects of distraction. The inner associations decrease considerably in the second 100 of the normal experiment as well as in the distraction experiment, especially in the second part. Clangs, rhymes, indirect and meaningless reactions increase in the distraction experiment, especially in the first part. In the second part, they again diminish slightly, the decrease of inner and increase of outer associations being there most pronounced. The figures for same grammatical form are extremely high, 86 in first 100 of normal experiment, 44 in second 100, 88 each in both halves of the distraction experiment. They are also high in the next case and in numbers 2 and 4 of uneducated women. In accordance with this result, egocentric associations are absent and the constellation associations diminish altogether and are not distinctly recognizable, just as in the other cases mentioned. In the second part of the distraction experiment, there are certain repetitions, probably from embarrassment and as a phenomenon of distraction. Number 17, footnote. The numbers refer to the serial number of the stimulus word in the scheme. They only serve to show at what intervals these repetitions occur. End of footnote. Door, castle. Number 55, hall, castle hall. Number 57, bridge, castle bridge. Number 69, banner, castle banner. Cellar, cellar door, corridor, door. Number 6, subject, male nurse, 36 years, secondary education. With fairly numerous inner associations, coordinations are chiefly to be found, whilst the predicates are not particularly numerous. The verbal motor forms are relatively scarce. A glance at the relation of inner to outer association shows at once that the distraction experiment was successful. In the second 100 of the normal experiment, there is already an alteration of these figures in the sense of a distraction. Our subject resembles number 5 of this group and numbers 4 and 2 of uneducated women by the marked occurrence of coordination and of the figures for same grammatical form, diminution of the predicate relations, and an almost entire absence of egocentric reactions and constellation associations. It is a case of strikingly objective uniform reaction type. The present case differs from the others by the prominence of subordinations and definitions within the coordinations, whilst in the others the 3 subjects referred to below, true co-adjuncts, are rather made. Number 7 may perhaps still be counted among the predicate type, although the predicates are not very predominant. In the second 100, remarkably many coexistences, no reactions in the clang group. In the residual group, the number of faults is noticeable. The maximum, 5, occurs in the second 100 of the normal experiment. the sudden appearance of 6% repetitions of the stimulus word in the second part of the distraction experiment is most surprising. We found also 2% perseverations. In the second part of normal experiment, the figures for inner association rise and those of outer association fall, which in conjunction with the occurrence of complex constellations we've already found several times. Despite the predicate type, the distraction experiment was successful. The number of inner associations continued to decrease and that of outer associations to increase. The predicates especially diminish in the distraction experiment. The exact number of recent constellations could not be subsequently ascertained, but a series of constellations were certainly present, among these being a great number of reminiscences from the courses in the intermediate school. Some of the specific associations with very long reaction times are striking. For example, copybook, squarish, 7.4 seconds, book, interesting, 10.1 seconds, insolent, the enemy, 17.2 seconds, caress, caresser, 6.4 seconds, evil, devil, 10.4 seconds, angry, devil, 28 seconds, come, the yellow danger, 8.4 seconds, kiss, Oberon, 6.8 seconds, love, mother, 13 seconds, to indulge, indulgent, 9 seconds, dear mother, 9 seconds, strange, a poem, 11 seconds, nausea, dirty, 6.8 seconds. For example, copybook, squarish, 7.4 seconds, book, interesting, 10.1 seconds, insolent, the enemy, 17.2 seconds, caress, caresser, 6.4 seconds, evil, devil, 10.4 seconds, angry, devil, 28 seconds, come, the yellow danger, 8.4 seconds, kiss, Oberon, 6.8 seconds, love, mother, 13 seconds, to indulge, indulgent, 9 seconds, dear mother, 9 seconds, strange, a poem, 11 seconds, nausea, dirty, 6.8 seconds. Number 7, subject, pupil at an intermediate school, 17 years, fairly intelligent, nervous. In the distraction test, the reactions with unusually long reaction times are scarce. Probably a more exact analysis would have found one or more complexes behind these reactions. Eros, school, fear of a slight operation were probably the reasons conditioning the prolongation of the reaction times. Summary: in the group of uneducated men, we have 7 subjects with 2,086 associations. They are all fairly intelligent, but with the exception of number 6, who had had a secondary education, and of number 7, who attends a technical school, they had only attended the elementary schools. 4 of them are German Swiss, speaking the current dialect. One is a South German, but long settled in Switzerland and quite adept in the Swiss dialect. Only one speaks the Swabian dialect, which is rather more like High German. The pupil at the technical school speaks High German at home. 2 of the subjects can be counted as belonging to the predicate type. As in most cases of this type, distraction did not succeed well in one case, though it did in the other. In another, subject who in normal experiment had relatively few inner and many outer associations, the distraction was not a great success. In all the rest of this group, the effect of distraction, only external distraction is referred to in this group, was evident. Clang associations as signs of distraction never occur as they do among the educated. 2 subjects, 5 and 6 of this group, belong to a type with very many coordinations, few predicates, and many reactions having the same grammatical form. At the same time, they are marked by the absence of egocentric reactions and constellations. We meet this type also in uneducated women, numbers 2 and 4 of uneducated women. For the rest, the entire group of uneducated men is distinguished by the great decrease of constellations and complexes in the associations, just an indication of these being occasionally found. This does not exclude the variations in reaction times, although within narrow limits, which denotes the action of complexes. Quotations and similar reactions which make one suspect complexes were only found in one particular case in this group. This exception was the youngest member of the group, the pupil at the technical school. He reacted by a very great number of subjective reminiscences and constellations which might be regarded partly as complex constellations. In subjects 2, 3, and 7, we found an increase of inner associations in the second 100 of the normal experiment. Whether this should always be regarded as the effect of a complex cannot be stated with certainty in all cases. In our experiments, the uneducated men differ from the uneducated women in that, subjective as they are, they exhibit their emotions much less than the latter. This difference hardly exists among the educated men. We meet almost as many very subjective types whose reactions exhibit strong emotions as we do among women. The educated men in this respect have more feminine traits than the uneducated. In conclusion, it is perhaps not superfluous again to call attention to the fact that the overwhelming number of complexes which we have discovered among our subjects are of an erotic nature. There is nothing very remarkable in this, seeing the great part love and sexuality play in human life. End of section 16. Section 17 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 16. B. Group Statistics, the Normal Experiment. Having now reviewed the subjects individually, it remains for us to study the group behavior of the reactions. The ratio of the figures among individuals is a very variable one, as a glance at the tables shows. A chief cause of these variations is, apart from specific individual causes, the intensity of attention, to the effects of which we have already referred several times. The fact that some individuals react preferably by inner association, others preferably by outer, is primarily a phenomenon of attention. Every person endowed with speech has at disposal all the different kinds of association. The nature of the association produced depends chiefly upon the degree of attention bestowed upon the stimulus word. Where our distraction experiment succeeded, that is, where the conditions of the experiment were carried out so as to fulfill the intentions of the experimenter, the same phenomenon was manifest. The outer associations and the clang reactions increased at the expense of the inner associations. A change took place in the direction of habit and routine, that is, of mechanically simple or verbal connections. With increasing distraction, the effect of the law of frequency increases, since things which are frequently together in time and space attain expression. With the decreasing stress of attention on the images, the next layer, mostly verbal elements, attains a higher valency, that is, a lower liminal value, and thus reaches reproduction. We do not wish to discuss here the different psychological theories of attention. We conceive attention as a state leading up to association complexes, and in the last analysis characterized by muscular tensions, a state which supplies the psychophysical basis to the accentuated complex. The purpose of the physical echo seems to be to make stable the accentuated image in the field of consciousness. Through this somatic connection, the accentuated image is probably kept more fluid than all the others, which are also at the summit of clearness, or under other conditions of the feeling, which is its representative. It becomes a tendency presentation, or a tendency feeling. Two effects proceed from this. One, acceleration of all associated presentations, and especially of all those having the same tendency. Two, inhibition of all non-associated presentations, especially to those not associated with that tendency. If the tone of attention is heightened for a non-associated presentation, the tendency presentation is correspondingly put out of focus, that is, it loses in tone. The effects proceeding from it become proportionately lower in intensity, so that the difference in the liminal value of all the remaining associations decreases. The selection as regards the tendency becomes more difficult and becomes more subordinate to the influence of the law of frequency. That is to say, that all those associations thrust themselves to the front which by use and practice form the most frequent content of consciousness and thus possess the lowest liminal value. The law of frequency takes over the part which had formerly been played by the tendency presentation. Transferred to the practice of our experiments, it means that the presentations which are ready-made and mechanical in the language are substituted for the endeavor to apprehend and work out the meaning of the stimulus word. In the act of apperception and of the further working out of the stimulus words, all these purely verbal connections are repressed, so that a part of them chimes softly and vaguely, and a part remain completely unconscious. If the verbal connections enter the field of consciousness, the higher associations are pushed into the shade. Some of them chime feebly, some pass away unconsciously, according to Wundt, unperceived. That they do not occur at all is possible, but that is difficult to prove. But verbal mechanism is not the lowest level in the reaction process. Mere mimicry of speech or clang reaction is repressed during mechanical verbal reaction. If by further lowering of attention we take away verbal mechanisms, which, after all, do possess in most cases some meaning, the clang reactions rise. These represent the lowest level of verbal reaction, and on that account remain in ordinary life constantly below the threshold of consciousness. In the infantile process of speech development, clang reactions, it is well known, play a pretty large part. Later they become more and more repressed, ending in a habitual unconsciousness from which, in the normal state, they can only be evoked by a certain degree of effort. We have purposely only spoken about the effect of distraction on verbal functions. We must now observe that the law of frequency occurs also in the selection of the inner pictures. We were struck by the frequency with which, while the subject was in a state of inner distraction, note well, much more frequently than in the normal state, old childish reminiscences emerged, even with everyday objects. In the individual descriptions we have referred to the similarity of the phenomenon of distraction to that of maniacal reaction. The reactions in the state of distraction are in no way to be differentiated from maniacal reactions, as Aschenberg discovered, and as we have ourselves observed in many maniacal associations. Leitmann, who explains flight of ideas as due to a disturbance of attention, has arrived at the same point of view as ourselves as a result of his own investigations. Considerations similar to Leitmann's have for some time past mainly inspired our experimental investigations. The results of our experiments confirm his views. As regards the psychological mechanisms of the flight of ideas, our views agree completely with Leitmann's. We therefore refer the reader to his work. Aschenberg has acquainted us with another reaction type, similar to that of the maniacal, the fatigue type. Other workers, guided by Kraplin's elaborate investigations, record analogous results from the effect of alcohol. Aschenberg makes motor excitation responsible for the occurrence of clang reactions, but against this conception it is enough to point out that the conditions in question are characterized to a large extent by disturbance of attention. Our experiments have proved that clang reactions are conditioned, it may be said exclusively, by disturbance of attention. Motor excitation is probably an unessential by-symptom, which at the most may be the cause of the disturbance of attention. This seems to be the case in fatigue and alcoholism. In maniacal flight of ideas, another factor certainly enters as the cause of the disturbance of attention, the specific excitation, the psychological nature of which is at present quite obscure. The disturbance of attention due to motor excitation and fatigue and alcoholism we should conceive as follows. The physical correlate of the phenomenon of attention, muscular tension, undergoes under the influence of the motor excitation a certain abbreviation in duration and a certain abnormal variability in its nature. The psychophysical basis of the accentuated images thus become labile is psychically represented as the decline of the tendency images. From this decline of the tendency image there must result, following Leitmann's views, flight of ideas which appear in the association experiment as clang reactions, etc. In acoustic verbal experiments there is a possibility that motor excitation, which is naturally communicated to the verbal motor system also, encounters the mechanical reactions now set free, but it is never the sole cause of these. From these considerations we should expect in every case of disturbance of attention a superficial reaction type, clang reactions, or inversely, where clang reactions occur we should suspect a disturbance of attention. This fact seems to us to be of great diagnostic value. Moreover, it is an essential foundation for any general understanding of reactions. With the relatively great variations in the individual figures, a survey of our large number of statistics is difficult. We have therefore prepared for easier comparison tables of certain groups giving the arithmetical mean in percentages. We do not deny that any dealing with averages in such delicate quantitative relationships is a somewhat daring undertaking. Even though the quantitative ratio of the individual groups towards one another must be somewhat variable, we are still convinced that the chief figures at least, namely those of the inner and outer associations and of the clang reactions, do give, nevertheless, a pertinent picture of the nature of the reaction. The quantitative relationship of certain special groups to one another, for example the coexistences, is partly influenced by definite sources of error, conditioned by the selection of the stimulus words. It is obvious that reactions with nouns only show different relationships from reactions with mixed stimulus words. Nevertheless, our relative figures maintained their value, since all the subjects were examined by the same scheme of stimulus words. We have classified our material from different points of view. We were, above all, interested in the question of the relationship of the educated to the uneducated. Aschaffenburg found among his educated subjects a relatively strong preponderance of outer over inner associations. On the other side, Rauschberg and Balint found a strong preponderance of the inner associations among the uneducated. Our uneducated subjects were almost all male or female nurses in the asylum. We will agree that this selection of the uneducated was not a very fortunate one, for among the nursing staff there were a number of persons who were above the average level of education. The term half-educated would be perhaps better than uneducated. The level of culture and intelligence of the men is on the whole somewhat higher than that of the women. The women exhibit a relatively high figure for inner associations. Remarkably enough, the number of inner associations does not rise considerably in the second half of the experiment, where the predicates show an increase. Moreover, in the second 100 there is an increase in the residual group and in the clang reactions. With the increase of predicates and of verbal motor forms must be connected the diminution of agreement in the grammatical forms. The figures for verbal linking are very high. The men show on the whole a more superficial reaction type than the women. The second 100 does not perceptibly differ from the first, only the figures for indirect associations and consonants present a fairly striking increase. The increase of faults in the second 100 of both groups is perhaps attributable to the unfortunate accident that the number of stimulus words with an emotional tone is rather larger in the second 100 than in the first. As we have seen, faults chiefly occur with such stimulus words. It is noticeable that the men present a greater number of egocentric reactions than the women, although they have a distinctly lesser number of predicates. The number of perseverations is partly connected with the egocentric reactions, that is, with the inflow of personal wishes and valuations. In the women it is indeed somewhat higher than in the men. It changes, however, in accordance with the retrogression of egocentric judgments, a fact that will be confirmed later. We relate this condition to the fact that reactions with accentuated feeling have a tendency to perseveration, as we have demonstrated several times in the individual statements. In the table on page 127, one is most of all struck by the generally superficial type of the reactions. The men are almost all highly educated persons, the women likewise, with few exceptions, being highly cultivated. The difference between the men and women is not considerable so far as the first three groups are concerned, with the exception of a slight preponderance of the inner associations among men over those among women, in which the coordinations especially participate. There are considerable differences in the residual group, where the high figures in men for indirect associations are striking, more than double that of the women. The average of the Clang reactions is also somewhat higher in men than in women. The suspected inverse ratio between indirect associations and Clang reactions is thus again suggested here. Clang reactions: women first 100, 2.9 seconds, women second 100, 2.4 seconds, men first 100, 5.2 seconds, men second 100, 6.1 seconds. Indirect associations: women first 100, 0.9 seconds, women second 100, 1.0 seconds, men first 100, 2.8 seconds, men second 100, 2.2 seconds. We shall discuss this phenomenon in our critique of the distraction averages. The men exceed the women in the egocentric reactions also. The number of perseverations accords here, as among the uneducated, with those of the egocentric reactions, a further proof of the largely effective nature of the perseverations. Note well only in the normal experiment. The differences which separate educated and uneducated are best illustrated by placing the average figures for the two groups in parallel tables. The educated show a distinctly shallower type than the uneducated. This difference can be graphically described by the statement: the educated exhibit a distraction phenomenon as compared with the uneducated. Put the case thus: the figures for the uneducated being those of a subject in normal experiment, the figures of the educated behave like those obtained in a distraction experiment. The Clang reactions and the figures for the residual group are correspondingly increased, just as we have found in the individual tables. Whence comes this difference? It cannot be assumed that the educated really think more superficially than the uneducated. That would be nonsense. It can merely be assumed that, so far as the experiments are concerned, they think more superficially than the uneducated. That seems to be really the case, and this to us seems to be the explanation of the reaction type. The following points must be considered in favor of this postulate. 1. The agreement in grammatical forms and number of syllables between stimulus word and reaction is decidedly greater among the uneducated. This fact speaks for the uneducated adhering more closely to the stimulus word, being more influenced by it, than the educated. 2. The number of meaningless reactions is considerably smaller among the uneducated. The latter controls himself more, that is, he pays more attention to the reaction. 3. The uneducated exceeds the educated in the number of coexistences, which are chiefly constructed from spatial perceptions. That is, the uneducated takes the trouble to image distinctly the object named by the stimulus word, so that he must naturally associate what is coexistent with it. The educated, on the other hand, has fewer coexistences, because he contents himself with joining verbal forms to one another. 5. The uneducated has about one-half fewer egocentric reactions than the educated. This suggests that he lets himself go much less and allows fewer disguised subjective wishes and variations to break through. He strives after the utmost possible objective apprehension of the stimulus word. 6. One great point is that among the educated, the Clang reactions are almost 7 times as numerous. Here the slackness is most distinctly evident. The subject who takes most care makes no Clang reactions, as it were, except for some specific adaptation. On these grounds, we regard it as proved that the difference between the educated and uneducated reaction types, so far as it is expressed in these figures, is entirely functional and has only the significance of phenomenon of attention. If it be permissible to grade the degree of attention by the figures of the Clang reaction, of the residual group, and of the verbal motor forms, the uneducated women stand highest in the work of attention, educated men the lowest. This fact is evident if we examine the groups according to sex from the above points of view. Whence arises the difference of attention between educated and uneducated? 1. The experiment is something foreign to the uneducated. Naturally, it is for him something more unknown and more difficult than for the educated, who is in a position to survey the range of the experiment, and who must feel at once more at ease in an intellectual activity than the uneducated. The excitation of the uneducated is thus greater and more general in the experiment, and he therefore reacts with greater strain. 2 words are called out to the subject without any sentence connecting them. Under ordinary circumstances, if something is called out to one in this way, it is commonly a command or a question. The uneducated is contrary to the educated, not used to being concerned with individual words apart from sentences, more especially if he has never learnt a foreign language out of books. The stimulus word has thus something uncanny for the uneducated. Influenced by habit, he instinctively apprehends it as a question with the intensity of attention necessary for a proper answer. The stimulus word to the uneducated is something to which he must frame for himself a connecting question which he then answers. 3. The uneducated only knows words, as it were, in a connected sentence, especially when they occur as an acoustic phenomenon. Connected in a sentence, the words always have a meaning. The uneducated person knows the word less as a mere word or verbal sign than as something with a meaning. Hence, single words are apprehended by the uneducated according to their meaning in some imaginary sentence. To the educated, the stimulus word remains merely a word without any special meaning. Recapitulating, we may say that the uneducated person demonstrates appropriately to his lower education a narrower conception of the experiment, especially of the stimulus words called out, than the educated, who approaches the question much more coldly and in a more business-like fashion. In other words, the uneducated person shows a certain tendency to assimilate the stimulus word in the sense of a question, because usually verbal ejaculations denote a question. This relationship to the stimulus word appears distinctly in certain pathological states where the association experiment is nothing but a long conversation of 2 times 200 sentences on some emotionally charged theme. From these considerations it follows that the uneducated bestows greater attention, chiefly because the significance of the stimulus word influences him more than it does the educated. The difference between the educated and uneducated is the different conception of the stimulus word. This difference in principle might allow us to separate off 2 rather vague groups. This separation is, however, so general that it does not take into consideration other essential differences in the reaction types. We have therefore endeavored to discover other and finer bases for our classification. We ask ourselves, are there other universal factors apart from the phenomena of attention which visibly influence the reaction? 1. Chief factor lies in the individual temperament. The difference in apprehension which we have just discussed is an intellectual or associative disposition which would be just the same in persons of the most diverse characters, but it is different with temperament. From our experiments, 2 well-characterized types emerge. 1, a type who in the reaction makes use of subjective experiences often emotionally charged. 2, a type who shows in the reaction an objective impersonal habit of mind. The first type is characterized by the occurrence of pictures of personal memories, which are often markedly emotional. The latter type preferably relates words to words or concepts to concepts, the personal element playing quite a subordinate role in the reaction. This may be termed the objective type. The first type is conveniently divided into 3 groups. Alpha, the stimulus image evoked by the stimulus word acts through its emotional tone. Usually the emotional tone which the stimulus image possesses at once excites a memory complex which is completely equal to it. The reaction then follows under the constellation of this complex. In practice, individuals of this type can be separated from others, at least in extreme cases. We term this type the complex constellation type. Beta, the image aroused by the stimulus word is an individual reminiscence generally taken from daily life. The reaction contains the image, or at least is markedly constellated by it. We term this the simple constellation type. Gamma, the image aroused by the stimulus word acts through one or other of the attributes associated with it, partly sensual portions of the presentation, partly emotional tones. Presumably, in this type, the stimulus presentation is primarily very plastic, so that first one, then another trait is thrust forward by means of which the reaction is conditioned. It thus generally contains a predicate of the object designated by the stimulus word. We term this the predicate type. What is common to types alpha, beta, gamma, as opposed to the objective type? 2 is a strong accentuation of the individual personal part of the reaction independent of the stimulus word. We can therefore say that the difference between types 1 and 2 is the egocentricity of the adjustment. These points of view elucidate the universal psychological laws which govern our experiment. This is far from disclosing all the roots of the complications and the reactions. In the egocentric adaptation, we've tacitly assumed that the reaction is a more or less distinct symbol of inner processes. So long as we know that the subject is expressing himself freely, we can grant this postulate cum grano salis. But the picture of the reaction is altered when the egocentric adaptation leads to the raising of emotionally charged complexes which the subject will not reveal. This is the case in the complex constellation type. For example, the stimulus word raises the complex of an unhappy love affair hidden as far as possible. Were the subject now to react according to his inner pictures, he would express in the reaction a piece of his complex which he would thus reveal. The concealment of an effect is always characterized by a quite peculiar adjustment, a peculiar condition of feeling, perhaps without the occurrence of any conscious critique. The complex, as it emerges, is immediately repressed again by the conscious emotional tendency of not wishing to reveal something, a tendency giving rise to discordant inhibitions. Naturally, this process of repression can be carried out much more consciously or even more unconsciously, as in hysteria. In the place of the repressed complex presentation, another association is substituted and expressed, one corresponding to the momentary feeling of the tendency. Thus the real inner association is concealed from the world and the secret preserved. For the experimenter who perhaps does not enjoy the subject's full confidence, it may be extraordinarily difficult in some cases to distinguish whether there is something concealed or not. The distinction may be impossible in some people who are able to exercise complete self-control, but in most cases a subject betrays himself after a little time. In accordance with the laws set forth above, certain phenomena occur which betray the repressed complex. Here we want to set aside the prolongation of the reaction time, which is a regular occurrence. Repression is betrayed, one, by an unusual and suspicious setting of the reaction, which the reaction word by itself does not explain, but whose peculiar character must be constellated by an X. Occasionally this X can be read directly from the peculiarly forced nature of the reaction. Such reactions frequently appear in sentence form. 2. By the phenomena of attention, a subject who is taking the stimulus word altogether in the sense of a question and reproducing a series of superior associations suddenly reacts by a clang or other strikingly superficial association in the absence of any external disturbance. The occurrence is suspicious. Some inner disturbance, some inner distraction must have taken place. The subject perhaps gives no information. The phenomenon is repeated at a similar stimulus word. We are now fairly certain that there is something behind this. This suspicion has seldom led us astray. A complex has suddenly emerged, has drawn a certain intensity of attention to itself. Meanwhile, the reaction takes place, and in consequence of the disturbance of attention, the reaction can be only a superficial one. 3. By fault, the emerging complex absorbs all the attention, so that the reaction is either forgotten or, in the absence of every association, cannot be expressed. 4. By perseveration, in this case the critical reaction may be quite unnoticeable, but the succeeding one bears an abnormal character, so that the preceding reaction has undertaken the part of the constellating X. The perseverating factor is the effect excited by the preceding association. 5. By assimilation of the stimulus word. For no obvious reason, the stimulus word is taken in a peculiarly rare sense, or it is misunderstood in some remarkable way in accordance with the affective idea which fills up consciousness. These points are the chief criteria of a concealed complex. We have purposely devoted so much attention to the review of these finer psychological phenomena for the affective processes whose traces we have followed with the utmost possible care in the normal reaction play the leading role in pathological reactions. This we shall see subsequently in detail. What may be perhaps put aside in the normal reaction as capriciousness is seen to be the most important factor in pathological reactions. Provisionally, we place the greatest value upon the knowledge that the reactions are an extremely refined agent for affective processes in particular, and for the individual outlook of the subjects in general. In illustration of our arguments, we append associations of the 6 chief types. End of section 17. Section 18 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 17. 1. Objective type. The reactions of a subject whose adjustment is essentially objective. The conception of the stimulus word, in the sense of a question, is in the background. There is a great tendency merely to group the words serially, partly according to the law of similarity, partly according to verbally current connections. Number 1 of educated men. The subject is a doctor. A few medical terms such as needle holder and skull formation point to this. We do not reckon the reactions constellated by the profession among the constellations, using this term in the narrower sense. Reactions of that kind are not subjective, belonging not to the individual alone, but more or less to a whole class. The only subjective constellation is guess blank W. The reactions of a person whose adjustment is objective, and in whom the stimulus word works much more by its meaning than in the foregoing. The tendency is to give the most correct reaction possible. Number 4 of uneducated women. The subject is a nurse. In our asylum, subjective factors are entirely absent in the reactions. The tone is extraordinarily objective and quiet. In contrast with the previous case, one may notice that the meaning of the stimulus word is here the exciting factor, as is seen by the many contrasts. 2. Egocentric attitude. A. Simple constellation type. The reactions of a person in whom numerous subjective experiences were made use of in the experiment. The attitude is egocentric insofar as the stimulus word arouses preferably subjective memories. Number 4 of educated men. The characteristic of this type is the emergence of numerous subjective experiences, mostly of recent date and belonging for the most part to the daily round. It is self-evident that despite the objective character of the constellations on the whole, some are intermingled belonging to an emotionally toned complex, but compared with the others these are relatively few, and part of them certainly well concealed. The recently experienced joy of a father is seen in father, anxious hope, pregnancy, son, little one. This emotional tone diminutive seems to us to resound also in the reactions caress, kitten, faithful doggy. Complex constellation type 1. Reactions of a patient in whom an emotional complex occurs undisguised in the reactions. The significance of the stimulus word is made to relate to the complex. Number 7 of educated men. Characteristic of these reactions is the strong emotionally toned complex. The stimulus word is assimilated in the form of a conversation. The experiment thus bears the stamp of an interrogatory in which the consciousness of the situation of the moment has, so far as the subject is concerned, receded slightly into the background. That explains the somewhat abnormal character of such a conversation. Reactions of this nature are due to extreme sensitiveness. The relatively numerous interjections and the egocentric relationships, even those unrelated to the complex, point to the same thing. The subject's egocentricity is very distinctly shown in everything. He is mentally quite healthy, and at another time would probably present a much more objective type. The abnormal character of the reaction is to be attributed entirely to the temporary but ruling effect. We may here remark that this abnormal state evoked by effect is the usual prototype of the hysterical anomalies in reaction. 2. A good instance of a concealed emotional complex is number 1 of uneducated women. We refer the reader to the associations already recorded in the special part. C. Predicate type. reactions of a person who evaluates the object denoted by the stimulus word from the personal standpoint. Number 7 of educated women. The characteristic of this kind of reacting is an unusually marked emergence of what is personal, leading to a constant valuation of the object, mostly in reference to the self. 3. Sex difference in the normal experiment. We've also considered the figures from the point of view of sex difference and calculated the corresponding averages. We are surprised when we glance at the figures to see the minimal difference between the two sexes. With few exceptions, the figures are in substantial agreement. At any rate, there is an absence of the distinct difference which, for example, separates the group of the educated from the uneducated. The type is somewhat more superficial in the men than in the women. The men have rather more clang associations, also more indirect associations, phenomena which can be directly connected with the more superficial type. The greater number of egocentric reactions and perseverations appears from the considerations adduced to be connected with the more unembarrassed behavior of the men. The difference in the figures for agreement and grammatical form and number of syllables is analogous to the corresponding difference between the educated and the uneducated. This must be due to the fact that in our uneducated male subjects, the level of culture is somewhat higher than in the corresponding female subjects. These figures in the normal experiment have disclosed nothing typical of the psychology of women, which must not, however, be regarded as evidence that no differences exist. Our method of investigation is obviously much too coarse a one to discover such fine differences. End of section 18. Section 19 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 18. 4. Averages of the distraction experiments. We give here a recapitulation of the average figures from the distraction experiments. For easier comparison, we retabulate the averages in the normal state. The figures in the distraction experiment show a progressively more superficial type of reaction than in the normal state. The principal change is quite obvious. The inner associations recede during distraction in favor of the increasing outer associations or clang reactions. In surveying the figures for internal association, we see that the women have higher figures in this group than the men. The lowest figures occur among the men. The objection that the women start with a higher number of inner associations in the normal state is only true of the uneducated women. Educated women have a rather more superficial type of reaction in the normal state than educated men. The fact that the number of inner associations in women does not fall so low as in men means that the women have responded less than the men to the aims of the experiment. The parallel columns of the minus differences for inner association show clearly that the experiment appealed less to the women. The remaining differences cannot, unfortunately, be presented with equal evidence, for they are divided into 3 groups, the contents of which are of varying psychological value. Hence, the figures for inner associations are the best test for the amount of distraction. The differential figures show a certain agreement in the men, whilst the minus difference of the uneducated women is greater than in educated women. which would speak in favor of a better adjustment to the experiment on the part of the uneducated women. Certainly the plus differences in the group of Klang reactions again show a more important increase in the educated than in the uneducated women. The reason for this contradiction must lie in the fact that the educated women behaved much more unequally towards the distraction experiment than the uneducated women. Both groups fulfill the conditions of the experiment, writing the strokes and reacting at the same time with rather more difficulty than the men. Comparing, for example, the differences between educated men and women in the distraction experiment, one is struck at once by the more complete effect of distraction in men. The only essential difference in the two female groups appears to be that the educated women are able, at least for a time, to divide their attention. It seems to us as if there were here a certain difference in the reacting of men and women, a difference which might be estimated quantitatively. As, however, from the paucity of the material, sources of error cannot be excluded, we shall reserve this for further discussion. The figures in the individual groups of the scheme show certain variations which demand a critical inquiry. Whilst the coordinations decrease fairly regularly with distraction, the predicates show in distraction a somewhat different behavior in men and women. The table shows that in distraction the decrease of the predicates is less in women than in men. Let us here recall the hypothesis put forward in our review of the predicate type that it is the primary sensual vividness of the stimulus images which really evokes predicates. This psychological peculiarity is naturally maintained also in the state of experimental dissociation of attention. It will hinder the experiment inasmuch as the primary vivid pictures without the addition of active attention engross the interest. In this way, the dissociation of attention, according to the regulations of the experiment, is hindered and made more difficult. We shall see this phenomenon very clearly in the occurrence of distraction with the predicate type to which we refer the reader. Among the women, there are relatively very many predicate types, which must be the cause of the apparently steadier maintenance of the predicates. In contrast with the decrease of inner associations, there is a corresponding increase of outer associations, insofar as this is not influenced by a stronger increase in the Klang reactions. In the increase of the outer associations, all three groups do not take an equal part. We shall see that the number of coexistences shows rather a tendency to diminish. We again present the differences in a table. Contrary to expectation, they are entirely minus differences. This shows that the coexistences do not participate in the increase of the outer association, when we recall that coexistences frequently arise from an endeavor to represent distinctly the object of the stimulus word. The decrease in the distraction experiment is to be understood. Coexistence is to a certain extent a first step to inner association, and thus participates in the decrease of the latter. The groups of identities and verbal motor forms show, on the whole, an increase, which is, however, influenced by a strong increase of the Klang reactions, conditioning, for example, in educated women, a decrease in both groups. We explain this variation by the repeatedly proved irregularity of distraction. The quantitatively lessened occurrence of word completions is striking among the uneducated. We think that want of verbal readiness is responsible for this, especially want of practice in literary German. Experiments with uneducated Germans, notably North Germans, would perhaps disclose other figures. Klang associations are much more numerous among the educated than among the uneducated. The indirect associations exhibit a peculiarity We have already referred to an inverse relationship of their increase with that of clang associations. In our averages, we are at once struck by their independence of the degree of distraction. These figures show that the uneducated in normal experiment produce on the average fewer indirect associations than the educated, and that the women produce fewer than the men. In distraction, the disinclination of the women to indirect associations is still clearer, whilst in the men there is a most distinct increase. The average remains the same for educated women as in normal experiment, and there is but an insignificant increase in the figures for uneducated women. In this respect there must be some distinctive difference between the sexes, the meaning of which is at present unknown to us. The nature of indirect associations previously discussed, clang reactions preponderating as intermediaries, enables us to understand its dependence on distraction. We should therefore expect with the increase of clang reactions an increase also of the indirect associations. We recapitulate the figures in question. Although these figures point in general to the expected simultaneous increase of clang reactions and indirect associations in distraction, still the movement of the two groups is not alike in certain individual places. If there were really a common movement of the two groups, one would expect that the maxima of indirect association would coincide with the maxima of clang reactions, but that is by no means the case. If we look at the maxima of the indirect associations and the figures of the distraction experiment, we see that only in two cases are the maxima coincident. To the maxima of the clang reactions there occur no corresponding increase of the indirect associations. There is therefore no simple and clear correlation in the sense of a direct ratio, nor do the figures give any obvious evidence of an inverse relationship. Only in the group of educated men do we see the coincidence of a striking maximum of indirect associations with the minimum of clang reactions, which is certainly a remarkable occurrence. In the two female groups we notice that the increase in the indirect associations is strikingly less than in the clang reactions. In the educated men, the great increase of the clang reactions from 3.6% normal to 20.7% in distraction corresponds to a mere 2% increase of the indirect associations, whilst the maximum, as has been said, coincides with the minimum of clang reactions. This behavior of the indirect associations seems to us to speak in favor of a certain dependent relationship of the two groups to one another. We think that an increase of indirect associations chiefly prejudices the group of clang reactions. If the group of clang associations is considered in its relation to indirect associations, the following picture is obtained. The behavior of the pure clang associations shows, with few exceptions, the inverse relationship of the two groups. The choice of clang associations for the purpose of demonstration is not an arbitrary one, for they are the chief part of the entire clang group, and are at the same time those associations which are suppressed in the normal state, a fact that does not hold true of all rhymes. It is just the fact that pure clang associations are suppressed in the normal state which is of greatest importance for the explanation of the inverted relationship. The unspoken, for the most part quite unconscious, intermediate terms of the indirect associations are preponderantly clang associations. In the normal state, clang associations are constantly meeting inhibitions, for, as a rule, they are extraordinarily ill-adapted for the process of association and are thus cast out. There will be always present a certain tendency to suppress clangs. This will always be stronger the less the disturbance of attention. It will also be weaker the greater the distraction. With increasing distraction, the reaction always becomes more inclined towards clangs, and finding nothing but a clang becomes associated. Between the inclination towards clangs and the clang reaction, there comes a point, however, where the clang association cannot break down the inhibition opposing it, but nevertheless is able to control the sense of the reaction that follows, by breaking the connection between stimulus word and reaction. It is then a matter of indifference whether the subconscious clang association arises centripetally or centrifugally. This mediating clang association, which almost reaches the threshold value of the reaction, leads to the formation of the indirect associations. It is self-evident that the intermediate terms need not always be clang associations. They only require to attract to themselves just so much inhibition as to remain below the threshold value of the reaction. We therefore conceive the indirect association as a symptom of the repression of inferior associations which nearly reach the threshold value of the reaction. This conception allows us to understand readily the apparent inverse relationship of clang associations and indirect associations. If the clang associations gain the upper hand, it may be concluded that the inhibitions to clangs have been abolished. Hence the repressions also, and consequently the indirect associations are stopped. But if the number of clang associations decreases, it is a sign that the inhibitions increase, and this offers the conditions for the occurrence of indirect associations. The indirect associations are therefore a phenomenon of transition which reaches its optimum at a certain stage of distraction. This explains also the apparently proportional increase in the clang reactions and the subsequent decrease in the inverted relationship when the critical point is passed. Claparède, who has worked at the question of indirect associations from another side, believes that they are the résultat du concours de plusieurs associations intermédiaires, chacune trop faible pour être conscient. We agree with this view entirely in the sense of the results of our experiment. The tendency to form associations according to the sense which proceeds from the stimulus image prevents the occurrence of the clang reaction. They are both, however, too weak to attain a reaction. Should the clang association, not linked by its sense to the stimulus image, predominate, an indirect association arises. In the contrary case, a reaction arises which has sense, though strongly affected by clang. Pierron's view that the third term of the indirect association would have a greater interest for the individual than the middle term does not coincide with the results of our experiment. Still, Pierron's view has something to recommend it, and holds good of all those cases where the outer stimulus is unconsciously assimilated in the sense of a strongly accentuated complex filling up the conscious. We shall consider this further possibility of an indirect association in a later work. Pierron's view does not fit the endless number of indirect associations that occur in daily life. Out of many instances, we mention one very instructive observation in our own experience. One of the authors, who had a long railway journey in front of him, was smoking a cigar, when it suddenly occurred to him that he had no more matches on him, whilst he possessed another good Havana cigar to smoke en route. He concluded he would have to light the second cigar at the end of the one he was smoking. That satisfied him, and he dropped this chain of thought. He was looking out of the window for a minute, carefully considering the landscape. He suddenly noticed that spontaneously and quite softly he was saying Buno Bauria. B.V. is the name of the well-known Panama agitator in Paris. He had read the name a few days before in the Matin. As the name seemed to have no connection at all with the content of consciousness, he at once directed his attention to the name, taking note of what came up in his mind, Freud's method of free association. There came to him at once Varina's, then Manila, almost at the same time Cigarillo, accompanied by a vague feeling of a South American milieu. The next distinct term was the Havana cigar, and the recollection that this cigar had formed the content of the previous cycle of thought. The middle terms, Varinas and Manila, denote kinds of tobacco which have for the narrator something Spanish about them. Cigarillo is the Spanish for a cigarette, and he had smoked cigarettes made from Manila tobacco in a Spanish colony, but not in South America. Nevertheless, there clung to cigarillo a faint image of something South Americanish. Whilst he had been looking out of the window, he had not had the slightest feeling of any such chain of thought, his attention being concentrated on the landscape. The unconscious chain of thought which led to the formation of Bonao Varilla was fashioned in the following way: Havana cigar, cigarillo, with Spanish South American background, recollection of a journey with Manila cigarillo, Spanish American tobaccos, Varinas, and Manila condensed by dream mechanism into Varilla equals Bonao Varilla. The sufficient basis for the unconscious carrying on of the cigar idea was that the observer had resolved not to miss lighting the Havana cigar at the end of the one he was smoking. According to Piron, Bonao Varilla must be the emotionally toned final term desired by the thinker. That clearly it is not, but merely a condensation product arising from the concurrence of several weak middle terms in accordance with Claparad's view. The mechanism of its rise is a verbal motor automatism, not infrequent in normals, in certain hysterics incomparably more frequent. The unconscious chain of association is stirred by picture and clang similarities, as are all associations occurring in the unconscious, that is, external to the stress of attention, with the exception of certain somnambulic processes. Referring to Jerusalem's article, Wundt calls the middle term unperceived, in contradistinction to unconscious, in which we can discover no essential criticism. It is but a mere logomachy. It will not astonish anyone that Scripture obtained doubtful results. Smith and Münsterberg none at all, for their experiments were at the outset ill-devised to produce indirect associations. The best examples of indirect associations are furnished by careful self-observation in daily life. Indirect verbal associations arise, as our experiment shows, chiefly in distraction experiments. Meaningless reactions show, as was to be expected, an increase in distraction. Faults, whose general emotional nature we have insisted upon several times in the individual accounts, are strangely enough quite absent among educated men in distraction. Among the others, they show a consistent behavior. We shall return to this group in reviewing the averages of the predicate type. Repetition of the stimulus words shows a reaction similar to that of meaningless reaction. It increases likewise with the distraction. We joined together the last four groups in what we call the residual group. Our original idea was to collect in this group the abnormal by-occurrences of the association experiment. From the figures of this group we hoped to obtain a certain coefficient of emotion, the subject being replaced by the experiment. We included the indirect associations in this group on the supposition, not in itself improbable, that the indirect associations, by reason of their origin from clang alterations, were really false. The meaningless reactions we likewise held to be false, as well as the last two groups. This view was strengthened by some experiences in the pathological sphere, by the association phenomenon in emotional stupidity. As the results of our experiments show, our earlier suspicion as to the emotional nature of the indirect associations must be relinquished, but this does not apply to the other three groups. The nature of the emotion in these three groups must be more precisely determined. According to our experience, meaningless reactions and repetition of stimulus words arise, as a rule, from the confusion which is conditioned by the rules of the experiment, whilst false rest mostly upon the emotion which is evoked by the arousal of strong emotionally toned complexes. Confusion due to the rules of the experiment can be here entirely excluded. The inclusion of faults in the residual group is thus open to question. The earlier name emotion group originally chosen for this group was therefore replaced by the indifferent term residual group. The statistics of the figures in this group were arranged so as to have a synoptical table, which we were fully aware was merely provisional and inadequate. Everybody who has done experimental work, especially with so intricate a material, knows that an apprenticeship must be served, and that one only knows afterwards that what ought to have been known beforehand. The egocentric reactions, which to a certain extent serve as an index of emotionally toned reactions, show a behavior in distraction best demonstrated by a summary of the figures of the differences from normal experiment. These figures show that according to our material, the minus differences of the men are greater than those of the women, although the women do not betray in normal experiment a stronger egocentricity than men, yet in distraction the women do exhibit it rather more strongly than men. With reference to the perseverations, we have repeatedly proved a certain relationship dependent on strongly marked emotions. We regarded the absence of association in distracted attention as the cause of its more frequent increase in distraction. Obviously, various complicated conditions are here intermingled, which we cannot for the moment consider separately. The following summary of the differences from the normal experiment shows the behavior of perseveration in distraction. From these figures it is clear that in distraction the perseverations decrease in men but increase in women. The number of egocentric reactions gives us a fair index of how many emotional ego relationships occur in the reactions. The number of the perseverations gives us somewhat similar help, but in a less direct form. As we have seen above, the women show a slighter effect of distraction upon the reaction. It may be concluded from this that female attention has proved itself less easily dissociable towards our experiment. With that must also be connected the slighter change in the number of egocentric reactions among the women. If the number of egocentric reactions evinces only a slight tendency to decrease, it is to be expected that the perseverations will show a similar behavior. But, as a matter of fact, they actually increase. Our explanation of this is that, owing to the lack of association artificially produced by the distraction, an emotional content of consciousness can be more easily persisted in than otherwise. But we do not know why the women, to a greater degree than the men, should have this tendency to perseverate more in distraction. Perhaps it is connected with more intensive feeling. The somewhat lesser tendency to dissociation of female attention has been based upon the following causes. One, we have already made it clear that different individuals, predicate types, have, it is to be presumed, primarily more vivid inner pictures than others. By more vivid pictures is meant such as have concentrated on themselves a greater intensity of attention, or in other words, such as occur in company with many other associations. The greater an association complex, the more the ego complex is drawn into sympathy. It is therefore understandable that with the vividness of the inner picture, not only does the number of inner predicates grow, but also and chiefly the number of subjective evaluations, that is, of egocentric reactions. 2. The vividness of the inner picture is by no means always a primary, arbitrary phenomenon, but can be also an artificial one. The attention can be voluntarily directed to it, or in other words, innumerable new associations can be linked onto the picture that occurs with few by associations. This activity is only aroused by the emerging picture. It is executed by another association complex which fills consciousness. The vividness of the inner picture is thus in one case primary and involuntary, and in the other case secondary and desired. The latter form then stands under the influence of any other intellectual phenomenon which just happens to be present. 3. If the inner pictures are primarily very vivid and plastic, that is, if they occur from the beginning with many by associations, they must always possess a very definite effect upon attention. Varying with the degree of vividness, this will render difficult or totally inhibit any dissociation of the same. This is, as we shall see, the case in the predicate type. 4. If the inner pictures are either artificially vivid or plastic under the influence of an association complex already present, it depends only upon the stability of this complex, whether the dissociation of attention becomes possible or not. 5. We have no reason to assume that among women generally the inner pictures are primarily more vivid than among men, otherwise all women would probably belong to the predicate type. We have, however, a well-grounded supposition, as we have already demonstrated, that the reactions relatively of high value among the uneducated, especially the uneducated women, rest upon a quasi-intentional vividness of the stimulus image. The association complex which executes this activity is the peculiar conception which the uneducated hold about the association experiment. Since they apprehend the stimulus word from the point of view of its meaning, they are bound to direct greater attention to the stimulus presentation. Hence they surrender less to distraction, as our figures show. Again, the fact that it is especially the uneducated women who submit least to distraction agrees with their being more strongly under the influence of this peculiar conception of the experiment. But that the educated women also show a lesser tendency to distraction than the men cannot rest merely upon this particular conception of the experiment. This must depend upon the condition already mentioned, that there were many predicate types among our educated women, and this type in general exhibits no distraction phenomenon. We therefore classify the average figures of those educated women who are not predicate types in the table on. From the figures of the tables, it is at once obvious that the women as such have no lesser capacity for dissociation than the men, but it was the predicate type alone which so strongly affected the average of the educated women. Our figures show a distinct phenomenon of distraction, not inferior in any way to that of men. The repetitions of the same reactions decrease with distraction. The reasons for this can be readily understood. The figures for verbal union rise in distraction so that the influence of the reaction becomes expressed quantitatively through more outer and mechanical determinants. It is noticeable among the uneducated that not only in normal experiment there is a quantitatively greater agreement in the grammatical forms than among the educated, but that the distraction experiment works more powerfully and even more intensively than among the educated, although the uneducated show a slighter distraction phenomenon. The following differences demonstrate this clearly. The figure for agreement in grammatical form thus begins among the uneducated, not only at a higher level, but in distraction rises still higher than the corresponding figure among the educated. The reason for this probably lies in the fact that among the educated, numerous smuggled-in phrases stand ready for completion at any moment. The figures for agreement in number of syllables, alliteration, consonants, etc., show nothing requiring further commentary. The almost general decrease of the figures for verbal union in the second part of distraction is correlated with the decreasing clang reactions. This change must be referred to habit, through which the individual factors of extreme distraction gradually diminish. End of section 19. Section 20 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 2, The Associations of Normal Subjects, Part 19. 5. Average of the predicate type in normal experiment and in distraction. We summarize here the average figures of all those subjects whom we term predicate types. We have reckoned as belonging to this type those persons in whom the inner associations prevail as against the group of verbal motor forms, and where the number of predicates is on the average about double that of coordinations. 7 women and 2 men are dealt with in the statistical table. For the sake of comparison, we have placed by the side of the predicate type the average of all other types. The difference is striking. In distraction, the predicate type shows no change worth mentioning. The predicate type does not dissociate its attention, whilst all other types prove themselves, to some extent at least, accessible to the disturbing stimulus. This fact is extremely remarkable. As we have already suggested, the individuals who belong to the predicate type have, we assume, primary vivid inner pictures upon which the attention is involuntarily fixed at the moment of the appearance, in contrast to a voluntary directed vividness. We have observed in our material that among the reactions of the predicate type, together with numerous evaluations, there are found remarkably many predicates which denote sensual qualities of the stimulus object, all of which are visual. Some of the subjects stated at once that they obtained at times quite distinct plastic pictures. It is upon this that we founded the theory of the predicate type. An inner picture is vivid when the associations directly connected with it accord with it in sound. The closest associations to the picture of something concrete are the organs of sense, the visual, acoustic, tactile, and motor senses. A vivid visual image finds itself in a state of attention. The more vivid the picture, the stronger are the inhibitions which react to everything not associated, and the slighter, therefore, will be the dissociation of the attention. The practical absence of the distraction phenomenon in the predicate type is a proof of the correctness of our conception. The predicate type is unable to dissociate his attention because his primary vivid inner pictures make such a demand upon his attention that inferior associations, which make up the distraction phenomenon, cannot arise. All the peculiarities of the predicate type can be explained on this hypothesis. 1. The higher number of predicates. The subjects point to some peculiarly striking quality of the inner picture, and naturally employ the predicate for that. The great number of inner associations is to be referred chiefly to the number of predicates. The relationship of the inner to the outer association recalls the relationship among the uneducated. But what is common is merely the intensity of the attention employed. The predicates are also retained in distraction, and this we regard as a distinct proof of the spontaneity of the plastic nature of the picture. 2. The great number of egocentric reactions. The greater the vividness of the picture, or the greater the association complex filling consciousness at the moment, the more must the complex arouse and attract associations, thus molding the individual's consciousness in order to remain conscious by means of this synthesis. In this way, a whole series of personal traits reach the emerging association complex and become marked out and reacted to as peculiarly striking qualities of the picture. Thence proceed the egocentric reactions. 3. The relatively great number of faults. Faults are, as a rule, defective reactions due to the arousal of a strong emotional complex which so chains the attention that no reaction is possible. It is highly probable that, by reason of the greater vividness of the picture, more emotional pictures are aroused in the predicate type than in other types. It is a necessary sequence of our supposition that in distraction the faults show a tendency to increase. If the minimum of free attention which is still present, together with that bound to the picture, is claimed by some activity, writing to beats, no attention is left to carry out the reaction. In any case, no diminution in faults can then occur. From the figures of the distraction experiment, it can be stated that the predicate type is no merely accidental momentary attitude, but corresponds to an important psychological characteristic, one which is maintained amid altered conditions. 6. The influence of the grammatical form of the stimulus word upon the reaction. As may be readily understood, the choice of the stimulus word, with all its diverse qualities, is not a matter of indifference. There is a whole series of stimulus words which have selective reactions. There is, for instance, a whole number of terms for concrete objects to which regularly coexistent images are associated, quite apart from stimulus words, which arouse stereotyped word connections. For example, divorce, wicked, or divorce, averse, blood, red, etc. For the quantitative relationships, it is of consequence whether the stimulus word is a noun, adjective, or verb. The frequency of the appropriate form of word will be here a chief factor. According to the statistics to be found in any reference work, it may be said that language uses nouns twice as often as adjectives and adverbs. According to the law of frequency, therefore, a noun as stimulus word will be answered more easily than any other form of word. Inversely, the lessened frequency of verbs and adjectives causes greater difficulty in the reactions. This is quite apart from the fact that for most persons an adjective or verb in the infinitive, apart from the text, seems stranger than a noun. The latter probably will denote some concrete object or other about which something can be said. We have carried out some comparative investigations on our material from this point of view and have found the following averages. The figures which we invariably give for agreement in grammatical form in the tables show generally that the stimulus word and reaction by no means always agree in grammatical form. The above table gives the averages in percentages for the most characteristic groups among our subjects. We have refrained from presenting the separate figures of each individual to avoid heaping up immense series of figures. The average figures show clearly enough the characteristic variations, the matter of chief interest. In the group of verbs, we find that nouns are generally reacted to verbs, with the exception of one group, the uneducated men, who generally react by verbs to verbs. Educated men react with most nouns. Remarkably enough, the uneducated women most nearly approached them, whilst the educated women came nearest to the uneducated men. It is certain that the verbal law of frequency greatly influences the preference for this or that way of reaction. It is therefore quite easy to understand that the educated men, who have in any case a very superficial reaction, prefer the more colloquial noun to the rarer verb, but that the uneducated women should apparently behave in a similar way is not at first sight comprehensible and demands further investigation. Whilst, according to our observations, the educated men mostly react current nouns to verbs, the uneducated men endeavor to do justice to the sense of the stimulus word by reacting with a similar verb. Rather less clear is a similar endeavor in the educated women. This form of reaction, the psychology of which we have reviewed in detail, is determined by the endeavor to react according to the meaning of the stimulus word. We have already seen that in this respect the uneducated women stand at the head. We should accordingly expect that the uneducated women would react with a still greater number of verbs than the uneducated men, but it must be remembered that the educational level of the uneducated women is lower, and that therefore their verbal facility and expression are weak. Reaction to verbs will be therefore most difficult of all for this group, for to them verbs are even more difficult than they are to the other groups. Consequently, they are driven to nouns, which can be most readily linked on to verbs. The endeavor of the uneducated women to give a reaction that makes sense determines the selection of the noun, which is not merely strung onto the verb, but wherever possible expresses something significant to the meaning of the verb. We therefore made a further investigation to confirm this view, and to discover how large is the number of inner associations which are reacted to verbs. The figures obtained enable us to prove the above hypothesis. Together with the figures which give the preferred word forms, we have placed the figures which exhibit the kind of associations which are reactions to verbs. For the chief groups in question, we capitulate the figures in question together with those of the normal experiment. This summary shows that the reaction type is considerably less superficial for verbs as stimulus words than for our schedule of stimulus words, which is preponderantly composed of nouns. The figures confirm the fact that for educated men also far fewer casual connections exist between verb and verb than between noun and any of the three other forms of words. Comparing these figures with the corresponding figures of the uneducated women, we find our assertion confirmed that the nouns preferred by this group possess a higher quality. From these figures it is clear that by far the greater number of the associations which are reactions to verbs are of high value and correspond to the meaning of the stimulus word. The behavior of the clang reactions in the two groups is also worth noting. The number surpassing that of the normal experiment in educated men shows how slight is the influence of the stimulus word. Inversely, the decrease in the corresponding figures among the uneducated women is characteristic of the increased influence of the verbs. From these ratios, the deduction may be made that the influence of the verbs upon attention, in consequence of their lesser frequency and the consequent greater difficulty in answering, is greater than that of nouns. The adjectives show, as a glance at the table teaches, a behavior similar to that of verbs, having on the whole a somewhat lesser influence upon the reaction type. It may therefore be assumed that the reaction to adjectives encounters on the whole fewer difficulties. The predicate type reacts to verbs preferably by nouns, whilst all the non-predicate types react by double as many verbs to verbs as the predicate type. We again investigate the quality of the associations reacted to the verbs by the predicate type. As the plus differences show, the influence of the verbs is about the same in both groups. There is no plus difference of inner associations corresponding with the numerous nouns of the predicate type, which surpasses that of the non-predicate type. We have therefore no ground to presume that in the predicate type the verb has a greater influence upon attention or greater difficulties for the reaction. The predicate type shows no difference of attention towards the verbs, but merely the difference which the educated have in general, namely their preference for the noun because of its greater currency. This arises from the fact that among our predicate types the majority are educated. The behavior of the predicate type towards adjectives is in contrast to the earlier results. As the figures of the common tables show, in the reactions of the first four groups there occur more adjectives to adjectives than verbs to verbs. In the predicate type, who is characterized by his attributes in the form of adjectives, the difference only amounts to 10.8%. There is strong preference for nouns as compared with the non-predicate type, that is by 28.5% more. This preference for the noun arises from the endeavor of the predicate type to react chiefly by attributes. Our figures show not merely that a predicate is thus reacted, but also inversely, a noun is given to the adjective when this is the stimulus word. Let us now investigate the relationship of the figures in regard to the quality of the adjective reactions. As these figures show, the high figure for the nouns is combined with the corresponding increase of the inner associations in the predicate type. This is not the case of a mere stringing together of current nouns, but of constructions adapted to the stimulus word and executed with regard to the adjustment, although the stringing together of similar adjectives is much easier in itself, as witness the figures which agree herein for the remaining groups. This latter fact is clearly brought out by the lesser plus difference of the inner associations in the adjective reactions of the non-predicate type. It is clear also from the figures of the adjective reactions that the predicate attitude is not accidental, but corresponds to a definite psychological disposition, which is maintained even when other kinds of reaction would be much easier than the predicate forms. Recapitulation. The associations vary within the range of the normal, chiefly under the influence of 1. Attention, 2. Education, 3. The individual peculiarity of the subject. A reduction of attention through any kind of inner or outer impulses makes the reaction type a more superficial one. That is, the inner or higher associations recede in favor of outer associations and clang reactions. B. The distraction of attention in our experiment effected, besides the change mentioned, an increase of the indirect associations. These must therefore be regarded as distraction phenomena, derived from the concurrence of two weakly accentuated or inferior associations as the intermediate terms. C. The educated have on the average a more superficial reaction type than the uneducated. The difference is essentially due to a difference in the apprehension of the stimulus word. D. As to the degree of the dissociation of attention effected by distraction, there are no essential differences between the educated and the uneducated. E. The most important variations of association are conditioned by individual differences. 1. As regards the influence of sex upon the reactions in normal experiment, no distinct differences result from the statistics of the averages. The peculiarities of the female subjects first appear in the distraction experiment. They have on the average a lesser capacity for dissociation of attention than the male subjects. 2. The individual variations may be arranged in the following types. 1. Objective type. The stimulus word is apprehended objectively. Alpha, chiefly according to its objective meaning, the reaction is appropriate as far as possible to the stimulus word and linked by its meaning to the stimulus word. Beta, chiefly as verbal stimulus, the reaction is partly a verbal adaptation and partly denotes a linking together of some prepared association. Any relationship to meaning falls considerably into the background. 2. Egocentric adjustment. The stimulus word is taken in a subjective, egocentric fashion. Alpha constellation type. The personal elements used in the reaction belong to one or more emotionally toned complexes. 2 possibilities present themselves. Double alpha, the complex constellation is expressed without disguise. Double beta, the complex constellations occur in a disguised form in consequence of a repression which is not always conscious. Beta predicate type. This type has presumably the psychological peculiarity of experiencing its inner pictures in a peculiarly vivid, plastic way. No special manner of reaction is to be explained therefrom. This type shows also an abnormally lesser capacity for dissociation of attention, and at times none at all. This expresses itself in the distraction experiment on the whole by an almost complete absence of the phenomenon of shallowness. We obtain this result, which for pathology is of universal import, that the superficial nature of the reaction type in fatigue, alcoholic intoxication, and mania is to be chiefly referred to a distraction of attention. The observations on the affective side of associations, the effects of emotionally toned complexes, should be of importance in the experimental investigation of pathological changes in emotions and their consequences. In conclusion, we would wish to express our thanks to our esteemed Chief, Professor Bleuler, for much valuable stimulus. We are also much indebted to Mrs. Jung for her active cooperation in repeatedly working over the vast material. End of section 20. Section 21 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 3, The Associations of Imbeciles and Idiots, Part 1, by Dr. K. Verlin. At the instance of Professor Bleuler and Dr. Jung, I have for some time carried out investigations on the associations of feeble-minded children and adults. Experiments on adults have given me material which warrants certain conclusions. whilst the investigations among children are so far inconclusive. I shall limit myself in the following essay to the material obtained from the experiments on the adult feeble-minded. The technique of the association experiments is similar to that employed by Jung and Ricklin, fully described in Chapter 2, to which the reader is referred for further details. As is well known, similar investigations among idiots have already been carried out by Sommer and Vrechner. Vrechner has made experiments on an idiot in time reactions by Sommer's schedule. He came to the following conclusions. The quality of the stimulus word has a great influence upon the kind of association. The more inferior the quality of the reaction, the higher the quality of the stimulus word. The store of images in Vrechner's subject, so far as it was expressed by association, was overwhelmingly composed of adjectives. The inner associations required generally a longer reaction time than the verbal ones. The worse the quality of the association, and the more unaccustomed, therefore, the subject was to the stimulus word, the longer the reaction time. This holds good for inner as well as for verbal reactions. Practice shortens the reaction time and improves the quality of the association. The verbal associations decrease in favor of the inner ones. Sommer reviews in his Methods of Investigations the associations in a case of imbecility. He found great similarity and poverty in the store of images, with in places a total absence of associations. We quote a couple of his examples, which in our experience are peculiarly characteristic of the feeble-minded. Doctor who looks after the sick, cleverness who is not stupid, memory who remembers something, law who disobeys no order. Furman mentions that the idiot, in contradistinction to epileptics, is unable to form sub- and superordinated concepts in his reactions. As will be seen below, we have not been able to confirm this view in our experiments, for universal concepts were sometimes given. As may be gathered from the investigations of Sommer and Vrechner, these experiments on the feeble-minded meet with peculiar difficulties due to the pathological peculiarities of the subject examined. One difficulty is which the experiment encounters from the intellectual side. It is to be expected that the apprehension of the stimulus word among imbeciles encounters greater difficulties than among normals, for it is in general characteristic of imbeciles to apprehend slowly and with difficulty. Certain words, especially abstracts, are understood with much more difficulty by the imbecile than by a normal, uneducated person. Concrete concepts are also more difficult for him to understand, as in consequence of the poverty of his mental life, these always find fewer related concepts. This fact must be taken into consideration in the working out of the stimulus image which he has received. In accordance with the rules of the experiment, the subject should put into one word, the reaction word, the first thing that occurs to him. The intention is to arouse a succession of presentations. Among normals, a presentation is generally called up in accordance with the law of contiguity or of similarity. Among imbeciles who, unlike normals, do not possess a great mass of material derived from experience, and among whom especially the higher associations constructed chiefly by similarity are not labile, there is great difficulty in drawing on the associated presentations. Language is a factor of great importance for the association experiment among imbeciles. Language, as a condensation product of innumerable associated processes, is an index of feeble-mindedness. It is here that we must expect the greatest difficulties. The imbecile's poverty in imagery is reflected in the poverty and deficiencies of his language. The imbecile lacks not only an understanding of numerous, rather complicated and rare things, but also the words which denote them. Stimulus words which are somewhat rare are therefore very badly understood and arouse much fewer related images because they are hardly known to the imbecile. Even if he succeeds in evoking a related image, the further difficulty arises of discovering the appropriate verbal symbol. Here again, deficient verbal education is a hindrance. The result is that numerous awkward and clumsy reactions are formed which betray, on the one hand, an imperfect understanding of the stimulus word, and on the other, a difficulty in verbal expression. A great number of results may therefore be expected, which by their peculiarity not only characteristically distinguish imbecile reactions from all others, but also afford deep insight into the essence of the imbecile activity in association. My subjects are Swiss. As Jung and Ricklin have insisted, the peculiar verbal conditions of the German Swiss must be seriously considered in the association experiment. Jung says, the uneducated, however, retains at the most those German phrases which he has learned at school, later adding little or nothing thereto. Literary German is not the less familiar to him in its written and printed form, and he understands it when spoken without being able himself to speak a fluent and faultless literary German. As Jung shows, Swiss German is a purely acoustic motor language, which is very seldom read and written. The Swiss, therefore, knows his words only in connection with what is spoken and heard. He has not a sense of words as individual things, but only as different terms not distinctly separated in a continuous verbal chain. If he has to say one word by itself without the article, he generally chooses the literary German form. If among the uneducated there is a certain difficulty owing to deficiency in verbal habits, it is obvious that for the imbecile the difficulty is much greater. He will not only have greater difficulty through his imperfect knowledge in apprehending the literary German stimulus word, but has also more strain in constructing the verbal form of his reaction. In my experiments, the reaction was frequently rendered not in literary German, but in the dialect form. Moreover, with the idiots, it was often necessary to utter the stimulus word in this dialect form, generally adding the article also, as that considerably increases the understanding of the dialect word. The verbal difficulties, coupled with the increased difficulty of apprehension, are of great importance in the peculiar formation of the imbecile reaction. As Jung and Ricklin have exemplified, the uneducated react on the average with greater attention than the educated. They endeavor to do greater justice to the sense of the stimulus word, the word as a sound receding to the background. The inferior verbal education of the uneducated makes a word, apart from its context, seem to him something strange, unaccustomed. Hence a hypothetical context is built up for the single stimulus word. The uneducated therefore betray in their reactions a distinct tendency from the constellation of habit to apprehend the stimulus word in the sense of a question, something like, "What does blank mean? What do you know about blank?" The contrary of the stimulus word is also much sought for or constructed. Consequently, in the reactions of the uneducated, it is much less a question of the automatic direct impressions of the educated than of something sought for and thought about. The tendency to form these kinds of reactions increases among the uneducated in proportion to the decrease of culture and intelligence, and as seems to follow from some hitherto unpublished investigations made in this clinic, certain normal individuals approximate in point of culture and intelligence to a reaction type resembling that of imbecility. The similarity consists in a limitation to the meaning of the stimulus word with an endeavor to show by the reaction that this meaning is understood. Hence, the uneducated person's way of reacting is met again in imbecility, and proportionate to the deficient culture of the imbecile, it plays an immeasurably greater part. If one may regard the deficient culture which most markedly influences the reaction as an index of feeble-mindedness, the associations measure in some degree the intensity of the intellectual disturbance. On the whole, one is prepared to find an uninterrupted gradation of type, leading up from idiots and imbecility to the intellectual plane of the normal. It is therefore a priori probable that the signs of feeble-mindedness differ merely in strength and number from the signs of a low intelligence and education in the normal. 2. Difficulties which the experiment encounters from the side of the emotions. In any evaluation of the imbecile process of association, another fact must be taken into account. The imbecile is not only intellectually undeveloped, but he is above all a degenerate, presenting as a rule, together with his weak-mindedness, other anomalies in the mental region. The most important anomalies are found, as in all psychopathic degenerates, in the emotional functions. The frequent anomalies of temper and the frequent moral defects are not markedly expressed in the associations, especially not the latter, but on the other hand various hysterical traits so common among imbeciles will, as one can easily imagine, markedly influence the reaction. I have found in my experiments that a certain quickly aroused confusion can considerably disturb the experiment and render it difficult. Jung has recently called attention with experimental proof to this trait of the imbecile. He reports on 2 imbeciles under investigation and confinement in the asylum, who fell into a state of severe dementia, characterized by marked prolongation of the reaction time, difficulty in remembering, and the occurrence of meaningless associations. These meaningless associations had reference chiefly to objects which were accidentally in the field of vision, but had no kind of relation to the stimulus word. They were simply liberated by the utterance of the stimulus word. This state of obvious inhibition Jung terms emotional stupidity. To elucidate the nature of this disturbance, I will cite a short series of associations from Jung's case. Christmas tree, schoolboy, tree, Easter book, father pencil, table, wall, Sunday tree, headcloth, winter, house, ink, paper, lake, school, needle, window. We take it for granted that imbecility includes numerous and diverse groups which again present relationships to all other possible forms of psychopathic deficiency. Thus cases seem to occur which are essentially marked out by incapacity for concentration, where the intellectual weakness expresses itself chiefly by its great associative superficiality. Individuals of this kind frequently show strong social instability, with a tendency to pseudological scheming. Their manner of speaking and of thinking has something extraordinarily confused and vague, often recalling a slight flight of ideas. They are differentiated from manic depressive insanity by the absence of symptoms of maniacal excitement, exaltation of spirits, and restlessness. These forms are frequently really difficult to separate from pure imbecility, more especially when they present structural defects similar to imbecility, which, however, can finally be ascribed to their unstable ways of life, their volatility and inattention. In cases of otherwise undoubted imbecility, this condition can also occur as a by-product. This kind of feeble-mindedness must present in its associations a picture different from that of pure imbecility. 3. Arrangement of the experiment. To survey the possibilities of imbecile reaction, and thus obtain a point of view of universal validity, I have collected as wide a material as possible and submitted it to a qualitative analysis. It was soon apparent that the Kraepelin-Aschenfenberg classification which Jung and Ricklin employed was ill adapted to the associations of imbeciles, that even where it could be used it did not bring out what was of pathognomonic importance. I perceive that a classification adapted to the reality of the situation must proceed from other points of view. My endeavor was then to discover the points of view by which the material could be classified. From the point of view of the associations, my 27 patients are divisible into 3 groups, which are, however, not sharply divided from each other. 1, imbeciles of a lethargic temperament. 2, imbeciles of a sanguine temperament. 3, higher imbeciles. As will be seen, this classification agrees also with the clinical and symptomatological one. 13 of the subjects certainly show a lethargic temperament, and their associations likewise show characteristic features differentiating them from the 2 other groups. For this reason, I chose this group as the starting point of my investigations. This work is limited to the analysis of the associations of 13 idiots and imbeciles aged from 17 to 69 years, about whom clinically there is no doubt. By thus selecting my experimental material, it seemed to me most possible to discover certain laws which might serve as the starting point for later and deeper investigations. For the solution of all those problems which occur in the 2nd and 3rd groups, I neither had time nor the requisite number of subjects. The material upon which my work is founded consists in round numbers of 2,000 single reactions. The reaction time was measured in 5 persons, that is, in 764 reactions. There are 11 men and 2 women. Only in the more severe cases were the stimulus words called out in their dialect form. The reaction was always put down exactly as it was given, therefore in a large number of my patients in dialect form. The test words which I reproduce I have translated as faithfully as possible into literary German. At the beginning of the experiment, an explanation was given, with examples as to how the person had to react. The experiment was only begun when it was quite certain that the subject had grasped the matter. In most cases, some 200 reactions could be carried out, sometimes with intervals varying from a couple of days up to several weeks. In the severer cases, the experiment was so laborious and tedious that after the 58th reaction, one patient was hopelessly bored of the matter. The list of stimulus words was that used by Jung and Ricklin. See Chapter 2. It sometimes happened in the severer cases that the stimulus words were not understood because they were unknown to the individual and had then to be struck out. In cases where the subject could not react, he was asked whether he knew the stimulus word. When it was quite certain that the word was known, the missing reaction was held to be a fault. In the severer cases, the stimulus word had occasionally to be repeated several times. In these cases, the time measurement was omitted. The time was only measured in those slighter cases where the experiment went smoothly. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arden. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 3. The Associations of Imbeciles and Idiots. Part 2. 4. Results of the experiment. I have arranged my subjects clinically, according to their degree of feeble-mindedness. First come the idiots, then the imbeciles. About 30 tests have been chosen from each case, those which I regard as peculiarly characteristic and best adapted to demonstrate briefly the course of the experiment. Number 1. Total reactions, 72. 1. Sunday consists of a day on which one does nothing. 2. Winter consists of snow. 3. Lake consists of water. 4. Schoolboy when he goes to school. 5. Father, companion together with mother. 6. Table consists of wood. 7. Ink, something to write. 8. Bread, to eat. 9. Tree, a part of. There are trees in the garden. 10. Mountain, a high mountain. 11. Hair, part of the head. 12. Copybook, consists of paper. 13. Paper, you write upon it. 14. School consists of schoolboys. 15. Sing consists of notes and songbooks. 16. Ring on the finger. 17. Window consists of wood and window panes. 18. Flower, a pot plant. 19. Cherry, a thing in the garden, on the trees. 20. Piano, where there is music upstairs. 21. Oven, good for warmth. 22. Walk, that is when you stretch your legs for a pint on Sundays. 23. Cat, four-legged animal. 24. Bird, also of the animal kingdom. 25. Swim, in the lake, in water. 26. White, the wine. 27. Game, there are lots of games. 28. Stroke, you can stroke men and animals. 29. Sweet, something sugary. 30. Friendly, when you are not angry. 31. Crown, a kind of head covering. 32. Ill, when you are not well. 33. Star, part of the sky. These tests give a clear view of this patient's way of reacting. As is at once evident, the tendency here is to explain or to define the stimulus word in some way. The subject seeks to explain the stimulus words by stating of what the thing denoted by the stimulus word consists. He denotes the material. Reactions 3, 6, 12, 14, 17. The way in which this tendency runs off at a tangent in reaction 2 is characteristic of idiots. Winter consists of snow. The defective verbal education is here typical, as manifested in the quite inappropriate use of the phrase consists of. This is a well-known phrase in school use, one but seldom used in later life, especially by an idiot. He is only half familiar with the limitations of its use, and employs it where it does not really apply well. It is thoroughly typical of the idiot that the winter consists of snow. He observes only the external phenomena, things that occur together or that follow one another, without making any kind of deductions as to the causal connection. I have no doubt that to these patients, also the cold and the short days are typical of the presentation winter. But from their reactions it is very obvious that what is simply visual and external has greater importance than the less striking, but causally more important, collateral phenomena of the cold and short days. The most illuminating example of the idiot's purely visual and external apprehension of things comes to light in the reaction, sing consists of notes and songbooks. Here it is distinctly seen how the external manifestation of the act, something really quite secondary, overcomes what is essential. Reactions of this kind are characteristic and suffice for the diagnosis of imbecility or idiocy, as against the so-called secondary states of feeble-mindedness. In order to convince himself that he understands the meaning of the stimulus word, our patient tries to characterize the object it denotes by naming the place where the thing occurs, or is found. Compare reactions 9, 16, 20, 25. Or he names the purpose of the thing, 7, 8, 21, in its use, or the action which it executes, 4, 13, 28. Sometimes he designates the object by another expression, synonymous as a rule, which he perhaps accentuates by giving it some particularly typical attribute, mountain, a high mountain, flower, a pot plant, or he tries a tautological elucidation by bringing the opposite with its negative into the reaction, e.g. dark, not bright. Compare also reactions 30, 32. Universal concepts, taken too widely, which are supraordinated to the stimulus word, form a characteristic group. These supraordinations are much too extensive to be able to fulfill their object of being explanatory. Occasionally, the universal concept is so remote and indefinite that it really contains practically nothing relating to the stimulus word, e.g. tree, apart. The disparity is here so great that the patient himself feels this gap, and therefore adds, the garden has trees. Compare 23 and 24. As this example shows, the patient tends to eliminate or limit the extension, and therefore the inappropriateness of his supraordinated general concept by particularizing his concept in the actual object. This, again, he does in a way typical of feeble-mindedness. He particularizes his general concept by affixing some definite place to it. This, by its naive simplicity, often puts it in strange contrast with the unlimited universality of the concept. particularized universal concept. Almost classical are sky, part of heaven; father, a companion together with mother; cherry, a thing in the garden. Compare also 11:31. The favorite kind of explanation by means of an example is also used by our patient. Reactions of this kind are generally recognized by the form of sentence is, if you. The example can be universal, 26, 28, 30, 32, or particular, when the subject, as a rule, takes an active part himself. In this connection, a typical reaction is walk, that is when you stretch your legs for a pint on Sunday. The patient here uses the reminiscences of his Sunday excursions at the asylum. Here the great preponderance of the outer phenomenon over the meaning is very evident. Looking at these reactions from the standpoint of Wundt's classification, we find here, as contrasted with normal persons, a marked preponderance of inner associations, if the use of this concept may be allowed at all in imbeciles. The number of inner associations far exceeds the average figures as given by Jung and Ricklin for the uneducated, who were, however, not of the lowest grade of education. The use here of the concept inner association is decidedly open to question. A calculation has shown that there are among the reactions 77% of definitions which are decidedly not the reproduction of the first impression, but rather the products of a lengthy process of reflection. That is, they are quite complicated mental structures. According to Jung's experiences with nearly 20,000 associations in the uneducated, the intermixture of conscious reflection and the reaction begins high up in the region of the normal. The direct manner of reacting found among the educated, where practically the reaction word is automatically linked on to the stimulus word, is frequently neglected by the uneducated, even of a relatively high grade. Conscious reflection as to the significance of the stimulus word, with consequent tendency to explanation and to the formation of sentences, takes the place of the direct reaction. There is almost habitually a suppression of the first words that do actually occur. As Jung and Ricklin point out, the stimulus word takes on more and more the character of a question the further we proceed from intelligence and education. The inner associations of the uneducated are therefore not merely sudden ideas resting upon important relationships, but frequently a construction consciously sought out. This is pronouncedly the way in which imbeciles react. There is never a sharp demarcation from the normal. They are only separated by certain differences in degree. I have, therefore, no reason not to use the term inner association, although there is really an essential difference between the imbecile definition and the inner association of the educated. I therefore use the word association, rather in the sense of an intellectual reaction. As the form of the reaction, especially the small number of outer associations, shows, the feeble-minded react with a great expenditure of attention. The association experiment means an important mental exercise to the imbecile. It seems strange that the subject should give himself such trouble instead of expressing himself, as most educated persons do, by simply giving one word for every stimulus word. It cannot be maintained that the feeble-minded, who are able to define as our patient can, do not command a certain number of simple verbal connections to the stimulus word, taken from everyday language. Why do they not express themselves by these connections, which are certainly present in the reaction? The stimulus word, as Jung and Ricklin show, is taken even by the uneducated normal as meaning something, by the side of which the merely verbal links fall into the background. The uneducated is not accustomed to deal with single words, but only knows them in connections as symbols with a meaning. Under the influence of this habit constellation, he is chiefly concerned with the meaning of the stimulus word. All the reasons which hold good for this peculiar adjustment of the uneducated hold good also for the feeble-minded. His attention is fixed almost exclusively upon the meaning of the word, and, despite example and repeated admonition, can only by dint of great exertion, if at all, take up another mode of reaction. If we give any imbeciles time enough and warn them constantly only to react with one single word appropriate to the stimulus word, most of them will be able, by training, to produce a result which looks like the associations of a normal person. On the other hand, if we give the imbecile a free hand, only making clear at the beginning, by means of examples, that he has to say the first thing that occurs to him, he will force himself in the first reactions, as was frequently the case with my subject, into the mode recommended, but he soon slips back into reacting by way of explanation, which suits him better. Footnote 1. There are, however, exceptions which we shall mention later. End footnote 1. If the subject is constantly warned and requested to give a reaction in one single appropriate word, the experiment loses that freedom of its conditions, by which what is specific can be brought out. A series of limited associations arise in which whatever is typical of the case cannot be recognized at all, or at best with extreme difficulty. Our experiment is not designed to test the working capacity of the subject in any definite direction, but to create a method by which what is valuable for diagnosis may be brought out quickly and with certainty. Number 2. An idiot, 38 years old. Total reactions, 66. 1. Sunday, that is today. 2. Winter, that will come again. 3. Head, points to his head, forehead. 4. Ink, ink bottle. 5. Bread, where we eat, i.e. what we eat. 6. Tree, a big and long, shows its size with his hands. 7. Mountain, that is far away. 8. Salt, we want that for food. 9. Copybook, where we write. 10. Book, a little book. 11. Lead pencil, of lead. 12. Sing, they sing upstairs. 13. Ring, a large one, describes a circle in the air. 14. Frog, what hops about on the ground. 15. Flower, bunch. 16. Cherry, where we eat. 17. Asylum, that is one. 18. Attendant, sick attendant. 19. Oven, cylinder oven. 20. Walk, we are doing that now with Andrew. 21. Cook, the women do. 22. Dance, the others do that. 23. Cat, a kitten. 24. Dark, it is now. It is rather dark in the room. 25. Heart, there. Points towards his heart. 26. Bird, a vulture. 27. Moon, above in the sky. 28. Sleep, we do that at night. 29. Dark red, quite red. 30. Sweet, quite sweet. 31. Friendly, when we shake hands. 32. Smell, we should stop smelling. 33. Prison, that is a kind of little window, describes a small square in the air. This test exhibits essentially the same thing as the previous case, a pronounced tendency to explanation. But the manner of explanation is in some degree different from the previous case. The designations of time and purpose are common to both 5, 7, 8, 9, 16, as are also the accounts of the material, 11, or the accounts of the action which the thing executes, or of the thing which executes a definite activity, 2, 12, 14, 20, 21, 22, 28. The tautologies, which are partly specified by a slight external change, are relatively numerous. The particularization often takes place, as in the previous case, by the addition of an attribute characteristic of the object, or one which denotes it more concretely. Among the reactions which especially exhibit this are tree, a big and long, ring, a large one. These attributes serve to elucidate the object better, and to show at the same time that the subject has fully understood the stimulus word. The same explanation holds good of those reactions where the stimulus word is simply translated into its diminutive form, 10, 23. It must be remembered that the subject only reacts in dialect. In dialect, the diminutive form has a more familiar air, hence its use by the patient. He wants to show that he is at home with the idea of the stimulus word, and that the thing is usually thus described. If the reaction were completed to a sentence, as it probably is at first in thought, the reaction runs, cat, that is a kitten. Book, that is a little book. The reaction, quite sweet, must be taken in a similar way. The tendency to explanation is clear here, but it is characteristic of this case that most of the associations are very brief and arid. The above-mentioned associations especially show the absence of further associations. To a certain extent, the subject contents himself with apprehending the sense of the stimulus word, and because he does not exactly know what to do with it, he confirms the stimulus word by a similar expression. The great poverty in associations seems also to favor a mode of reaction which could not be proved in the previous case, i.e., the mere reference to the surroundings. Asylum, that is one. Dark, it is now. These explanations again show clearly the poverty in associations. The subject does not go beyond the stimulus word at all, and contents himself by showing that he has understood it. Reaction 33 illustrates beautifully the imbecile manner of apprehension. To the patient, the small square window panes are the most important part of the presentation prison, because that is just the recognizable mark of it when seen from without. There is in these reactions, as a whole, a cleaving to the concrete, to sensual perceptions. There is not much beyond that. In contrast to the previous case, we find no universal concepts here. The reaction is never far removed from the stimulus word, and the explanations are distinguished by a quite special absence of any influx of associations. This absence, visible in the quality of the associations, was also shown in another way, by real faults, that is, experiments in which no reaction at all occurred. Although, as was proved by questioning him, the meaning of the stimulus word was understood. In my opinion, a good deal of the striking poverty in associations is to be ascribed to this inhibition. As was stated in the introductory remarks, a state of emotional stupidity occurs relatively frequently among imbeciles, especially in the form of an examination paralysis during association experiments. As Jung has shown, footnote 1, Jung, über Simulation von Geistesstörung, Loco citato, page 181, and footnote 1. Stupidity is chiefly characterized by an inhibition of associative activity, the stimulus words arousing no associative processes. The subject reacts with very long times naming surrounding objects, which, however, are in no way connected with the stimulus word. The subject thus makes up for his lack of associations. If the inhibition, or rather prohibition, is stronger, perhaps he does not react at all. Faults then arise. There is every appearance of a disturbance of this kind being present here, but a degree slighter than in Jung's case. The relatively numerous faults and the striking insufficiency of the definitions point to this. The timing of the reactions would naturally be a valuable means for the accurate recording of the momentary psychical condition. Unfortunately, my experiments were carried out at a time when our knowledge of the processes of association was very incomplete, and when the great importance of the reaction time was still unknown to us. It is of practical importance to pay attention to anomalies of the emotions conditioned by momentary constellations. Stupidity can temporarily increase so much in a feeble-minded person as to lead one to think that it is a case of severe dementia. In forensic cases, this phenomenon requires serious consideration. Number 3. Idiot, 65 years old. There are no pronounced signs of dementia senilis. Patient has trouble in understanding the experiment, and throughout has very long reaction times. Total reactions, 58. 1. Schoolboy. Schoolboy repeating. 2. Father. Once threw me downstairs. 3. Head. White. 4. Ink. Black. 5. Needle. Where we sew with it. 6. Bread. White. 7. Tree. Trees grow with quinces on them. 8. Mountain. There is a tree where quinces grow on it. 9. Hair. White. 10. Salt. White. 11. Wood. Black. 12. Copybook. White. 13. Paper. White. 14. Book. Has leaves. 15. Lead pencil. Has pictures on. Pointed. 16. Ring. White. 17. Tooth. Wisdom tooth. 18. Window. Of glass. 19. Frog. Black. 20. Asylum. There where people are in. 21. Cherry. Black. 22. Piano. People can play on it. 23. To cook. To cook potatoes. 24. Water. Cold. 25. To dance. On the floor. 26. Cat. They are white. 27. Resin. Black. 28. Bird. White. 29. Swim. I can also. 30. Ride, on a horse. 31. Sweet, that is white, that is sugar. In this case, we again find those traits of feeble-mindedness which we have repeatedly emphasized. Statements of place, purpose, chief action, or chief quality, etc. 5, 14, 15, 18, 20, 22, 25, 30. We find side by side with this the tendency to elucidation, to concrete understanding. 1, 17, 23, 24. With this tendency, there is connected also certain egocentric reactions, in which distinct subjective reminiscences come to light, as in the characteristic reaction, "Father once threw me downstairs." Compare also 29. A peculiarity of this case is the frequent repetition of the predicates white and black, which occur also in places where they are quite meaningless. White forces itself to the front, where it is only indirectly conditioned, as in 31. White perseverates also several times. Phenomena of this kind are occasionally found in marked stupidity, as, e.g., in the case mentioned before. In reaction 8, the subject does not hear the stimulus word, and in 15 only reacts to the stimulus word subsequently. These phenomena require the same explanation as the abnormal perseverations of the previous case. Meaningless reactions likewise occur abundantly in emotional stupidity whenever this reaches a high degree, as Jung's case shows. Some of the perseverations are certainly so marked that the suspicion of their being due to early cerebral atrophy cannot be put aside. As no definite observations of the effect of senile cerebral changes upon the mechanism of association have yet been made, I cannot decide how far the perseveration is conditioned entirely by emotional stupidity. Number 4. Idiot of a mild degree, 38 years old. Total reactions, 145. 1. Christmas, that is Christ's birthday. 2. Sunday, for walks. 3. Winter, when it's cold. 4. Father, when he has a son of his own. 5. Bread, for eating. 6. Lamp, to make it light. 7. Tree, where there are shadows. 8. Mountain, when we go a journey. 9. Hair, when we cut it. 10. Sing, a song. 11. Ring, when you are engaged. 12. Cat, a beast of prey. 13. Tooth, for eating. 14. Oven, for heating. 15. Dark, when it is night. 16. Dance, at holidays when music is heard. 17. Heart, the heart of a man. 18. Bird, a beast of prey. 19. Swim, when we bathe in the Rhine. 20. Hit, when we clout someone. 21. Friendly, when we're jolly. 22. Caress, flatter. 23. Grand, when they are proud. 24. Wedding, that is, when people marry. 25. Sour, when it is sour. 26. Eel, a fish. 27. Eye, when we see. 28. Faithful, when nothing is taken, i.e. stolen. 29. Blood, that is from oxen. 30. Barn, at school. 31. Family, when there are many children. We see again in this case a pronounced tendency to definition. It looks as if the subject had been told to say what he understood by the stimulus word. The task is carried out in the usual way. We have again accounts of time, place, purpose, and tautological elucidations, 10, 17, in the forefront. There are, besides, a few explanations by example of a more universal character, 4, 11, 15, 21, 23, 24, that are frequently but slightly separated from tautological elucidation, or from a more particular character, 8, 9, 19, 28, 31. Instances of the latter are the reactions, mountain, when we go a journey, and family, when there are many children. These are very characteristic of the psychology of feeble-mindedness, which adheres to concrete externality. The patient uses now and again the form of supraordination of a universal concept as a means of explanation. 12, 16, 18. In 18, the general concept is not quite appropriate, but it is constellated by the previous reaction. 12. Cat, beast of prey. Bird, beast of prey. Feeble-minded persons, especially those who are somewhat inhibited by emotion, willingly lend themselves to constellations from previous stimulus or reaction words. In consequence of the blank association to the reaction, they make use of the same words even when they are not quite appropriate to the stimulus word. I am inclined to regard such superordinates as cat, beast of prey, eel, fish, as signs of a rather higher grade of the feeble-minded. These are universal concepts of a kind absent in a severe idiot unless they have to some extent been drilled into him in some educational asylum. General concepts, in the ordinary sense, are entirely absent. He has only certain words which designate something general and indefinite to him, as fact, part, thing, means, tools, then animal, plant, food, etc. He brings his concrete instances under these universal concepts, which he uses quite widely and indiscriminately, even promiscuously. If he wants to do more, he particularizes, as we have seen, by simply appending the designation of a place or the like to his universal concept. All variants in concept between the concrete and universal superconcept are either unknown to him or are unfamiliar. The occurrence of appropriate and proximate superordinations like dog, a mammal, tree, wood, lamp, means of lighting, speaks, on the whole, against the presence of severe congenital feeble-mindedness. Therefore, in this milder form of idiocy, the occurrence of a few appropriate supraordinates cannot be entirely accidental. End of section 22.